literally dropped my controller right before I hit to go to the screen, so that would have been hilarious. Hello, hello! We are back today. We're back into Sympathy's Kiss. We are on our first route, which we got into really fast, so I would love to think that means this is gonna be a faster game, but I don't really understand work-love balance right now. And the first boy is Rokuro Yoshioka. He is the prince, that's what we're calling him. I keep turning things down, but can't tell. Alright, so he's what we refer to as the prince. I'm pretty positive he's engaged. We have not confirmed that in-game, but our character had a weird suspicion that maybe he was in a relationship, because why would a guy as perfect as him not be in a relationship? And he said, oh, I don't have a girlfriend. And then there was a rumor we were dating, and when that rumor started spreading, someone tried to say, well, that's good because he, and they got cut off twice. So is he? Is he not in a relationship? Also, I already showed these yesterday, but I got my nails done for Sympathy's Kiss. This has the little mascot that pops up in the little chats they do. And then tulips, because I wanted little tulips on my hands. I was going to do a spring design originally, and then I saw the motifs for Sympathy's Kiss and thought, you know what? Let's do that. Let's do that. I have nothing to hide. We'll see what happens next. In the end, I lost my appetite for a decadent dessert and tea. So this is right after their meal. They had a meal together, and a woman shows up, and she's starting to kind of scoff at us and not acknowledge us as being alive, basically. And he shoos her away, but then we're just reminded that we're different beings. As we walked out of the restaurant, I kept my gaze fixed on the ground.
デザートはお気に召さなかった？
Did you not enjoy the dessert?
それとも、尾藤さんのこと？
Or are you thinking about Buto? He had the right thought. He had seen right through me. I said it felt like Yoshioka and Buto led completely different lives, where I didn't fit, and it embarrassed me to pretend I did. As soon as I spoke, he grabbed my wrist firmly.
そんなことはないよ。
That's not true. I'd never heard the harshness that edged his words before. His expression pinched with pain.
住む世界が違うだなんて。君にだけは言ってほしくない。
To say that you and I live in different worlds, of all people, you're the one I didn't want to hear that from.
君は昔言ってくれたよね。泣いていいんだって。
You said it yourself before, didn't you? It's okay to cry. Should I cry because I felt weird at dinner? I don't think those two things correlate, honestly.
再会した後にも言ってくれた。いくら完璧に見えても疲れるだろうって。
You also said no matter how flawless I try to appear, it must be exhausting. Yeah, but like I meant that like in a facetious way.
君は俺自身を見てくれた。肩書きも家も関係なく、ただの俺を。
You saw me for who I am, my status, my family name, none of that mattered to you. You saw me. And then I saw your family name and your status, and I thought, oh. The warmth from Yoshioka's hand felt like it could burn me. That contact reminded me that he wasn't part of some distant world. He was right there with me. His hardened gaze locked me in place.
好きだよ。
I love you.
君がどこの誰だとか関係ない。俺は君が君であるだけで好きなんだ。
It's time to cut my bangs. They are starting to just ever so slightly poke me in the eyeball. Your family background doesn't matter. I love you for being you. He pulled me into a tight embrace. His heartbeat was as thunderous as
俺はこれまで誰かの期待に応えて生きてきた。
Asia's lurking for now. I get it. All them Final Fantasy. I should have brought my Final Fantasy poster and put it in the background just for you. I could still go get it. Just so you can be reminded. I have a poster of Cloud and Tifa and Aerith's. It's two posters. One has Aerith and Tifa on it. One has Cloud on it. Put it where Peach's face is instead. just for the funs of it. I live my life fulfilling other people's expectations of me, my friends, my teachers, my parents.
誰かを喜ばせるのが好きで、失望されるのが嫌いだから、期待に応えるのは当然だった。
I enjoy making others happy and I despise letting them down, so naturally I strove to meet their high expectations.
でも、君のことだけは違う。
But with you it's different.
誰も期待していなくても、望んでいなくても、俺は君が欲しいんだ。
I don't care what anybody expects of me, not anymore. You're the only one. You're the one I want.
俺だけの意志で、君を好きになった。
I've never had a clearer choice. I love you. Oh my stars. And in that moment... Oh, here's her fancy dress. And her eyeless face. I was talking to my stylist when I was getting my nails done. And I was telling her all about this game. And she's like, why does she not have eyes? Because I kept going, she doesn't have eyes. She's a faceless MC. And she's like, that's weird. Just give her eyes. I'm like, I know. Please. Words must have not been enough to emphasize his point, so instead he kissed me. His kisses were fervent, hot, as if they were desperate to engage, to engrave his feelings into me.
好きになって。
And I want you to love me too. Even though she's got no eyes, this is my favorite CG so far. It's really nice. And you can almost not tell that she doesn't have eyes, because maybe she's just very shy and has the longest bangs, like me. Yoshioka's voice was laden with yearning, creating a knot in my heart. My thoughts turned to static. I didn't know what I felt, but I accepted his kisses. Time slipped away. There was only his touch, his warm breath. It was impossible to count how many kisses we shared until he reluctantly released me.
取り乱してごめん。君の返事も聞かずに。
If I kissed you back, I don't think you apologize now. If I had, like, shoved you, maybe. Depending what ending you get, are you planning to get the other endings in the stream? We're gonna see. We're gonna see. I finished Alan's main route yesterday on Cupid Parasite, and tomorrow I plan on going through and getting Ruki's other ending and his other ending, but I like to do it all at once. I was falling asleep last night. It was 2 a.m. when I stopped. I don't think it's going to be 2 a.m., so hopefully I can try to get his other endings. There's 3, right? There's like the love balance, the work balance, and the work-love balance ones. Just a lot. And I'm concerned. We're gonna see what I can manage. As long as there's not an option where I end up in a dark alley and get stabbed like in Collar X Malice, I think we're fine. But I have no clue how to manage my work-love balance as it stands. I don't know what came over me. I should have asked you first.
行こうか。
That's true. Actually,
駅まで
Ectogamut,
送るよ。
never without my permission, is our quote. Let's go. I'll escort you to the station. Why don't you escort me home, my guy? Like, take me home. With that, Yoshioka started walking half a step ahead of me. Knowing he couldn't see my face was a relief. Nobody can see your face, girl. Nobody. I held my fingers to my lips, uncertain of what kind of expression I was making. I didn't want to see his either. We're gonna have to skip a lot of choices. Yeah, but have we not done that many a time before? Can you wait here for a moment? Maybe. And then we can talk about what's coming up next, like our secret route that you're not excited about. Upon reaching the station, Yoshioka strolled into a flower shop. After a short wait, he emerged with a small bouquet.
どうぞ。
These are for you. This was not a thought-out gift. I stood there dumbfounded by the unexpected gift. He merely smiled.
実は 帰りにここで渡せるよう予約しておいたんだ。
Oh, okay, never mind. He did think it up. I reserved it so I could give it to you on our way back home.
持って帰りやすい小ぶりなものを頼んだんだけど、受け取ってくれる？
I made sure it was small so it was easy to take home. Is that all right? It was a charming bouquet of purple tulips. Ooh. I accepted it. Wait. I accepted taking it from his hands. His thoughtfulness comforted my aching heart. What does purple tulips mean? I know flowers have a language. I spelled what wrong, but I'm sure it'll figure it out. Royalty and elegance. Because purple dye was a luxury that only the royals or the super wealthy could afford, purple tulips have a meaning of royal and elegance. Doesn't seem like a great gift, but... Alright, stupid color meanings. Pink, congratulations and good luck. Elegance, refinement and admiration for purple. Condolences and religious ceremonies for white. Hope, happiness, and good cheer for yellow. Love or lust for red. Friendship and appreciation for orange. One of a kind for blue. Power and strength for black. Fresh, hopeful beginnings. I think that's green. Yellow with spots of red. Admiration or a crush, which that sounds adorable. Strangely, one of the only things I remember in school, that's a direct quote, by the way, was tulips being very prominent in like the early days, because rich people would buy special bulbs and plant them in their yards, and it was a sign of how wealthy they were. And then the tulips crashed like Beanie Babies and what Funko Pops will do someday soon. And all of their value just dropped. And then all these people had so many tulips and nothing to do with them. I'm not planning to watch the trash hidden route. Plus, I'll be distracted a lot by Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. That's why I said I'll put Tifa back here. Then she'll distract you back here. I accepted it, taking it from his hands. His thoughtfulness comforted my aching heart.
今日は俺のご褒美に付き合ってくれてありがとう。
Consider
本
it my
当に
thank
楽しかっ
you
た。
for accompanying me today. I thoroughly enjoyed it.
それと、さっき伝えたことは俺の本当の気持ちだよ。
As for what I said before we got here, those are my genuine feelings.
君が好きだ。
I sincerely love you. Yeah, but do you mean it? Because if you're engaged, maybe you should think about that. He said it like his heart was breaking before, but this time he spoke gently.
君は以前、運命を信じると言っていたよね。
Amasawa, you once told me that you believe in fate.
運命で結ばれた人がいるなら、ロマンチックだって。
You said it would be romantic if there was someone who you were destined to be with.
俺を、君の運命の人にしてくれないかな。
Please let me be the person fate has brought you to.
気持ちが固まったら返事をくれると嬉しい。
What a sweet
待って
line.
るから。
I want you to spend time thinking about what I said, then give me an answer when you're ready. I'll wait. Oh my god. When I got home and changed, everything that happened that day felt like a dream. The clock had finally struck midnight. When I saw the dress hanging on the wall and the tulips in a vase, I was reminded that all of it was real. I wonder why he gave me purple tulips, and so I looked it up on my smartphone. That is not what it Googled for me. Is there different meanings? Do I not know everything? Wait. Hang on. Undying love. That's not what purple tulips mean. It still says royalty and elegance, bro. Bro, what did you do? How did you change it? Another meaning people associate is spirituality, wisdom, and magic. I don't see anything about undying love. You can't make up the meaning of flowers. I see one say admiration, but none of them say undying love. Lies. My jaw dropped. Did Yoshioka know what the flowers meant when he chose them? He probably did, because he's royalty. Our different lives experience still unsettles me. I feel like the flowers should be there in the room. Despite that, I feel more and more for him. I fell even, not feel. When I got to Tempesty, the office was buzzing with excitement.
あ、おはよう。今日新しい人が出向してくるんだって。知ってた？
Oh, good morning, Amasawa. Did you hear the news? We got a new person joining our team today.
やっぱり知らないか。しかもうちの部署にだって。
I guess you didn't. Anyway, she's starting today.
今日からだっていうのに誰も話を聞いてないし、手が足りないって話もなかったから。こんな時期に何者なんだろうね。
Yeah, but she's engaged to Yoshioka, right? It's all been quite sudden, and we haven't complained about being short-staffed, so it was a little unexpected. It was nearly summer, which wasn't a typical hiring window, and as they said, we weren't in any desperate need. Still, it was just a new employee. I wondered why they would cause such a fuss, but when I saw her, I gasped.
皆さんに紹介しておきます。
Everyone, I have an announcement to make.
今日からテンプスティに出向してもらうことになった尾藤さくらさんです。
This is Sakura Bichu. She is going to be transferring to Tempesty effective immediately.
はじめまして、尾藤さくらと申します。
I'm very pleased to meet you all. I'm Sakura Bichu.
今までもお仕事でお顔を合わせた方もいらっしゃると思いますが、改めてよろしくお願いします。
I've met some of you through my former work, but I'm excited to work with all of you to do my best at Tempesty.
こちらで多くを学ばせてもらうだけではなく、これまでの経験を生かして、テンプスティに少しでも貢献できるよう努めてまいります。
I hope to learn a lot here and use my experience from Tempesty in any way I can.
皆さん、どうぞよろしくお願いいたします。
Thank you for having me. I couldn't believe the woman I met at the restaurant was here. It's as if fate intertwined, or like they had introduced her before this, so it'd be shocking.
尾藤さんがうちに来たってことは、あれ、いよいよなのかな。
B2 is here, then do you think
かもしれないな。
maybe? B2's appearance caused whispers to erupt among the employees. I wondered what it was about when the woman who had spread rumors before began explaining.
尾藤さんって、テンプスティとは昔から付き合いのある尾藤商事のお嬢様なんですけど。
B2 is the heiress of B2 Corp, a major client and partner with Tempesty, a major trading company. Sakura B2's father is a president of the company.
実はあの人、吉岡部長の婚約者なんですよ。
She's Director Yoshioka's fiancé. I said it. I said it. I said it. I nearly gasped in shock, but I managed to keep it together.
それで、今回の出向も、吉岡部長と何か関係があるんじゃないかって。
Now we're wondering whether her appearance here has anything to do with Director Yoshioka.
そういえば、あなたと吉岡部長が噂になった時はヒヤヒヤしたよね。婚約者いるのにって。
That's why we were all shocked by rumors that you and Director Yoshioka Amasawa.
そんなこともあったな。
Yeah, good things
ま、
they were just
何もないみ
rumors.
たいでよかったけど。
I know it's outside, but it's scary when you hear a voice, right? As they kept talking, their voices slowly became a jumbled, indecipherable mess to me. I went to the conference room in a daze to prepare for my meeting. It's time to focus on work, my girl. As I set up the materials, I began processing what just happened. B2's attitude when we first met made sense now that I knew she was his fiancée. Why didn't Yoshioka tell me he was engaged? Did he confess his feelings for me just to play with my emotions? Door clicked behind me. It was Yoshioka.
君がここに入っていくのが見えて、彼女の尾藤さんのことについて話しておきたいことがあるんだ。
I saw you come in here. There's something I need to explain about B2.
俺の思い上がりじゃなかったら最初に謝らせてほしい。不安な気持ちにさせてごめん。
Firstly, I apologize if I am misunderstanding, but I'm sorry for upsetting you.
彼女がテンプスティの取引先の社長令嬢なのは以前も話した通りだ。
It's true that she's the heiress to a company that Tempest is partnered with, as I said earlier.
彼女は俺の親と彼女の親との間で交わされた口約束だけの婚約者だったんだ。俺自身はもちろん承諾してない。
Our engagement is just a verbal agreement between my parents and hers. I never agreed to it.
でも口約束とはいえ君には話しておくべきだった。本当にごめん。
But even if it's just a verbal agreement, I should have told you I'm really sorry. I already trusted him, but hearing him say that filled me with relief.
それがある時どこかから漏れたみたいで、テンプスティの社員の間では俺と尾藤さんのことは噂になっていてね。
I don't know when it started, but at some point the Tempesty employees started gossiping about me and B2.
俺に婚約者がいると思わせておいた方が社内で色恋沙汰が起きないと思って噂を放置していたけど。
I thought if they believed I was engaged, it would act as a shield from any romantic advances, so I didn't correct them.
噂はあくまで噂だ。俺が好きなのは君だけだから。
But rumors are just rumors. You are the one I love. In response, Sure, he loves me, but he could have told me. Oh, wait, I didn't mean to do that. His second confession sprung tears to my eyes. I was overflowing with emotions. I was about to go off. I love him, but I'm glad that he admitted he should have told us before this. Now, back to lurking.
泣かせてごめん。
I'm sorry I made you cry. He rubbed my back gently until I stopped crying. I professed that I had feelings for him and said that was why I was so shocked to hear about B2.
本当にありがとう。嬉しいよ。
Really? Thank you, that's just. Yoshioka pulled me close and wrapped himself around me. His strong arms were like a loving shelter.
君のことが大好きだ。
I love you too. After holding me for a while, Yoshioka finally spoke.
君と食事に行った日の夜に父から呼び出されて。
The night after we had dinner together, my father called me to talk.
親しくしている女性がいるようだな。
I heard that there's a woman that you're involved with. My father called me to the main estate just for that. A terrible feeling rose in me. His tone was reproachful.
だったら何？
So what is that? So what if there is?
きちんと清算しておけ。
Then get rid of her.
清算？恋愛は個人の自由だろ。父さんに口を出される筋合いはないはずだ。
His dad wants you to commit murder. Rid of? I'm free to love whoever I choose. That's not up to you, father. I snapped at him.
お前は人脈というものがビジネス上でいかに有用か気づいているはずだ。
You know how important relationships are in business.
結婚というつながりをビジネスに利用しろっていうのか。先時代的すぎる。
Are you saying you want to use my marriage to forge a business connection? What era do you think we're living in?
お前には尾藤さくらさんと結婚してもらう。美しく聡明で家柄もいい。申し分のない方だ。
You will marry Sakura B2. She's smart, beautiful, and comes from a good family. You have no reason to complain.
父さんが見てるのは尾藤さんじゃなく、その後ろの尾藤商事だろ。
You're not interested in Sakura B2. You're more interested in B2 Corps.
結婚相手の家柄なんて関係なく、俺は会社を成長させる。だから放っておいてくれ。
No matter who I marry, I will help the company grow, so please just stay out of this.
それで選んだ娘がこれか？
How can I when this is the girl you choose? Spreads out pictures, I assume. He slammed down a detailed background check on Amasawa, prepared by a private security firm.
この娘の何がいいんだか全く理解できないな。
What do you think about this girl? I just can't understand it.
紙の資料だけで人を分かったような気になっているなら、それは父さんのおごりだ。
If you think you can understand a person just by reading some report, you're colder than I thought.
今度の相手は会社にとってもお前にとっても最高のパートナーになってくれる。とにかくもう決めたことだ。
The partner we chose for you is the best for the company and for you. It's already been decided. Talking to him was giving me a headache. It felt like I was talking to a wall. After he was done, my father left the room.
父が勝手に進めている話だ。俺は尾藤さんと結婚するつもりなんてない。
My father is moving ahead on this on his own, but I will not marry B2. Based on his story, my fear about my starkly different upbringings were proved true.
俺は君が好きだよ。これから先も君と一緒にいたい。
I love you and I want to be with you now and in the future.
ただ、父を説得するには時間がかかる。その間、君には信じて待っていてほしいんだ。
I need to convince my father. Please trust me and wait for me. You can either trust him or you can wait for him. You can't do both. Thank you. Yoshioka looked tired, so I suggested that he should rest. I left the meeting room first.
ずいぶん長い間、話をしていたのね。
You've been in there for a while. I jumped when someone suddenly spoke to me. When I turned around, I saw B2.
私の婚約者にどんなご用があったのかしら？
What business do you have with my fiance? Testing! Hello, hello, hello! Her smile was different from the one she had when she was greeting everyone. It was cold and unwelcoming. Well, that's good. Not wanting to bow to her pressure, I said we were discussing work. Her gaze hardened.
あら、それならよかったわ。私はてっきりあなたと六郎さんが不適切な関係なのかと疑っていたから。
Oh, good. I thought maybe you and Rokuro were engaged in some kind of inappropriate relationship.
婚約の話は親同士が進めたことだけれど、私はずっと彼のことが気になっていたの。
Our parents arranged our engagement, but I'm quite fond of Rokuro.
彼なら私と家柄的にも釣り合いが取れるし、人柄も申し分ないもの。
They come from similar backgrounds, and he's a man of good character.
私の求める条件をすべて兼ね備えた人は、六郎さんの他にはいないわ。
He has everything I want in a man. Yoshioka told me that the status and environment didn't match, but B2 seemed to think differently. My anger swelled, and I accused her of not understanding him.
仕事の話と言ったけれど、本当にそれだけかしら。
I thought you said this was all about work. B2 took out an envelope and shoved it towards
婚
me.
約するにあたって、彼の身辺のことは一通り調べさせてもらったの。あなたとずいぶん仲がいいのね。
Since we're engaged, I took a look into your personal life, and it seems you two are rather close.
この数ヶ月、六郎さんがプライベートで予定を入れているのは、あなたとの約束だけよ。
For the past 3 months, you are the only one Rokuro has been meeting with privately. Peering at the documents, it was clear that it was a report from a private investigator. My heart skipped a beat. If she had already investigated me, then there was nothing left to say. B2 continued speaking, but I remained silent.
私が横連母したわけじゃない。横入りしてきたのはあなたの方よ。
Let me make something very clear to you. I'm not stealing him from you. You stole him from me. Her gaze was piercing and a chill of fear ran down my spine. Her rambling about their family statuses and Yoshioka's good character were all a show. It was clear to me that she genuinely loved him.
今はあなたのことがお気に入りなのかもしれないけれど、長い目で見たらわかるわ。どちらを選ぶのが家のため、会社のためなのか。
Listen, you might be his favorite new toy right now, but eventually he'll see what's better for his company and his family.
六郎さんは次期テンプスティの社長だもの。一時の感情で結婚相手を選ぶようなことはしないでしょうね。
Rokuro is the future president of Tempesty. He won't choose his wife based on fleeting emotions. I said nothing as B2 smirked.
でも大丈夫よ。私もわきまえているつもりだから。
Oh, don't worry, I know my place too. MC, she loves him and me and yeah, that's the conflict. Conflict is she loves him and he loves us and we love him and she's got one-sided emotions, but she's got status on her side. MC, please have a backbone. The MC doesn't even have a voice. Like, she doesn't even speak, bro.
六郎さんもまだ若いし、本命がいてもたまには遊びたくなるわよね。男ってそういうものでしょ？
Rokuro's still young. Even if he's in a serious relationship, he may still want to have some fun. Boys will be boys.
だから私もあの人を束縛するつもりはないわ。ただ、本気になったら辛いのはあなたの方よ。
So, if I know my place and you know yours, I don't think we'll have any problem.
私の婚約者がご迷惑をおかけして、ごめんなさいね。
Well, I suppose I should apologize for any trouble my fiancés caused you. Her confidence was staggering. It was like she felt that she had already won. Even after B2 left, her iciness left me frozen in place. To be clear, I picked Cryy face thinking she'll be like, yeah, I'm not into this. B2 reported directly to Yoshioka at Tempesty and quickly provided her strong abilities. Even though she was already an heiress, she didn't lack one bit of her work. She completed her task with skill and efficiency. Her ability to work effectively with Yoshioka earned her the respect of the entire company. The more those two worked together, the more people started to comment on what a good pair they made. Meanwhile, my opportunities to talk with Yoshioka continued to dwindle. And
ビートーさんと吉岡部長、本当にお似合いだよな。
B2 and Director Yoshioka really suit each other.
二人が並んでるとこ見るだけで目の保養ですよね。
They look
あ
so
そこ
good
だけドラ
together.
マの世界みたい。
It's like watching a TV drama. Their comments weren't meant to hurt me, but every word was like a dagger to my heart.
ちょっといいかしら。この資料のことなのだけれど。
Amasawa, do you have a moment? It's about these documents. B2 wandered to my desk. I nodded.
これ、今度社内会議に出す資料ですよね。このデータ、古いままなのはどういうつもり？
These are about our next internal meeting, yes? Then why is there old data here? I flipped through them and confirmed that an old graph was included. I frowned.
すみません。それは僕が作るときにミスして。
I apologize, that was my mistake.
でも、資料の最終チェックをしたのはあなたでしょ？こんな初歩的なミスに気づけなかったの？
Amasawa, you were supposed to do final check. How did you miss such a simple mistake? She could stop working at Tempesty. She already has another job. She's just here as a liaison. She's not even, meant to be here.
私が気づかなかったら、この資料がそのまま会議で使われるところだったわ。
If I hadn't caught this, we would have presented this at the meeting. B2's being in the office had distracted me and led to this. I quickly apologized and bowed deeply.
今後、あまりミスが多くなるようなら、エスタリオさんにお話をしないといけなくなるわね。
If you keep making mistakes like this, we'll need to discuss it with Asterio. I'm not even supposed to be here. I was asked to be here. With that cutting remark, B2 walked away. Recently, I've been leaving Tempesty as soon as the workday ended. B2 giving me a particularly hard time wasn't my imaginations, others noticed too. When B2 was around, the others kept their distance from me. I thought we were a team, but dealing with all of this on my own was beginning to feel impossible.
あら、もうお帰りかしら。
Leaving already.
ずいぶん表情が暗いわね。かわいそうに。みんなから嫌われて、参っているのかしら。
You look upset, poor thing. It must be exhausting when everybody dislikes you. Imagine being that bitch. This is gonna be annoying. I want to get rid of her so badly. I know, right? I mean, if you shove her under a bridge, and that bridge is currently flooded, I think it'll be fine. I knew there was nothing I could say to B2 without giving her exactly what she
負
wanted.
けを認めたのなら、さっさとエスタリオでもどこへでも帰ってしまえばいいのに。
If you've admitted defeat, then go back to Asterio or wherever it is you came from. B2 spat out those final words and waltzed away. Once she was out of sight, I sighed deeply just as I started trudging home. I felt my phone buzz in my bag.
Oi! こっちこっち。
Leah, over here! Hey, Owie! As soon as I walked into Evergreen, Owie waved to me from the bar.
お疲れ様。わざわざこっちまで戻ってきてもらっちゃってごめんね。
Sorry for dragging you all the way out here again. Owie invited me for drinks as soon as I left Tempesty. I felt the need to talk, so I agreed.
ちょうど誰かと会いたかった？テンプスティで何かあったの？例の吉岡さんの婚約者絡み？
So you wanted to talk about something? Did something happen at Tempesty? Does it involve Yoshioka's fiance? I had told the team at a Star Sea about B2's assignment to Tempesty.
社長令嬢で仕事もできる婚約者の出現か。
So she's a rich, beautiful heiress and great at her job, huh?
その婚約者があなたに敵意むき出しだから、他の社員さんもあなたと距離を置いちゃうわけよね。
And she's hostile towards you to make the other employees distance themselves.
仕事に支障が出るようなら、小橋部長から正式に抗議を入れてもらいましょう。
I say if it's affecting your work, you should formally complain to Director Kobas.
それは最終手段にしたい？どう
You
し
want to
て？
avoid that unless it's necessary. Why? I felt I had made some friends at Tempesty. Filing a formal complaint would create a rift between us. Besides,
俺は、ただ、
Yoshioka was wholly committed, which was why I decided to focus on my job and wait for him to sort things out. Is he though? Is he sorting things out?
そっか。あなたがそう思うなら応援するわ。でも、無理は禁物だからね。
I see if that's what you want, Leah, I'll support you. But don't push yourself too hard, okay? I thanked her for having my back.
ジンリッキーです。アルコールを控えめに作りましたので、飲みやすいかと思います。
There's your gin, Ricky. I made it with less alcohol. I didn't ask for it with less alcohol. It's easier to drink. A cocktail made with gin, soda water, and lime. That is fine. That's fine, I guess. I didn't recall ordering a drink, but the manager just smiled.
花言葉や宝石言葉があるように、カクテルにもカクテル言葉というものが存在します。
Okay. Cocktail language. Cocktail. I'm just seeing recipes. I'm not seeing the language. I feel like cocktail language is harder for me to Google. The invention of this refreshing highball. Y'all can't be talking about cocktail languages with me. I'm just getting recipes. That's all I'm popping up, not a language as to what it means.
それによると、ジンリッキーに込められた言葉は、素直な心
I'll
な
have to
のだ
take
そ
your
うで
word
す。
for it. Usu, I can't Google it. Jinriki is supposed to represent an honest heart.
自分の心に背けば後悔が残ってしまいます。お相手を思う素直な気持ち、どうか忘れないでください。
Don't ignore your heart or you'll regret it. Hold on to those honest feelings of yours. I took a sip and my eyes immediately widened with pleasure. The soda water and lime were refreshing, washing away my troubled thoughts.
とは言っても、御曹司と令嬢の家ぐるみでのお見合いの話となれば、
Both their families are pushing for this engagement.
そこに割って入るのはそれなりの覚悟が必要だろうね。
It'll take a lot of tenacity to get between that. Ooh, Owie. You and me, this tenacity thing, let's go. Owie was right. Considering B2's attitude, I would have to go all out if I wanted to achieve anything. I had to find a way to get between their engagement.
覚悟はできたって顔してるね。いいんじゃない？ちょっとくらい悪者になったって。
Looks like you've made up your mind. Glad to see it. Sometimes you've got to play the villain. Sorry, say victim to get what you want.
相手だってあからさまな敵意を持ってるわけだし、おとなしくやられっぱなしでいるよりずっといいよ。
Plus, she's clearly causing problems for you. Better to fight back than take it lying down. With Oi's words pushing me forward, I was determined to be bolder. So she's going to start wearing strapless bras. A few days later, I was at Tempesty with Satome. We had a meeting to discuss a new system for the entertainment column. Yoshioka, as project leader, would be joining us along with our system developers representing Tempesty.
吉岡さんは？
Where's Yoshioka? When we were scheduled to begin, Yoshioka was still nowhere to be found, delaying the start of the meeting.
申し訳ございません。連絡が取れず、今社内を探してもらってます。
It's the most violent sneeze. I'm sorry, we haven't been able to reach him. They're looking for him around the office now.
吉岡さんらしくないですね。まあいいっすよ。別件の作業を進めてるんで。
Huh, that doesn't sound like him, but I guess we can get things started.
そうしたら早乙女さん、この間更新したシステムでちょっとご意見いただきたくて。
In that case, Saitomi, can we get your opinion on our most recent update?
お、いいですよ。
Sure,
どうです
which
か？
one?
ですね。
Well, Saitomi launched into discussions with the developers, but my stomach was unsettled. It wasn't like Yoshioka to be late with no warning. Worried, I sent him a message on Ring. As soon as I sent the message, I heard a knock at the door. Expecting Yoshioka, I looked up, but...
失礼いたします。
Excuse me. It was B2 who entered the room.
遅れて申し訳ございません。尾藤と申します。本日の会議は私が吉岡の代理を務めさせていただきます。
I apologize for the delay. I'm B2. I'll be taking Yoshioka's place for today's meeting.
でも、
But naturally, they were confused. There was never any notice about B2's attendance.
吉岡さんは？
Where's Yoshioka?
ですから、私が吉岡の代理です。始めてください。
As I mentioned, I'll be taking his place. Please let's go ahead and get started. B2 smiled and tried to push the meeting forward, but Saitomi scowled.
尾藤さんを代理になんて話は聞いてませんけど、他の社員さんもそうですよね。
But who are you? I haven't heard anything about this. Seems like your coworkers haven't either. The Tempesty employees nodded timidly as if frightened of how B2 would react.
申し訳ないですけど、今までの流れを知らない人と話すと余計な手間が増えるんで、かえって時間の無駄なんですよね。
Sorry, but we need someone who knows what's going on. Explaining all of this to someone totally new is a waste of time.
ご心配には及びません。 エスタリオ様との会議議事録には一通り目を通しております。
There's no need to worry about that. I've reviewed the meeting minutes with Astario.
それに、私は吉岡の婚約者ですから。
Being someone's fiance does not make you qualified. Just to be clear, that doesn't make you qualified. Also, I'm Yoshioka's fiance.
は
Okay. Satomi was trying to stay professional, but his irritation was leaking out.
それが何か仕事に関係あるわけ。婚約者だったら頼まれてもない会議にズカズカ踏み込んできてもいいわけだ。
What does that have to do with anything? So what? You want me to explain everything to you just because you're engaged to the guy?
悪いけど、そっちがいくら議事録を読み込んできてくれたところで、今日の使用書に目を通してないなら話になんないよ。
Have you even read the spec sheets? It doesn't matter if you read meeting minutes if you haven't read that.
それは今からでも遅くないですよね。
I can do that now.
あんたが読み終わって理解するまで、俺はちんたら待ってなきゃいけないっての。
Am I supposed to sit around and look pretty while you read that all day? The spec sheets for this project was very long and required a great deal of specialized knowledge. It would take a lot of time for even the development team to grasp, let alone B2.
わざわざ開発の人に出席してもらってんのは、専門性の高い内容を話したいからなんすよ。
Experienced engineers are here today because we have a high technical issue to discuss.
あんた別にシステム開発の経験者とかエンジニアってわけじゃないですよね。
I'm going to guess you're not experienced with system development or engineering.
あんたと吉岡さんが婚約者だろうが何だろうがどうでもいいけど、その肩書きがあれば何もかも共有できてるとか思ってます。
I'll admit I like his attitude now. He's like, okay, so your fiance, I don't care. Yeah, I like this too. This is the first time I'm like, okay, he's a little hot now. I like him. I don't give a shit whose fiance you are. It doesn't mean you have the same skills, and I'm not teaching you how to code.
はっきり言って、今のあんたの態度見てると、こっちの仕事見下されてる感じがして、
Also, I like
すげえ
that
不愉
his
快っす。
necklace is permanently like bouncing off his chest forever. Honestly, acting like you could catch on so easily is an insult to our hard work. I could nearly see the smoke coming out of B2's ears as she glared at him. My phone buzzed in my pocket. The system meeting with Saitomi? Which conference room is it in? Was it possible that Yoshioka went to the wrong room? I thought it was strange and he sent him the room number.
それなら、彼女はどうなんですか？
And what about her? I was typing my reply and didn't hear B2 and Saitomi were saying. When I looked up, B2 was glaring
彼
at
女も
me.
エンジニアではないですよね。使用書の内容を把握していないのでは？
Amasawa isn't an engineer either, right? Perhaps she doesn't understand the spec sheets herself.
はぁ？
What?
彼女が良くて、私がダメな理由がわかりません。
Why can she participate in the meeting but I can't?
あんたはプロジェクトリーダーの吉岡さんの代理をするって言ってんだから、こいつと比べるのはおかしい話だろ。
You're playing project leader and trying to replace Yoshioka. That job is way different than what Amasawa does.
会議に参加するという点では同じことですよね。
I'm just talking about participating in the meeting. B2 turned her fire to me. As much as I wanted to argue, it would mean causing a scene, so I kept quiet.
ほら、彼女はわからないみたいですよ。それなら私が会議に参加したって。
See, she doesn't understand either, so what's wrong with me joining in on the meeting?
お言葉ですが
If I may. B2 was cut off by a Tempesty employee who was wringing his hands.
今回の新システム開発は彼女が担当していたアンケート企画が発端です。
The new systems we're developing is based on a survey project that Amasawa was in charge of.
その縁もあって彼女は今回の使用書について下調べを終えていらっしゃいます。
And she's done a lot of research for the project spec sheets because I can't speak for myself in this game.
使用書の作成中からエンジニアさんに質問してたもんな。
And she's been asking the engineer questions since the spec sheet was being drafted. I'm literally yelling at the MC right now. Honestly, I'm yelling at how they made this game because she doesn't talk. She never has her own talk bubble. And I kind of don't like that. Saitomi quickly backed me up too. Like, girl, speak. Back when I first started working at Tempesty, I tried to pass the project proposal from Tempesty to Astaria without checking them myself. Satomi had rightfully scolded me and said a mediator was not a carrier pigeon. From that point on, I started putting a lot of effort into understanding the project I was involved with. Although I still didn't understand all the technical aspects of the system specs on this project, I knew enough to be able to participate in the meeting.
この人には今回の会議に参加する資格が十分にあると考えます。どうか
Amasawa is
ご理解いただけますと幸いです。
more than qualified to be part of this meeting. I hope you understand. Also, she was part of the project, and you're not. Like, you can't just walk into a room and be like, well, why are they here? They've been working on this. You haven't. Get the fuck out.
申し訳ありません。
I'm
遅くなりま
sorry
した。
I'm late. Suddenly, Yoshioka bursted into the room.
遅かったっすね、吉岡さん。あとちょっと早かったらスカッとする場面見れたのに。
Oh, there you are, Yoshioka. If you had been here earlier, you'd see the fireworks.
何があったんですか？
What happened? Your fiancée said she was replacing you. Noticing the tense atmosphere, Yoshioka looked at the Tempesty employees for an explanation.
その尾藤さんが吉岡部長の代理として会議に出席すると。ですが今日の会議の内容的に
B2 claimed that she was standing in for you, Director, but given the topic of today's meeting...
そうですね。専門的な話になりますから、尾藤さんに私の代理は難しいでしょう。
I see. It's a very technical discussion today, so it would be hard for B2 to stand in for me.
尾藤さん、私はあなたに代理を頼んだ覚えはありません。一体
B2,
どういうことですか？
I never asked you to represent me here. What's the meaning of this? Yoshioka glowered at B2 in a rare display of
この
anger.
ところ、吉岡さんはお忙しそうだったので、私が代理で出席しても差し支えない会議は、こちらで巻き取ることにいたしました。
Yoshioka, you've been so busy recently, I thought I'd take over some of your meetings to lighten your load.
それを判断するのは私です。尾藤さんに私のスケジュールを調整する役割を与えた覚えはありません。
That's for me to decide. I didn't give you the right to adjust my schedule, B2. His nose wrinkled in fury and B2's face fell.
申し訳ございませんでした。
I'm sorry.
では、席を外してください。
Please take your leave. B2 made her way out, but not without shooting me a glare as she passed. BZ, get out of
尾藤
here.
が大変失礼を。申し訳ございませんでした。
I'm terribly sorry about B2. I like the route. I get they trying to let people self-insert, but some people actually want to speak their minds. I like the emotion part, like choose which emotion. Depending on the choice, it gives MC some personality. I like that, but please let MC speak her mind though. Yeah, I just want her thoughts. I do like having the am I happy or am I sad emotions, because sometimes when you get two choices, it's like, I'm scared of the dark, and that's why I love you. What do you mean that's why I love you? You said I'm scared of the dark. I thought we were just going to have an emotional conversation. So sometimes your choices aren't very clear. And I get it, but I like like reading their thoughts and not hearing it in like a third person. So then I said, I'm going to the store, and then, I don't know. I'd rather just say like, I'm going to the store and have her name above it. I'm sorry about B2. You should be. You should be so sorry about B2. You let her come here to work. You knew she's bullying me. Yoshioka apologized and bowed, reverting to his usual polite demeanor. The development staff also bowed after him.
気にしないでください。吉岡さんたちが悪いわけじゃないですし、こっちもいろいろ事情は聞いてるんで。
Don't worry about it. It's not your fault, Yoshioka. We heard about your circumstances. Has she just been spilling tea left and right? And she's like, I'm in love with him. Oh my god, he's got a fiance. Oh my god, he doesn't want to have a fiance though because they're forcing him to have a fiance. And he's all like, I got you. Saitomi's standoffishness fell away just as quickly as he flashed Yoshioka a grin.
じゃあ、時間も押してますし、ささっと打ち合わせやっちゃいますか。
Now we're short on time. Let's get this show on the road. After that, the meeting proceeded without issue. Did it though? Oh, I can't type in the Twitch chat. I'm lurking while I work. Oh, Ray, I didn't know you weren't able to chat. I wonder why it's doing that. Maybe the game or maybe Twitch said that you need to stop being exposed to all of Asia's swearing. Once it was finished, Saitomi and I returned to Astario.
ってことがあったんすよ。あの婚約者、仕事はできるって話だけど、
はい
マジで我が強いっすわ。
That's weird. I was gonna see if there was like a way to see if I somehow accidentally did something, but I don't see it. There was another thing I like about this game, but I don't want to say it yet until you get to Yoji's route. Yoji's route's the last route I'm doing. What do you mean? We're saving Anku for last. Twitch kind of acting weird. It keeps buffering, like the chat keeps buffering. I don't know if there's a way to refresh it. But Ray said she can't chat right now. That's weird. My game's not acting like I have any streaming issues. And Yoon popped in just to see. I didn't realize that's why she popped in. So sorry, I don't know how to fix anything. I've never had this issue before. Let me see if I clear chat. Will that do anything? Oh no, Asia, say something. Did I break it? Did I mess up? I refreshed real quick, okay. But you're still chatting, okay. I don't know. I hit clear, so I don't know if that did anything. I don't know. I've never had anyone say they weren't able to actually write in the chat, so I don't know what's doing that. Hey, your font color changed though. That's weird. You went from pink to pinker pink. So what happened, man? I heard Yoshioka's fiance is talented, but she sure's got an ego on her. Well, you see, Saitome, she hates me. She hates me. She'll do whatever she can because she hates me. Weird chat for non-moderated viewing. See, I don't even know what that means. I don't even know what that means. I don't even know what clearing the chat means. I don't know what that refreshed. As Satomi recounted the events at Tempesty, Oi and the others looked troubled.
吉岡さんに内緒でスケジュールいじくって、自分が代理で出席しても差し支えないか。すごい自信ね。
Where's his bracelets? She messed with Yoshioka's schedule and attended his meeting without his permission. That's quite bold.
もちろん、それに見合うだけの実績や実力があってこそなんだろうけど。
Of course, she must have the skill and accomplishments to back it up.
実力があろうが、上司の指示を無視して行動するなんて理解できませんね。
Skilled or not, I can't understand how she could disregard her superior's instructions like that.
まあ、やばいかやばくないかっつったら、やばいよな。
She's pretty out there for sure.
事情は分かったが、早乙女、お
Look
前
at
もあまり
him!
喧嘩を売るな。
I've missed him so much. Ah. So hot. Yeah, he's gorgeous. And look, we got that little bit of chest showing. I like his casual wear too, actually. They both have nice casual looks. I understand the circumstances, but Saitomi, you really gotta watch your tongue.
取引先の人間と揉めれば今後のやり取りに支障をきたす。
Arguing with business partners can negatively affect future collaboration.
お前が全て悪いとは言わないが、もう少し考えて発言しろ。
I'm not saying you're entirely at fault, but remember to think before you speak. Okay.
って言うけど、そういうコバさんだってあの場にいたらキレてたと思うんすけど。
Koba, you say that, but I'm pretty sure he would have flipped out if you were there. But Yoji, she's a bitch. You're like, Yoji, she's not. Listen.
それはそれ。これはこれだ。
That's a different matter entirely. He could do it more eloquently. He'd been like, what are your qualifications to sit in this room with us right now? I need you to refer to all the material that we are going to be referencing today to make sure I know you are up to speed. And if you are not up to speed, then you are simply hindering this conversation we're about to have and prolonging our meeting, in which case it would be better if you were not even present at all. That's what Yoji would say. But he's over going like, I don't got time to explain this shit to some child just because she's engaged. Like, get out of here. Director Kobas didn't even deny it.
はいはい。次からはもうちょいオブラートに包んでやりますよ。
Yeah, that's right, Satomi. You gotta get that corporate speech on your side. Alright. I'll try to sugarcoat it a bit more next time. There was no conviction in that promise in Director Kobas' side. Regardless, I was glad that Satomi and the employees at Tempesty supported me. It was reassuring to know that there were people who recognized my efforts. The following week when I went to Tempesty, the usual stack of documents on my desk was missing. Since I didn't come to Tempesty every day, there were typically a number of things I needed to confirm for while I was away.
おはようございます。
Good morning, Amasawa. Hearing her voice made me tense up, like someone who had dropped an ice cube down my back. I turned around to see B2 coming to my side with a smile.
これ、今週分の書類です。
Here are this week's documents.
私の方で吉岡部長に確認が取れるものは済ませておきましたので、最終チェックだけお願いしますね。
I've already confirmed the ones that needed Director Yoshioka's approval. You only need to do a final check.
問題なければデスクに置いておいてください。後で回収しに来ますから。
If there are no issues, just leave them on your desk. I'll come pick them up later. I flipped through the papers in confusion as she said everything requiring Yoshioka's approval was filled in already. Only the section requiring confirmation from Astario's sides were left blank.
六郎さんが諦めないのはあなたのせいよ。だったら、あなたと六郎さんを合わせなければいいだけだわ。
If you're the reason Rokuro won't give up, I just need to make sure he doesn't see you at all. B2 whispered this just loud enough for me to hear.
仕事で会えないならプライベートで会えると思ってない？
Tough to meet him in private when you can't see him at work at all, huh? I don't think that's true. She's got a messenger app. She can message him. Send him a message.
残念だけど、六郎さんはこれからもっとずっと忙しくなるの。
Unfortunately, Rokuro is going to be very, very busy from now on.
私がつきっきりになって、あなたと会う暇なんて絶対に作らせないわ。
Of course, I will be spending each and every minute of each and every day with him. I won't let him have a moment with you. Just then, somebody unexpected appeared in the office.
おはよう。
Good morning. The man was the president of Tempesty, Yoshioka's father.
おはようございます、社長。
Good morning, President. B2 greeted the man with a bright
いや
smile.
あ、さくらさん。うちへ来るようになって少し経ったが、仕事はどうだい？順調かな？
Hello, Sakura. How's work? Has everything been going well since you joined us?
皆さん大変よくしてくださいますし、とても働きやすいです。
Yes, everyone here has been kind to me. It's been a joy to work here.
そうかそうか。 社内からも君が来てくれて助かっているという声をよく耳にする。
I see.
双方いい影響が出ているようで何よりだ。
I've heard that you've been a great help. I'm happy that the agreement is mutually beneficial.
これからも息子ともどもテンプスティをよろしく頼むよ。
I hope you continue to take good care of both Tempesty and my son, of course.
もちろんです。公私ともに私が六郎さんを支えます。
Of course, I'll support Rokuro both at work and at home. Are they living together now?
来週からテンプスティに出社する回数を減らそう。
Starting next week, I'll be coming to the office less frequently. You can quit this job, just to be clear. If your family is forcing you to do shit you don't want to, you don't have to do things. Yoshioka had called me into the conference room to tell me this. I was confused and he looked pained as he continued on.
俺が見ていないところで尾藤さんに嫌がらせを受けているよ
I
ね。
literally just took out my phone to see
気づくのが遅くなっ
trash.
てごめん。
Evil girl and trash father. It appears that B2 has been harassing you when I'm not around. I'm sorry that it took me this long to notice.
君の小さなミスを大勢の前で糾弾したり、仕事を奪っていったり、嫌味を言ったり。
She's publicly blamed you for minor mistakes, taken away some of your duties, and treated you with sarcasm.
尾藤さんのそういう態度で君に話しかけにくくなったって言っている社員もいてね。
There are some employees who have told me that B2's attitude makes it harder to communicate with you.
君はずっと大変だったのに、俺は自分のことに精一杯で気づけなかった。本当に申し訳ない。
I've been so wrapped up in my own issues that I didn't notice what you were going through. I'm truly sorry. I shook my head, telling Yoshioka that he had nothing to apologize for.
先日の会議もそうだけど、俺と君が参加する会議は全部勝手に尾藤さんが変更していた。
The whole situation is similar to the development meeting. B2 changed my entire schedule without me knowing. No wonder I hadn't been able to see Yoshioka recently. B2 has been adjusting things to make sure that Yoshioka and I were never in the same room together.
さすがに勝手なスケジュール変更は父も苦言を呈してね。これ以降はないと思うけど。
I had to complain to my father about her changing my schedule without my permission. I hope this won't happen again, but...
でも、尾藤さんは君を敵視してる。とはいえ、俺が何を言っても聞く耳を持ってくれない
So
んだ。
fire one of us. Like, that's it. It's as simple as that. Is this episode 4? Yes. Yes, it is. I had to think for a second. Yeah, I did half it. I did 1, 2, and 3 for the first stream, so I figured I could do 4, 5, and 6 for the second. I don't know if Ray's played this route yet. She was doing a lovely little spreadsheet of how long each route was chapter in a route was taking her. She did Satome's, and now she's doing Usui's. That's a champion there, by the way. B2 has been treating you terribly. No matter what I say, she won't listen.
今後何が起こるかわからない以上、君をテンプスティには置いておけない。
I can't keep making you come to Tempesty when we can't predict her behavior. He took my hand in both of his.
君を守りたいんだ。わかってくれる？
I want to protect you. Do you understand? Yeah, but why don't you just buy me dinner like once a week? Once a week, let's make like a dinner date. Like, prove to me that you're interested in me outside of work. I saw that she was doing the good hidden route, and yes, I'm jealous. Aw, the good hidden route. I don't know. I don't like the good hidden route person. But who knows? Maybe it's great. His sincerity and care melted away the frustration and sadness I've been struggling with. His hands were an anchor to my worries. But he was right. It was impossible to know how B2's harassment would get in the way of our work and well-being. Perhaps distancing myself was the best way to prevent my work from suffering. I nodded.
ありがとう。出社は徐々に減らしていこう。でも、担当を降りる必要はないからね。
I come here 2 days a week. What does that mean? Reduce the numbers 1 day a week? Thank you. Let's reduce the number of days you come here, but I will not remove you as a person in charge of the project. His accommodation meant that the world meant the world to me. I thought it would probably be best to put Oe in charge, but I already built a rapport with Tempesty employees. Well, they don't like you anymore. And I wanted to see the project through to the end.
必ず両親を説得するから、それまでもう少しだけ待っていて。
I'll keep trying to convince my parents about us, so please keep waiting for me a little longer. No.
約束しようか。
Let's do 1 day a week, because if I see her twice a week, I'll drop kick her. Or I don't know. Let's us meet up once a week. I don't think she should still be on this project. Oe's better. Let's switch Oe over here. Oe will fight her. Let's promise each other like we used to. When we were kids, at a playground, playing pretend. Yoshioka stood up and stepped closer. When we promised to meet again as kids, Yoshioka sealed it with a kiss on my forehead. The thought of her creating that moment. Spend a lot of time in opposites with this guy with his hand on his chest. I didn't want to repeat that promise and gently pushed him away. He looked stricken.
いや、
You don't want to?
俺のこと嫌いになった。
Have your feelings about me changed? Kind of, actually. He cast his gaze downward and I quickly assured him that it wasn't the case. Can you check the work love thing? Why, yes, I can. It looks terrible. Remove my camera temporarily. As you can see, we're tied in work love, but none of these choices seem to affect work love. Like if I go back and load that choice again, I mess up? I'm on load, right? My heart soared and I pressed close to Yoshioka. As he gently embraced me, his lips brushed my forehead. That one kiss filled me with glee.
約束。俺は君と結ばれることを諦めない。
It's a promise I'll never give up being with you. See, and it seems great, right? That seems like a good answer. But our work-love balance has not changed. I feel like there's not that many options that work-love balance gets affected by, and I don't understand. And yes, I could Google it. I could go out there into the world and see people working on their work-love balance, but I don't understand. We squeezed each other's hands, engraving this promise into our hearts. After that, I spent less time at Tempesty. She should have kissed him on the lips. He should have reached for her forehead, and she should have tilted her head up. My visits were rare. I only went when it was absolutely necessary. Most of my emails were from B2, with Yoshioka merely CC'd. I continued my work at Astario while waiting for an update from Yoshioka. It's gonna be fun skipping to choices and looking at walkthroughs. We'll see. In an attempt to distract myself, I agreed to drink at Evergreen with Astarsea's team.
で、その後王子様から個人的な連絡はないんだ。
So you haven't heard anything from Mr. Prince since then?
ちょっとおバカ、今日は吉岡さんの名前禁句って言ったでしょ。
Idiot, I told you not to mention Yoshioka today.
いやいや、あからさまに気を使われる方が辛くなるってもんでしょ。
That's stupid. She's gonna feel even worse if we just dance around it. They were only trying to help in their own ways, so I thanked them before confirming that Yoshioka hadn't contacted me yet.
小耳に挟んだ話だと、吉岡さんは次期社長としての引き継ぎが始まったみたいで、かなり忙しいらしいですよ。
I heard that Yoshioka formally started taking over the role of president. That's probably why he's so busy.
次期社長夫人がそれを献身的にサポートしてるとか。
I I also read that his fiance has been devoted to supporting him.
そこまで話進んでんの？
It's progressed that far already?
それが尾藤さんってことか。おい、このままやられっぱなしでいいのか？
Yoji, I don't think we should be having such casual conversations with our boss in the room. Excuse me, sir. We shouldn't be talking about my love life in front of everybody. You mean B2? Amasawa, are you gonna just watch this unfold? I confess that I had no idea what I could do, so in the meantime, I would just wait. Then, a ring message came in from Yoshioka. I quickly held my phone to the group. Look, guys, I got a text message.
ほら、すぐ見て。
Yoshioka, come on, answer it. Sorry for the sudden message. Could I see you tomorrow night? It was uncharacteristically curt, so I wondered if he had sent it between meetings, or maybe someone stole his phone.
明日なら会って話ができるってことか。
Does that mean you might get to talk tomorrow?
どうするんだ？
What you gonna do? Yoji... I knew that this invitation didn't necessarily mean there was good news, but I wanted to believe. We'd made a promise after all. I said I wouldn't leave him hanging.
行くのね。
So you're going? She looked worried, but I smiled and nodded. No matter what he wanted to say, I would regret turning this chance down.
そうね。あなたのこと、応援してるわ。
Right, whatever happens, I'll have your back, Leah. Thanks, Oe. I thanked her, then replied to Yoshioka's message and said I'd meet him. The following day, after work, I waited by the entrance of Astario. Yoshioka's car pulled up in front of me, and it wasn't Yoshioka who got out of the car.
お待たせ。乗ってくれる？
Thank you for waiting. Are you ready to go? I slid into the passenger seat and he sped off.
なんだか久しぶりだね。
It's been too long. I nodded, taking in the sight of him. He seemed thinner. I wondered if his schedule has been neglecting meals. Eventually, we pulled into a parking lot. Yoshioka shut off the car and turned towards me.
ずっと連絡できなくてごめん。仕事の連絡すら尾藤さんに投げっぱなしで。
It's gonna drive me crazy. Like, fight back, do something. I got zero patience. Yeah, I don't understand the waiting game. Like, B2 might be handling work communications, but he had a life prior to her working there, and they were hanging out almost every time she was there prior to her working there. So don't tell me you suddenly don't have a chance to go get a drink with her or invite her out on the weekend, because no. And you can also tell me, yeah, he took on more responsibilities at work, but that's still a choice. He's choosing this life, girl. I'm sorry I couldn't contact you until now. B2 has been handling our work communications. I told him that I heard he had started taking over as company president. He sighed. This is literally a K-drama right now. It truly is. All we need is the mother to show up. I mean, the dad did show up, but the mother is supposed to show up and be like, this scrawny little beezy, you want this in your life? And then she faints dramatically, and then he leaves her because he's like, my mother couldn't handle us being together.
噂の通りだよ。父が急に舵を切ったんだ。社長就任の話は前からあったんだけど、時期はもっとずっと後のはずだった。
Yes, the rumors are true. My father's decision came rather suddenly, much sooner than I anticipated.
急に予定を早めたのは、俺が尾藤さんとの婚約を拒絶しているからだと思う。
He pushed it forward because he believed it would prevent me from refusing my engagement with B2.
俺が仕事で忙しくなっているタイミングで、両家の間で話を進めてしまう気なんだろう。
He was hoping to finalize the deal between our families while I was too busy to address it. If you are not signing a marriage license, they can't force you.
もちろん、忙殺された程度で尾藤さんと結婚なんてしないから 安心して。窮屈な思いをさせてしまって。
Of course,
ごめんよ。
being busy doesn't mean I'll marry B2, so don't worry. I'm just terribly sorry to put you through this. There were so many things I wanted to discuss with Yoshioka, but seeing him so concerned and apologetic, I'm glad you this is the work-love balance. Are you getting enough rest? I'm glad you told me. I'm glad you told me. And see, that did nothing. I don't know if that's good. Oh no, wait, my love went up. Just kidding. Love went up. We went up in love. I really got zero patience. Like, please stop doing the waiting game and we need to do something. It's like, we just kissed. Now you're telling me he's too busy to hang out with me? Ridiculous. I want an ice cream date. I was just happy to be caught up on what was going on, so I assured him that everything was fine. He seemed relieved.
君はいつも優しくて温かいね。もっと不安だったと俺を責めてもいいのに。
You're always so kind. You could blame me more for all the anxiety. But I couldn't bring myself to blame him. Despite the pressure of his work and family, he made time to reach out to me. I was grateful for that. If anything, I felt guilty for not being able to do anything more than wait.
君と話していると、時々何もかも忘れて、思う存分甘えてしまいたくなるよ。
Whenever I talk to you like this, I forget all my worries and just want to stay by your side. I brushed my hand through his hair, hoping to offer comfort. He quickly pulled me into a warm embrace. I didn't know how long we stayed like that. But when it seemed like we just might melt into each other and become one, he released me.
これまで俺は、両親に対して婚約しない意思を伝えてきた。
I've been trying to tell my parents that I will not get married. What, every single time you start this sentence, they cut you off? What do you mean you've been trying?
けれど、もうその方法は諦めるよ。俺は直接、尾藤さんのご両親に婚約の意思がないと伝えようと思う。
They won't listen. I have to tell B2's parents directly that I have no intentions of going through with this.
君を不安にさせてばかりでごめんね。もう少しだけ待っていてほしい。
I'm sorry for making you worry. Can you wait for me just a little longer? How about you write an email? Send an email. Send an email. Write a SNS message. Post it to the world. Why don't you two just elope already? I wanted to assure Yoshioka that I trusted him, so I captured his lips.
そんなことされたら返したくなくなるな。
It's like this route, he's just in a tough situation with trash parents. At least he did reach out to her. If he didn't, I would be mad. Yes, he did reach out, but I'm a little annoyed because they were reaching out pretty frequently, and then all of a sudden this issue arises and he just doesn't even like text her. Like, text her emoticon. Come on. Daily text messages. Wake me up to an emoticon, please. If you do that, I won't want to let you go home. He caressed my cheeks, fingers trembling. That tender, warm moment made the loneliness and worry of the past few weeks seem like a bad dream. Also, they said weeks and months a few times now. Like, how much time has passed? Spin-off! Brr, 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 brr.
Rokuro.
I don't want to be harsh to him because I like him. I just think the writer just dragged it so much. That's true. I feel like sometimes they do that. They did it so much in Verce. And I love Verce. But there were so many times where she's like, but I'm death. But I'm death. But I'm death. If we went through and found every single time she self-hated herself because she's death, like, we would have erased over 100 lines of text. Rokuro. I was so tired. I was too tired to cook and decided to join my mother for dinner. On the way back to my place, my father stopped me.
何？
What?
さくらさんとはうまくやっているんだろうな。
How are things with Sakura? Who gives a fuck?
やっぱりその話か。
I knew he would bring it up.
特に問題はないよ。尾藤さんは細かいところまでフォローしてくれるし、仕事は順調だね。
I don't know if that's even the right one. All right. There's been no issue. B2 is meticulous and supportive. Her work is going well.
そうだろう。何せあの尾藤家のお嬢さんだからな。
I'm sure it is. She's a daughter of the B2 family after all.
学生時代にはヨーロッパに留学していたこともあり、語学も堪能だ。
She studied overseas in Europe, so she's also fluent in several languages.
さらに会社でも社長令嬢の座にあぐらをかかず、同期の中でも飛び抜けて優秀だそうだ。
She's not one to rest on her laurels and may be Araness, but she's achieved much on her own.
彼女と働くことはお前にとってもいい刺激になるだろ
う。Working with her should be beneficial for you.
くれぐれも下手を打つんじゃないぞ。いずれは仕事だけではなく、プライベートでも良きパートナーになる相手だからな。
Be careful not to make any mistakes. She could be a valuable partner for you to have both professionally and at home. I'll hurt his father. Yeah, make it look like an accident, though.
父さん。
Dad.
お前とさくらさんなら、とても優秀な子が生まれるだろう。今から孫の顔を見るのが楽しみだ。
Your children with Sakura would be undoubtedly talented. I'm already looking forward to being a grandfather.
父さん
Dad. I raised my voice, finally silencing him.
前にも言ったと思うけど、俺は尾藤さんと結婚するつもりはないよ。
I already told you I have no interest in marrying B2.
まだそんな世まいごとを言っているのか。こんなにいい話は二度とないんだぞ。
Why are you still harping on like about this? There isn't a better partner out there for you.
いい話なのは父さんや会社にとってでしょ。
I think you mean there isn't a better business partner out there for you.
好きな人がいるんだ。結婚はその人としたいと思ってる。
There's someone else I love. I intend to marry her.
バカなこと。好きだのなんだの。そんな一時の感情で一生のことを決めてどうする？
To be clear, when B2 first came up to her and like handed her an envelope, I thought it was gonna be an envelope of money, which is very K-drama style. Where they're like, take this money and leave. Like, that's it. Doesn't this music kind of sound like Beauty and the Beast? Like when she's running away. Don't be foolish. What you're feeling is temporary. You can't base a lifelong decision on such fleeting emotions.
一生のことだからこそ、自分の気持ちに嘘はつけないんだ。
It's already been a lifelong feeling. It's better than a lie.
六郎。お前は今まで私の言うことに反発したことはなかった。これも、その好きな相手とやらの影響か？
Rokuro, you've never disobeyed me before. Is this because of that girl's influencing you, the one you're supposedly favoring? Someone give me some strength, please. Yoji.
どういう意味？
What are you trying to say?
その相手といることはお前にとって悪影響ではないかと心配しているんだ。
I'm worried that she's poisoning you against me? What trash is that? I bit back a deep sigh.
つまり父さんの言うことを聞かない反抗的な息子はいい息子ではないのか。
In other words, a good son is one who never
自分の
disobeys.
人生の何もかも会社のため、父さんのために捧げようとは思わない。
Dad, I don't plan on sacrificing every part of my life for the company. I'm nothing like you. I knew the conversation would go nowhere, so I walked past him and left.
好きな人なんていない頃の俺だったら、勧められるまま縁談に乗ったかもしれない。
If I hadn't met her again, I might have given up and gone through with
で
it.
も、今は違う。俺は彼女と出会ってしまった。
Things are different now. I finally found Amasawa, the girl whose name I never knew, but promised I'd meet in the future.
俺の心に寄り添ってくれる人。彼女以外と一緒になるなんて、 今では想像できない。
Someone who accepts me for who I am, and now I can't imagine being with anyone else.
彼女との未来のためにできることをしないとな。
I will do everything in my power to build my future with Amasawa. Chapter 5. Oh yeah, we're doing it. A few weeks had passed since my conversation with Yoshioka in the car. Recently, I got an invitation from him to go out for dinner. I was worried since I hadn't heard from him in days, but seeing his cheerful expression when we met up put me at ease. After we finished eating, Yoshioka finally breached the topic he wanted to discuss.
尾藤さんのご両親に正式に見合いを断ると伝えてきたよ。
I officially told B2's parents that I do not want to move forward with their arranged marriage.
父も尾藤さんたちもまだ納得したわけではないだろうけど。
My father and B2's family haven't quite accepted yet, but there was a hint of sadness to his smile.
俺は今まで周りの人たちを全員同じように大切にしなきゃいけないと思っていたんだ。
Until now, I thought I had to take care of everyone around me.
だから父のことも尾藤さんもなるべく傷つけたくなかった。
I need another pretty CG with him to calm down. I mean, they're about to confess their feelings for each other after he said that he's told everyone he has no intentions of marrying B2, so maybe we'll get a cute CG soon. I didn't want to hurt my father or B2.
だけどそのせいで一番大切な君に辛い思いをさせていた。
Testing, Ray, you're there. Hi. Oh my gosh, I'm so glad you made it to the chat. I'm so sorry. I don't know what happened. Asia said it kept buffering. I tried resetting it. The CG where he kisses MC is still my favorite so far. Out of all of them so far, I'd agree. That's also my favorite. Because of that, the person I care most about in the world ended up getting hurt instead. You.
この前久しぶりに君と話をして改めて自分にとって何が最も大事で優先するべきものなのかはっきりと分かった。
When we drove together a few weeks ago, I realized that was the most important to me and I wanted to protect it. Hello, darling. Hello, darling. Oh, goodness. Yeah, we finished that route. Alan, our sweet, sweet angel. Our gazes finally met. There was a determined fire in his eyes, a sharp contrast from the well of sadness they've been before.
今まで不安にさせてごめん。俺と正式に付き合ってほしい。
I'm sorry for making you worry so much until now, but I want us to be together. Officially.
君のことが誰よりも好きで何よりも大切だ。
Amasawa, I love you more than anyone or anything in the whole world. Warmth filled my chest. When I told him that I loved him too, a look of relief spread across Yoshioka's face.
完全に全部が丸く収まったわけじゃないけど、これからは君との時間をもっと大切にしていきたい。
Things aren't completely resolved yet, but I want to cherish the time we spend together from now on.
それから今まで不安にさせた分を取り戻していきたいな。
And I want to make up for the time we lost.
わかりやすいところで言うと、何か形のあるものを贈りたいと思っているんだけど、受け取ってくれる？
To start, I want to give you something as a token of that. Will you accept it?
もう十分もらってるって。ああ、確かに以前ドレスなんかは選んだけど、
See right
それは
here?
数に入らないよ。
She could say something instead of it being like, what's that? What do you mean you've already been given enough? That dress from our date doesn't count.
恋人として何か贈りたいんだ。例えばペアリングとかそういうもの。
I want to give you something as your boyfriend. Matching rings, for example. The idea of having something of signal that we were an official couple made me blush, but I nodded.
普段から身につけられるものがいいな。
I want it to be something you can wear every day.
君との関係はずっと周りに伏せていたから、今度は 誰の目からも見える形にしておきたい。
I've hidden our relationship from everyone for far too long. It's time that everyone knows.
君と俺が愛し合ってるって見せびらかしたい気分なんだ。ちょっと浮かれてるかな。
We're in love and I want to show you off, but maybe I'm getting carried away. Maybe. Hot with embarrassment, I told him I shared the sentiment. I would love to have something to symbolize that. What a little keychain.
じゃあ今度一緒に選びに行こう。楽しみだな。
Then let's go pick something out together next time. I can't wait. Why don't we go now? Are all the stores closed? Because we hadn't been able to see each other for so long, the prospect of another date with him filled me with joy. It felt like things were finally moving in a good direction. Just as I thought that, a commotion rose from the entrance of the restaurant.
ちょっと、どういうこと？
Who gave her our address? What's the meaning of this? B2 stumbled over, trembling with anger.
父から連絡が来たわ。どういうつもり？私は納得してない。
Here's the thing, when you cancel something, this is an all or nothing kind of situation. There are some things that are up to debate, but if someone does not want to marry you, that's an all or nothing. Either both parties want it or neither party gets it. It's not something you can force. I just heard from my father canceled the engagement. I haven't agreed to this.
尾藤さん、他の方のご迷惑になるので、どうかお静かに。こちらに座って落ち着いてお話ししましょう。
BT, you're making a scene. Lower your voice. Please sit here so we can discuss this like adults. Well, you could have talked to her, I guess. BT looked like she was on the verge of slapping Yoshioka, but he didn't flinch. Seeing him remain so composed, she took several deep breaths before dragging over a chair. I'll be right back. I'm not in the mood for this. I was just about to say something harsh about B2. Well, guess what? She can hear you.
私は落ち着いています。聞かせてもらうわ。どういうつもりなのか。
I am plenty calm now. Explain to me what all this is about.
私は何度もお見合いを受ける気はないと父に伝え続けていましたが、まともに取り合ってはもらえませんでした。
I've continuously told my father I have no intention of accepting our engagement, but he always dismissed my objection.
あなたに直接お伝えしても冗談か何かとしか受け止めてもらえない。
And when I spoke to you about it, you took it as a joke.
そして私の意思が伝わらないまま話が進んでしまったため。
And yet, despite my objections, things kept moving forward.
尾藤さん、あなたのお父様に私から直接お断りの連絡を入れさせていただいたのです。
Me too. I've directly spoken to your father to formally reject our marriage.
どうしてなの？私とあなたなら誰が見てもお似合いだし、会社にもいい影響しかないでしょ？
But why? Everyone can see that we make a great couple. Our marriage would only benefit the company, wouldn't it? Me2 pleaded desperately with him, barely glancing at me.
いいえ、申し訳ありませんが、そういう理屈ではないのです。
I'm sorry, but that's not the real issue here.
それに、政略結婚であるなら、私よりも優れた条件の相手がたくさんいるはずです。
If you're seeking a marriage that's good for business, you have better options.
いないわ！
No, I don't. B2 cried out and slammed her hands against the table. The glass and silverware clattered
六
loudly.
郎さんよりふさわしい人なんてどこにもいないの！
No one is better for me than you, Rokuro.
私が好きなのは六郎さんだけ。ずっと好きだったんだ
Move
から。
on, right? Like, imagine. You're the only one for me. I've always loved you. Unable to contain emotions any longer, tears glittered in B2's eyes.
尾藤さん、落ち着いてください。
B2, please calm down.
いや、どうしてなの？
No, why? Then she turned to me with that cold, hateful glare. Seeing her venomous gaze, Yoshioka stepped in front of me to shield me. that only fueled Butu's anger.
この子より私の方がずっと仕事もできるし、家柄だっていい。誰よりもあなたの役に立つはずよ。
Right? Not just that. It's selfish. If you only care about your own emotions and how it hurts you, you don't love the person. And if that person doesn't want to be with you, they don't want to be with you. That's the end of the story. I'm better than her. My family name actually means something. I'm far more useful to you than she could ever be.
六郎さんは私と結婚した方が絶対に幸せになれるわ。
Rokuro, I promise you'll be far happier if you married me.
そうよ。冷静になるのは六郎さんの方だわ。
She's like, you're losing your mind, Rokuro. You need to calm down. That's right, you're the one who needs to calm down and think things through, Rokuro.
二人が結婚したところで、いずれ不幸になるだけよ。六郎さんも、この子も、ご両親だって絶対に認めないはずよ。
If you two marry, it'll bring misfortune to you both. Your parents will never accept it. Well, maybe they'll never accept it, but then they don't get to see their grandbabies. I'm too petty. I would love if someone recorded this childish behavior. That would break the illusion that we're in an Otome game. People don't record in Otome games. Unaware of the attention she was attracting, Butu continued to shriek about how worthy she was to be Yoshiroka's bride.
尾藤さん、このままではお店に迷惑がかかりますから、個室に移動しましょう。
B2, people are watching. Let's discuss this somewhere more private. Yoshioka signaled to a waiter and a private room was swiftly prepared.
ここに残っても居心地が悪いだろうから、君も一緒に。
I don't want you to be uncomfortable by yourself, Amasawa. You can join us. Ooh, no thank you. I will sit right here.
この子が
Nom
行く
nom
なら
nom,
私は
shrimp
行か
shrimp
ないわ。
shrimp, nom nom nom, champagne, let's go. If she's going, then I'm not. It seemed that Yoshioka's suggestion would only cause more trouble. I was about to say we better join. I'm like, no thank you. I don't want to be in that room when it happens. I said that if relocating to a private room would help B2, then I would wait at the table. Yoshioka shook his head.
君一人を残してはいけないよ。一緒に行こ
う。Bro, I will drag her ass to the private room. Honestly, she's a little bitch. We know this. She sucks. She sucks a lot. But she's also, in her head, in love with this guy, and this guy is leaving her for another woman. In her head, this is all in her head, by the way. And she just found out about this through her father, even though she just ignored him anytime he said, I'm not interested in being with you. And I wouldn't want to be in a room with that person either. But I also don't want to be that person in that room with that person who's bitching about me. So, I don't want to be in there. I'm not leaving you alone here. We're going together.
尾藤さんは、話があるなら来てください。
B2, we need to talk. You're coming with us. Yoshioka took my hand and gently, as one would handle a precious treasure. At that, B2's face twisted with envy. Wait, I said... A loud thump behind me made me whip around. In a rush to follow us, B2 had tripped and plummeted to the floor. I hope her nose is broken. I hurried over to see if she was hurt and offered my hand, but she smacked it away. Don't touch me. Her ankles seemed to be swelling, and I wondered if she twisted it.
大丈夫ですか?
Are you okay? Rokuro, focus. Focus on me now. It hurts so much. Oh my god, Rokuro, don't you do this. Don't you do this, okay? This is not Full House. We are not in a parking garage. You are not gonna pick the other girl over me while we're in a parking garage. I'm so mad. two clung to
少し赤くなっている
Yoshioka.
ようですが、目立った外傷はありません。
It seems a bit red, but I don't see any other injuries.
それでも痛いの。早く救急車を呼んで。
It still hurts. Call an ambulance for me. Yutu's wailing prompted the nearby employees to make the call.
救急車が来たら、まずは病院で適切な処置を受けてください。話は後日、改めて時間を設けますから。
When the ambulance arrives, you need to be treated at a hospital. We can discuss this another day.
私に一人で病院へ行かせるつもり。
Jay! Hi, Jay. You're gonna send me to the hospital by myself. I swear to God, if you try to go with her, we're over. She clutched his jacket, a look of anxiety in her eyes. It seems cruel to let her go alone. No. Go with her? Wait. Is the option me going with her? Is that what's happening? I'll be okay here makes no fucking sense. You're not leaving me in a goddamn 5-star restaurant. It's not happening. Good morning, Jay. Go with her. Can I go with her? I'll go with her. I quickly spoke up to assure Yoshioka.
だけど、
But fortunately, we already finished dinner, so all that was left was to head home. I could easily make it home on my own. If Butu's injuries were serious, it would have been scary for her to be alone.
それでも、俺は。
Both the options were to let him go with her. Neither one of them were for like, fuck this bitch, let's go. Wait, is that for real? I'll be okay here? Nah. I quickly spoke to assure Yoshioka. This MC's fault. Like, literally, like, no. That's your boy. Go get your boy. You want the boy? Act like you want the boy. I don't care if she broke her leg. She came here to ruin your date. He doesn't want to be with her. He was going to tell her that, and she twisted her ankle. This is her own bad. She hurt herself. He is not responsible for her. They are not in a relationship. Dumbass choice. Both of the choices are dumb. I don't like either one. I spoke up to assure Yoshioka.
だけど、
But fortunately, we already finished dinner, so all that was left was to head home. I could easily make it home on my own if Butu's injuries were serious. It would have been scary for her to be alone.
それでも、俺は。
Even so, seeing Yoshioka's hesitation, I asked him to lean down.
それはもちろん構わないけど。
Yeah, there should have been a choice. Let us go with them. Yeah, it's okay. Yoshioka, let's go with her. Let's take her to the doctor. You know what I mean? Mad at MC, the Leah specifically. Of course, but why? Am I gonna kiss him? Mwah. Yoshioka hesitantly crouched, and I gave him a peck on his forehead. I told him that a promise was a promise. We were going to be okay.
君って人は。
You are so... I just want to see this from the perspective with her on the ground going... And we're just over here like... He sighed and shut his eyes tightly as if holding something back.
わかった。俺は尾藤さんに付き添うよ。でもこれは、君の優しさに応えただけ。尾藤さんの願いを叶えたわけじゃない。
Hear me out. I didn't want him to go. I didn't have a choice to tell him not to, though. I'll accompany B2, but understand this. I'm doing it out of respect for your request, not B2's. Hopefully the love thing. I don't think so. It never gets... It's not higher. See, it's just above the bar above my head. It's been there. This doesn't affect that for some reason. I don't understand.
「それと、家に着いたら必ず連絡を入れて。どんなに遅くなっても返事をするから。
Once you're home, contact me. No matter how late it is, I'll respond. I nodded and began gathering my things to leave. Yoshioka was about to see me off, but then...
六郎さん、痛
Oh, God. Rokuro, it hurts. Come here. B2 cried out as soon as she saw us together. I didn't want the restaurant to be disturbed any further, so I urged Yoshioka to go to her.
俺が好きなのは君だけだ。それは間違いないで。
You're the only one I love. Don't ever forget that. Yeah, well, if this drama queen's gonna be in our life the whole time, maybe I don't want this. He met my eye and repeated that firmly before attending to B2. Once I made it home, I promptly messaged Yoshioka before settling down on the sofa. As time stretched on, I began to worry. I knew there was no point in fretting over B2's condition or what she and Yoshioka might be discussing. Yet I still felt helpless and could only hope for the best because I didn't have the option to go with them. At least we got Otomi Kitten's walkthrough. I'm so annoyed with B2. Please, someone do something. Get rid of her. Oh my god. The ring on my cell phone jolted me awake. I must have dozed off on the sofa. I swiped quickly to answer the call, and Yoshioka's warm voice greeted me.
もしもし。ごめんね。連絡が遅くなって。
Amasawa, I'm sorry for calling back so late. It turns out she's pregnant. I don't know. I need some strength right now.
俺も今家に戻ったところ。それで。
I just got home, so... Yoshioka paused and exhaled.
彼女、尾藤さんの怪我は大したことはなかったよ。軽い捻挫だろうってことで、彼女もそのまま家に戻った。
B2's injury wasn't serious. It was only a minor sprain. She went home after seeing the doctor.
ただ、向こうの両親がとても怒っていて、しばらく自由には動けそうにないんだ。
What does that mean? Dude. I just got a choice and a route I'm on, and both outcomes were exactly the same. Technically, that's what's going to happen with this one, because the choice was go with her or I'll be fine. And both of them was him leaving with her. Her parents are upset, so I might be tied up for a while. I was relieved B2's injuries weren't serious, but the idea of his leash tightening again made me uneasy. Why would his leash tighten? She came and made a scene because we said we didn't want the engagement anymore. It felt like a rock sat in my stomach. Our future was so full of uncertainty.
家の騒動に巻き込んでしまってごめん。俺にとっては君が一番大切なのに。
Yeah, but we were on a cute date and it got interrupted by B2 coming out to be dramatic and being loud and embarrassing us in a restaurant. And then she twisted her ankle, and then my only choice was to be the bigger person because she was being a whiny baby, and let you go with her to the hospital, and now you're in trouble. She twisted her own damn ankle. I'm so close to take a break from this route. Breathe in, breathe out. You got this, Asia. Besides, you can watch Final Fantasy in the background. You can see Tifa, sweet, sweet Tifa. Sorry for involving you in our family's mess, but remember, you're still the most important person in my world.
いっそすべて捨てて、君と一緒に。
I wish I could just leave everything behind and be with you. We're not gonna say family is important too, because fuck his family.
そうだね。ありがとう。この機会に両親ととことん話し合ってみるよ。
Thank you. I plan on using this opportunity to have a serious talk with my parents. Despite the situation, Yoshioka sounded optimistic, which calmed my nerves. I reassured him that even if I couldn't do much, I wanted to help. He sounded like he was smiling through the phone.
ありがとう。君はいつも俺の気持ちに寄り添おうとしてくれるね。それがすごく嬉しいし、支えられているよ。
F the family. I didn't censor you for saying the F word. I don't understand my chat sometimes. Thank you. You're always supporting me, and it means everything to me, truly.
何度も言うけど、俺が好きなのは君だけだ。それを忘れないでほしい。
I know I tell you this often, but you're the one I love. Always remember that. After hanging up, his declaration of love echoed in my head all night. The next day, it was time for me to go to Tempesty for the first time that month. And it seemed like a storm was brewing. A female employee I knew rushed to me looking distraught.
吉岡部長、尾藤さんに怪我をさせたとかで自宅謹慎なんだって。それで今社内で噂になってて。
There's a rumor that Director Yoshioka has been put on house arrest for hurting Butu. It's caused quite a stir.
エスタリオとの企画の担当も外れるから、新しい担当者が決まるまで私が窓口に立つことになったの。
I've been reassigned from the project with Astario, but I'll be your contact until a new person is appointed.
でも、吉岡部長が怪我を負わせたなんて、とても信じられなくて。
Yeah, she's got two left speech. MC, if you don't do something to help this man. It's hard to believe Director Yoshioka would harm her. Amasawa, do you know anything about this? Before I could respond to the subject of the rumor, B2 walked into the office.
怪我ってあれ？
I thought she was injured. Though B2's ankle was bandaged, she was walking normally. She wasn't limping one bit. It seemed Yoshioka was right. Her injuries weren't serious. Concerned colleagues showered her with attention, but the atmosphere was still clouded with confusion.
お体大丈夫ですか、尾藤さん。まさか
I need a break.
吉岡部長が女性に怪我を負わせるなんて。
Are you okay, B2? It's hard to believe Director Yoshioka would intentionally hurt a woman.
ご心配をおかけして申し訳ありません。でも、あまり吉岡さんを責めないでください。あくまでも不慮の事故だったんですから。
Don't blame him too much. Don't blame him at all. He did nothing. What do you mean? I'm sorry for causing you all to worry. Please don't blame Yoshioka too much. It was an accident. B2 appeared to defend him. She didn't deny Yoshioka was responsible for her injury. Predictably, murmurs of disappointment about Yoshioka's behavior rumbled through the room. I couldn't let that continue. It wasn't Yoshioka's fault that B2 was hurt, so I spoke up. Then the sound of heels resounded across the floor as B2 approached
あ
me.
なたが私と六郎さんの何を知っているの？ただの外部の社員でしょ？
What do you know about Rokuro and me? You're just some external employee. Girl, take your gloves off. It's time to fight dirty. I wanted to refute her, to tell her that I was Yoshioka's girlfriend. But no matter what I said here, I had no proof to back me up.
あなたも六郎さんのことが好きみたいだけど、彼は私と結婚するの。いい加減、諦めてちょうだい。
Someone let me know if something good happens, BRB. I can't take it. Rokuro may be fond of you now, but he's going to marry me. Just give up.
私の親も、六郎さんのご両親も、私たち二人の結婚を望んでいるのよ。
Both of my parents and Rokuro's want us to get married. A cold laugh escaped her barely above a whisper.
まあ、もうあなたのことなんてどうだっていいわ。どうせこれ以上邪魔のしようがないんだから。
I don't care about you anymore. You can't get in the way.
六郎さんには私に怪我を負わせた責任を取って結婚を受け入れてもらうつもりよ。
Rokuro will take responsibility for hurting me by accepting our engagement. What are you talking
結
about?
婚さえしてしまえば私だけを見てくれるはず。
He wasn't even by you when
あ
you
なたに六郎
fell.
さんは渡さないわ。
We have witnesses. What are we even doing here? Once we're married, he'll only have eyes for me. I won't let you have Rokuro. With the final icy glare, B2 glided away. The entire floor erupted into a cacophony of whispers and suspicious glances. B2 was Yoshioka's fiancé. The president of Tempesty himself had said so. In my coworkers' eyes, I probably looked like some sad woman with unrequited feelings.
お疲れ様です。
Hello, Amasawa. Hello, Higa.
ちょっといいですか？仕事のことでお話がありまして。荷物も持って応接室にお願いします。
Do you have a moment? I'd like to discuss something with you. We can move this into the conference room. Upon entering the conference room, I asked Higa what he wanted to discuss.
ああ、いえ。あれは建前です。あのままだとあなたが大変だと思いまして。
I paused the stream. Anything good happen? She said that that he's gonna accept their proposal to make up for hurting her. Is that good? I don't know. It makes no sense. We have a room full of people that saw she tripped over her own 2 feet, but he's getting blamed somehow. I'm at a loss. That was just an excuse. I thought it might be uncomfortable for you to stay in there, Amasawa. To verify, I asked if he really didn't need help with anything and if he was only helping me escape the tension.
そうです。というのも、吉岡さんから連絡をいただきまして。
Indeed, actually it was Yoshioka who asked me to do this.
自分は身動きが取れないので、社内であなたに何かあればサポートしてほしいと。
He isn't free to do it what he wants at the moment, so he asked me to support you if anything happens, Amasawa.
吉岡さんは普段決して公私混同しない方ですから、この申し出には少し驚いてしまいましたけどね。
Yoshioka typically keeps his personal and professional life separate, so I was a little surprised when he asked me this favor. I was grateful, but I asked why Yoshioka hadn't contacted me directly.
どうやら吉岡さんは連絡先を制限されているようです。
Does he have a cell phone? If he has a cell phone, they can't limit his access to it. He's a grown-ass adult. File charges. File charges. You think I pushed her and hurt her ankle? File charges. I will take it to court. Let's take this to court. Like, stop this. It appears that Yoshioka is also limited who he can and cannot reach out to.
私は部下なので、仕事の連絡に混じってあなたを気にかけてほしいと頼まれましたが。
Since I work with him directly, I'll be able to communicate with and look after you in his place.
吉岡さんがあなたと直接連絡を取ることはできないみたいですね。
For now, he won't be able to contact you directly, Amasawa. This is bull.
社内はまだ混乱してますし、今日はもうエスタリオに戻ってください。
The office is in chaos today. I believe it would be best to return to Astario today. Considering the circumstances at Tempesty, his suggestion seemed reasonable, so I decided to follow his advice. Just then.
失礼します。
Excuse me. The general affair employee barged in, not even bothering to knock. She carried a tray with tea on it.
大変でしたね。温かいお茶です。どうぞ飲んでください。
This must be very difficult, Amasawa. I brought you some hot tea. Please help yourself. As always, she spoke in a gentle, easygoing manner while placing a steaming cup of tea in front of me. As I wondered if this was Higa's doing.
いえ、私は頼んでいません。これは誰の指示で？
I didn't ask for any tea. You asked you to do this.
第三企画部の社員さんたちです。
It's from all of us.
尾藤さんや社長の手前、表だってかばえないけど、あなたを応援してるってことですね。さあ、冷めないうちにどうぞ。
We can't openly support you in front of B2 or the president, but we're all on your side, Amasawa. Before it gets cold. I took a sip of the warm tea. It's perfectly calmed my fraying nerves. Even with everything that was going on, it was so wonderful to know that there were still people looking out for me. With renewed determination, I decided to keep putting my best foot forward. Upon returning to Astario, Director Kobas called me to his desk.
テンプシティからお前を案件から外すようにと要請が来た。社の人間がお前が原因で怪我をしたからだと。
You can't say that. You can't make up lies. I received a request to remove you from the project with Tempesty. It says you injured one of their employees.
何があったんだ？
What happened? B2 was most likely behind it. After some hesitation, I decided to disclose everything, including my relationship with Yoshioka. Don't drink the tea. It's too late. She drank it. She's sick now.
まさかそんなことになっていたとはな。
I had no idea. Because I was keeping it from you, Yoji. God.
あの女、なりふり構わなくなってきたな。吉岡さんとは連絡取れねえの？
That chick gets more and more gutsy. Can't you talk to Yoshioka directly? I shook my head. On my way back to Astario, I tried messaging Yoshioka several times, but I never got any response. Sorry, Asia, I'm here lurking and gonna have to watch the VOD to catch up. It sounds like y'all are struggling. Oh my god, we are struggling. Because it's a K-drama, and it's repeating the same drama over and over again. We have a character who's just being annoying as F, and they're doing absolutely nothing about it. And I'm just a little tired. So yeah, it's hard. It's hard. Like, imagine just having the same annoying girl every single episode of a 16-part series showing up and going, he likes me, even though he straight up goes, I don't like her. Oof. This might be the second worst route then for Leah. The thing is, he's genuinely like, I love you, I don't love her, I don't want to be with her. But now he's being trapped in his own house and he can't talk to her. Like, what? I like the route. I just want to dropkick the fiance and his family. But also, my annoyance is she's straight up fucking lying. She twisted her damn ankle at a restaurant being a little drama queen. And now she's saying that both him and her did it, like they pushed her or something. There were witnesses there. We just have to go ask the staff there. And we have like a room of 20 people who saw exactly what happened. What the hell is going on? Just as Higa said, Yoshioka was in a situation where he couldn't be reached. Makes no
スマホも
sense.
取り上げられてるとか？もしそうだったら自宅謹慎つうか監禁に近くね？
I feel like the writer literally wanted to drag the waiting game. I also don't... He's an adult, right? He's an adult with his own accounts. Sure, he lives on the property with his parents, but they can't take his phone from him. He's an adult. He's not a child. I'm having a good time with Higa, she says, eating a taco. You think they've taken away his phone? That sounds more like prison than just keeping him at home.
ともかく、お前と吉岡さんはその恋人同士なんだな。
So Amasawa, you and Yoshioka are involved, is that right? I nodded firmly.
そして話を聞く限り、その尾藤さんの怪我は少なくともお前には関係がない。
And from what I understand,
理解して間違いないな。
you had nothing to do with B2's injury. Is that also correct? Also, the injury occurred after work hours. I know there's certain things you cannot bring into the workplace. I'm not sure about Japan. But if it was here and I was out and it was not a work-related function and I ran into someone from work and I said something that offended them, it's not something they can bring up to HR. I was not on the clock. I was not at work. I was not expected to be in a respectful mind place. I'm not saying that assault counts. She didn't assault her though. And that choice is stupid. He didn't want to go with the girl and MC was like, nah, go with her and I can go home. Yeah, that was also annoying. From what I understand, you had nothing to do with B2's injury. Is that also correct? I nodded again. I explained that Yoshioka wanted us to move to another room, but B2 fell on her own. Plus, I had been nowhere near her. There was no way I could have tripped her, and I had no intentions to do so anyways.
わかった。この要請は不当だとして、こちらからは抗議を入れておく。
Alright, we'll file a formal complaint stating that this request is unreasonable.
さすがコバさん。
Give him hell, Koba.
言われのない非を一度でも認めれば舐められる。今後に支障の出る要求を飲むつもりはない。
You admit that you're at fault when you're not, and people will think they can walk all over you. I'm not letting that happen. Oh, Koba.
だからお前も自分に非がないなら堂々としてろ。
Amasawa, if you're not at fault, be firm about it. I smiled and gave him my word. Also, if she's at fault, then maybe, I don't know, Yoshi shouldn't be kept in a cage. Also, it's not this route, but I feel like MC won't speak her mind in all the routes. She doesn't speak, period. She doesn't speak at all. She just like she's Link from Zelda in this game. I felt truly blessed to have so many incredible people around me. Oh, that didn't ask if I want to do this. This just happened. Interesting.
こっちもダメか。
That one's not working either. There was a lookout on duty 24/7 and both my smartphone and computer were taken from me. You're not a child. I think that's my number one issue with this game. It's gonna be mine as well. I'm not the self-insert type. I like the stories. You can still self-insert. Let me phrase this right. I can be the character if I want to be. I can picture I'm her. I don't need a faceless amiibo. I'm just picturing a ditto. She's a ditto. I don't need a ditto. I just want it to be me. I tried to turn on the backup smartphone I had in my room, but it won't pick up a signal. I assumed my father was just using a jamming device to block all my communication from my house. A few days ago, President B2, Sakura B2's father, called my father and demanded I marry her to take accountability for her injuries. She twisted her fucking ankle. I rejected the demand and consequently I was confined to my own room. Can we save him like a prince? I actually want that. Oh my god. No! It should be like the wedding day. We break in and we save him then. Because of my father's relationship with President B2, he couldn't stand up to him. Unless I found a way to escape, the discussion about my marriage would continue while I was held under house arrest. I couldn't let that happen. I considered escaping right when the guard changed shifts, but what if I was caught? What could I do? Fight them? What are they gonna do? Fight you? Like, I try to think of various escape plans, but none of them seem realistic. Like, are they gonna throw hands? I want to know. If I failed and got caught, they would only increase security. I knew I'd only have one shot at escaping.
諦めたくない。
I can't give up. My old self would have meekly gone along with the marriage regardless of my feelings, all because it would benefit the company. But now I had someone to fight for. I wanted to be with her even if it meant letting everyone else down.
だから。
That's why. Suddenly a ring notification sliced through the silence.
ネットは繋がっていないはずなのに、一体どうして？
My phone isn't connected to the internet, so how? I opened the message nervously. Yofi, if you ask, I'll help. I chuckled at how terse he was, even when he was being kind. He may have been raised a bit spoiled, but he was a good kid at heart.
家のネットワークをハッキングして、俺にメッセージを送るのは大変だったろうな。
It must have been tough to hack into the home network to send me this message. This is a princess trapped movie. We need to save him. I literally want to save him like a prince. I actually get excited. She's gonna show up on horseback because he can't ride a car into this situation. But he always thought I was babying him when I praised him, so I simply asked for his help. Yes, whatever it takes. Yofi, I hate you, but thanks. Very direct. Fine, we'll send instructions later. I hate you, but thanks. Hey! We haven't gone through his route yet. I don't know if he's garbage yet. The following day, he got paid Astario a visit.
この度は急なことで御社にもご迷惑をおかけして申し訳ございません。
I'm sorry for the trouble our company has caused with all the recent issues.
先日弊社から要請した件についてですが、
Now regarding the request our company sent the other day.
弊社としては彼女が担当を外れないのであれば、そのエスタリオの案件からは降りざるを得ないと。
Our company has stated that if Amasawa will not be removed from the project, we might have to cancel it entirely. Higa looked extremely upset and uncomfortable throughout the meeting. He even brought some sweets to apologize.
私どもも急なことで詳しい事情までは共有できておらず、申し訳ございません。
I'm sorry, I'm still not completely aware of all the details, but I don't care. Let me hate him. I already know I will hate him.
この件、吉岡さんはご承知なんですか？
Is Yoshioka aware of this?
吉岡は自宅謹慎が続いており、現在連絡が取れておりません。
Yoshioka is still under house arrest and I've been unable to get in touch with him.
業務の引き継ぎのための連絡もできない状態になってしまって。
We haven't even been able to discuss who will take his place right now. Higa has been sent here to discuss the request and personally wanted to apologize. He clearly didn't have any more. He didn't know more than we did.
うちからは先日メールで申し上げた通りのお答えしかできません。
All we can say is that we stand by the email we sent. Seeing Higa look so lost, I couldn't bear troubling him any further. I needed to act. If this business partnership collapses, Astario and thus Astarcy would suffer the most. This means the same thing. Resigning and accepting their demands is the same thing.
おい、何を言って。
I'll resign. What are you?
誤解が解けるまでの間？
You mean just until the misunderstanding is cleared? Director Kobas studied me carefully.
つまり、あなたに問題がないと証明された場合には、担当に復帰なさるということでしょうか。
In other words, once it's been proven that Amasawa isn't at fault, she plans on returning to the project. I affirmed Higa's summary of the situation. The best choice was to step back temporarily and comply with their request.
わかりました。今すぐお答えはできませんが、上の者に必ず申し伝えます。
I understand I can't give you an answer immediately, but I'll relay it back to my superiors.
それで本当にいいんだな。
Are you sure about this? No, because fuck off wasn't an option. Director Kobas looked to me for confirmation and I nodded.
わかった。彼
I'm
女が
a
担当を
die on
外れ
this
る
heel
間、
type of
後
girl,
任
and it's
は
not
応援に
giving me
任
the
せる。
choice to like, you know, dig in. While Amasawa is removed from the project, Oi will take over for her.
わかりました。
Understood.
その代わり、こちらからも一つ聞かせていただきたい。
In exchange, I would like to ask you something.
この件について、御社ではどのような調査がされているんですか？
How is your company intending to investigate the matter?
それは、申し訳ありませんが、私の立場では何もわからないというのが現状です。
I'm sorry, but I'm not privy to that information in my role.
吉岡については、婚約者である尾藤といよいよ結婚するのではないかという噂が流れています。
There are rumors that Yoshioka is about to be married to his fiancée B2.
弊社は尾藤家の会社に大きな恩があるとかで、社長がこの縁談をまとめたがっているようです。
Our company is greatly indebted to the B2 family and the president wants to pay them back in full.
ですが、一連の流れや尾藤の怪我について疑問を持っている社員は、私も含め少なくはありません。
There's also some employees, including myself, who have their doubts about the cause of B2's injury. I'll tell you the cause.
もし何か分かれば、すぐにご連絡いたします。
The girl can't walk. If I find out anything, I'll be sure to contact you right away. They're not going to take it seriously. Oh, come on. They're not actually going to investigate it. Higa gave one final bow before returning to Tempesty.
比嘉さんの話、ぶっちゃけどう思います？
So, what do you think about what Higa said?
彼が詳細を知らないのは事実だろう。分かりうる事情については全て話してくれたと感じた。
It's probably true he doesn't know any of the details, and I get the feeling he told us everything he knows.
比嘉さん自身も戸惑ってるみたいだったわね。
Higa looks pretty confused himself.
情報もなし、打つ手もなしですか。
So we got no information and no solution. I had to keep trusting that Yoshinari would handle things, but I felt totally powerless. As if the world were listening, my phone suddenly buzzed with an email from Yofi. I assumed it would be work related, but I was shocked when I read it. The marriage between Rokuro Yoshioka and Sakura B2 has moved forward against his will. Do you want to help him?
え？何このメッセージ？
What's with this message?
いたずら？
Is this a prank?
おい、何でもいいから返信しろ。
I like that I have a whole team on my side. It's probably because the MC doesn't talk. So because she doesn't actually have thoughts really, like consistently, and she doesn't actually speak, they have to be the voices here. Amasawa replied to it quickly. Pressed on by director Kobas, I decided to be an angry kitty cat. Anger or no reaction. There was no question I wanted to save him. Feeling fired up, I swiftly replied to Wafi's email and said I was ready. Tonight at 8 p.m., the security system at Yoshioka's household will be disabled. Look, Asia, you're getting your dream. Rokuro Yoshioka will be informed separately. Please be there to pick him up when he leaves his property at 8 p.m.
セキュリティ解除って、つまりハッキング？
Disable the security? Is he planning to hack them?
っていうか、なんで吉岡さんの問題にヨフィーさんが協力してくれるわけ？
Why in the world does Wafi know so much about Yoshioka's situation anyways? That email we got that put us on the Wafi route, I bet that was meant for him originally, probably.
事情はわからないけど、こんな手の込んだいたずらしないだろう。
I don't totally get it, but seems like a lot of effort for a prank, right?
つまり、俺らは20時に出てきた吉岡さんをピックアップすりゃ OK。
We need to be there. Guess that just means we need to be there to pick up Yoshioka at 8 p.m.
方法はどうあれ、吉岡さんを連れ出す準備は整ったということだな。
However he's doing it, sounds like preparations to help Yoshioka are complete. We all nodded. With Yofi on our side, this whole mission suddenly felt possible, but my hands shook. And then...
不安そうな顔をするな。言っただろう。かばえるところはかばってやるし、取れる責任は俺が取ってやると。
Don't worry, I'll have your back. I'll take responsibility for whatever happens.
俺たちはあくまでも事実確認をしに行ったら、偶然吉岡さんが外に出てきて偶然出くわすだけだからな。
We'll just be on a team outing that happens to end up at Yoshioka's neighborhood. Nothing more, nothing less.
ずいぶん都合のいい偶然が重なりましたね。
It'll just be a convenient coincidence. Aw, Minato! Director Kobas and Minato calmly took charge, smirking Oi and Satome grin. Their excitement for this escapade grew infectious. I broke into my own smile.
んじゃ、一丁行きますか。吉岡六郎、奪還作戦。
Alright, let's go. Operation Rescue Rokuro Yoshioka is a go. That night, I met Satomi and Director Kobas, a fair distance from Yoshioka's house. This reminds me of that street corner in Collar X Malice when we're hanging out with Seaweed Head, like the neighborhood around him. We'd take Kobasa's car, and if splitting up became necessary, Satomi's motorcycle would serve as a backup. He has a motorcycle, guys. Oi and Minato were on standby at Evergreen, ready to lend support and handle communications.
吉岡さんがバレずに出てくるなら、俺らも静かに移動すればよし。
If Yoshioka's able to get out without being detected, we'll move quietly.
もし吉岡さんが逃げるみたいに出てきたら、迅速にピックアップして逃げる。OK。
If it looks like he's running from somebody, we swoop in and pick him up. Got it? We nodded at Satomi's final check-in.
車を寄せすぎると怪しまれるから、俺はここで待つ。すぐに出せるようにしておくから、何としても連れてこい。
I won't park too close. We don't want to raise suspicion. I'll wait here, ready to go, but get him back here quickly.
バイクも同じく。
Same with the bike. Nodding once more, I advanced towards Yoshioka's house. The moment my phone changed to 8 p.m., all the lights in Yoshioka's house flickered. My heart quickened with anxiety, but no communication rose from the house. Commotion. Because it happened so quickly, the lookout probably didn't notice. Yofi told us about a blind spot in security camera, and that's where I focused my attention. Soon enough, Yoshioka emerged. Yoshioka glanced around before moving in the opposite direction of the front gate. Wafi mentioned a rear exit near the detached building, and Yoshioka seemed to be heading there. I rushed after him and bumped into his back when he paused.
まさか迎えって君のこと？
Amasawa, what are you doing here? Are you the one here to pick me up? It appeared he hadn't been informed about who would be fetching him. Without wasting time, I grabbed Yoshioka by the arm and ran. Yoshioka's rescue went off without a hitch. Smoother than anyone expected, we jumped into Director Kobasa's car and hit the road.
まさか協力者が皆さんだったとは。なぜこんなことを。バレたら大変なことになりますが。
I never thought you would all risk getting involved. Why is Tempest finding out things? If Tempest finds out, things could get messy.
何がです？
I'm not sure what you're implying.
そうそう。俺らはたまたま家から出てきた吉岡さんとばったり会っただけなんで。
Yeah, it's pure coincidence that we ran into you.
そんな言葉、父には通用しません。
That excuse won't work on my father.
けど、ここにいるってことは、吉岡さんはこいつの手を取ったんでしょ？
But you're here, which means you accepted Amasawa's help, right, Yoshioka?
20時に家を出てきたのだって、あのまま自宅に軟禁されてちゃまずいって、自分でも思ってたからじゃないんすか？
You left because you were fed up with being held under house arrest, weren't you?
それは。
Well...
うちとしても当事者であるあなたを抜きに話が進んでいることには疑問があります。
Listen, we have our own selfish reasons for doing this as well. We have our doubts about moving forward without you on the project.
ですが、テンプスティさんはあなたを表に出してはくれないようでしたので。
Tempesty seems intent on keeping you out of sight.
俺らは直接話を聞きに行って、たまたまタイミングよく家から出てきた吉岡さんと偶然会ったってわけです。
We just wanted to talk to you directly and you just happened to walk out of your house. Some timing, huh?
本当にありがとうございます。
Thank you, I'm very grateful. Yoshioka seemed to grasp the situation and bowed in gratitude.
お礼なら彼女に。あなたに会いに行くと決断したのは彼女ですから。
Be thinking Amasawa, she's the one who decided to come get you.
そうそう。てか、さすがにここで長話はまずいっしょ。どっか移動しません？
Let's find somewhere else to talk, somewhere more discreet.
そうだな。二人でゆっくり話せる場所がいいか。それとも、大江たちと合流するか。
Good thinking. Would you prefer a quiet place to chat, or do you want to join us with Oi and the others? I said... if that was good or not. That was work. What did I click on? I paused, overwhelmed by how quickly things were moving, then suggested that we should link up with the others. If we were going to talk with Yoshioka, it was more effective if everyone was present. We could come up with a plan there too. My work-life balance seems fine. We're gonna go back to that option just in case. Just in kiki. Okay. My love went up that time. I proposed meeting with the others at the Evergreen. I want to talk alone, but I figured we should talk with everyone about how moving forward first. When we arrived at Evergreen, Oi and Minato waved us over. Since there were other customers around, we acted like we were only there for an after-work dinner.
本当に皆さんには何とお礼を言ったらいいか。
I don't know how to thank you all, he said with tears in his eyes again.
そういうのは全部解決してからにしましょう。
We can save
状
that
況
for
はどうなってるんですか？
when everything's resolved. What's the situation right now?
父は尾藤さんとの結婚を強行したいようで、明日もう一度お見合いの席が設けられます。先方もそこで話を決めたいようです。
What the hell's a matchmaking meeting? I'm so confused. My father wants to finalize my marriage with B2. There will be a final matchmaking meeting tomorrow.
うわ、ギリギリ間に合ったって感じじゃん。
Sounds like we rescued you in the nick of time.
それで吉岡さんはどうするつもりで？
What are your plans, Yoshioka? Yoshioka had looked apologetic about troubling everyone, but after that question, his expression grew serious.
お見合いは断ります。
I'll reject the marriage naturally. His eyes hardened with resolve as he turned to me.
俺は彼女しか考えられませんから。
Amasawa's the only one for me.
何度も失敗していて、俺を信じられない気持ちはわかります。
I've made plenty of mistakes, but that is not one of them.
だけど俺は彼女との関係を認めてもらうためにも、父や尾藤さんたちの説得を諦めたくないんです。
Do we have a flow chart? How cute! It gives them little photos. That's cute. I didn't know that. I like my flow charts. This hurts my feelings. I don't want to give up on persuading my father and B2's family to accept my relationship with Amasawa.
なので、明日のお見合いにはきちんと出席するつもりです。
So I will attend the matchmaking meeting and convince them. I don't think you should. We just kidnapped you.
吉岡さんがこいつとのことを真剣に考えていることは分かりました。
Yoshioka, I understand how serious you are about Amasawa.
お見合いについては俺たちは完全に部外者ですし、口を出すようなことは控えます。
I'll leave the matchmaking meeting in your hands. We're just outsiders after all. Stars. I chimed in saying that at the very least, everyone here was on Yoshioka's side, and I trusted him above all else.
ありがとうございます。本当に君がいてくれてよかった。
Thank you very much. I'm so grateful that you're all here for me. Yoshioka sighed in relief, seeing his shoulders finally relax. I was glad we went through with this risky escape plan.
そう、そろそろタイムリミットかも。例の協力者から吉岡さんの不在が家の人にバレたって連絡来ました。
We're running out of time. The guy who's helping us said Yoshioka's family found out he's gone. Yoshioka nodded, standing up from his seat.
慌ただしくて申し訳ありません。
We weren't kidnapping
俺は家
him.
に戻ります。
So confused. I'm sorry that this was so brief. I'll head back to home now.
バイクで送っていきます。まだお酒飲んでないんで行けますよ。
Want me to give you a ride on the back of my bike? I haven't had a drink yet. Oh, guys. Hi.
いえ、いろいろと感づかれているかもしれませんが、皆さんを守るためにも一人で戻らせてください。
It's fine. They already seem to have some idea of what happened. I don't want you guys to get in trouble. Yoshioka turned to me.
今日は会いに来てくれてありがとう。本当に嬉しかった。
I'm so glad you came to see me today. You should kiss me.
だけど、君にこんな無茶をさせないよう、なんとかスマホを取り戻して連絡を入れるから。
I can't let you do something like this again. I'll get my phone back and contact you soon. You will never see that phone again. You're running back to them as we speak. I nodded and we shared a hug before he left Evergreen. Just a hug. On the following day, Yoshioka must have gotten his phone back because he texted me from a cafe close to the matchmaking meeting location. I believe in him with everything I had. Yes, spin me.
何度も言うけど、俺が好きなのは君だけだ。それを忘れないでほしい。
I know I tell you this often, but you're the one I love. Always remember that. I told her my feelings remained strong before hanging up.
自分の爪の甘さに嫌気がさす。
I'm tired of trying to please everyone. I had thought if I asked to call off the engagement with B2's parents, she would give up. But regardless of what I said, nobody agreed to anything. I merely added fuel to the fire of B2's anger.
それに、まさか尾藤さんがあそこまで俺に執着するとは思っていなかった。
Who knew B2 would be so fixated on me? In public, I always maintained a polite attitude towards B2, treating her respectfully. There were times when I sensed she might be fond of me, but I never expected her to create a scene like she did. And even when I told her I had no interest of marrying her, she didn't take me seriously.
今はという意味で受け止められていたのかも。
Perhaps it's because I never said how I felt about it.
いつかなんてこともないと言わなくてはいけなかったのかな。
I should have been direct with her this whole time. Despite having no feelings for her, I simply ignored the rumors that she was my fiancé. I even subconsciously took advantage of them. It made for less issue with others at work.
それが余計に尾藤さんを追い詰めてしまったんだろう。
But my passivity may have caused B2 to take it more seriously too. Yet, if words got out that I rejected her, her reputation would be damaged. She had feelings for me, and her pride couldn't accept the rejection. Perhaps that was why she obsessed over me so much.
俺の不誠実さが招いた結果だ。責任は取らないと。
It was my insincerity that led to this. I have to take responsibility for that.
それにしても、好きな人が別の相手と結ばれるか。
But what if the person I love ended up with someone else?
もし今回のことで彼女が愛想を尽かして他の男性を選んだら、その時俺はどうするんだろう。
If Amasawa lost interest in me and chose another person, what would I do then? Although I knew she wouldn't have a change of heart so easily, I couldn't help but imagine it.
王子様としての模範解答は、彼女と男性を祝福する、だろうな。
I'm glad he admitted that he should have been direct with her. Yeah, but too little too late as the song goes. As the prince, I suppose all I could do is give her my blessing. I would smile and wish her well and treat these past few months as nothing but a dream, a distant memory. The thought alone was enough to make me sick.
お幸せになんて言えるわけがない。想像しただけでも相手が憎くて仕方ないのに。
There's no way I could wish her well. Just imagining that would make me hate this fictional person.
他のどんなものを譲っても彼女だけは譲りたくない。
I would give up anything else but not her. I was about to text you. It's funny that you walked in. I would give up anything else but not her. Hmm? I would give up anything else but not her. Touching my lips, I remembered the promise we made.
彼女と結ばれる未来を。
I won't give up on our future together. Yeah, but will you have a future together? Sometimes you gotta question things. Sometimes the answers are no. Switching sides. On the day of the matchmaking meeting, my parents, B2, and her parents had gathered in a private room. My father and B2's were in high spirits the entire time. B2 herself was watching me with a smile.
さて、世間話はこのくらいにして、今日お集まりいただいたのは、六郎とさくらさんの。
Alright, enough small talk. The reason we've gathered today is for Rokuro and Sakura's.
その件についてですが、
About that.
大変申し訳ございませんが、私はお見合いを受けるつもりはありません。
I'm sorry, but I won't be proceeding with this engagement.
今日は正式にお断りするために来ました。
I came here today to formally reject it.
六郎
Rokuro!
これはどういうことかね？以前も断りの連絡をいただき、あれは手違いだったと言われたが。
What is the meaning of this? When you previously contacted us to reject it, we were told later that it was a mistake.
二度も断ると。
And now you're rejecting it for a second time? I never said it was a mistake.
いえ、これは。
No, this is... Before my father could say anything, I continued on.
私にはもう心に決めた女性がいます。その女性以外の人と結婚することは考えられないのです。
I'm in love with another woman. I can't think of marrying anyone but her.
大変申し訳ございません。
I'm terribly sorry. I bowed deeply and saw my father's fist shaking beside me. Looking up, I saw B2 staring at me, eyes wide in disbelief. Neither of them expected me to reject the marriage after coming this far. Are you sure? You were on house arrest. You weren't even allowed to leave your house for like the last week.
出て行ってくれ。
Get out. His anger was justified, so I bowed once more before leaving. Was it that simple this whole time? About an hour had passed since I arrived at the cafe. I saw Yoshioka coming out from the building across the street and I ran outside to meet him.
来てくれていたんだね。
Amasawa, you're already here.
俺が連絡を入れたから？ああ、スマホは昨日お手伝いさんに協力してもらって取り戻したんだ。
It's because of my message. I got my phone back yesterday with the help of the maid.
お手伝いさんに迷惑をかけてしまうから、なるべくなら使いたくない手段だったけど、仕事にも影響が出ていたからね。
I didn't want to cause trouble for her, so it was the last resort, but I needed it for work too. I nodded, then nervously asked him about how the meeting went.
お見合いは
The arranged marriage is...
待って
Wait! Before he could finish, a piercing cry interrupted us. B2 was running towards us, gasping for breath. Please get hit by a car.
あなた こんなところにまでのこのことやってきて、
why are you even
どういう
here?
つもり？どこまで邪魔をすれば気が済むのよ。
How much longer are you gonna stand in the way? B2 raised her hand to slap me and I shut my eyes, bracing for the pain. Girl! A heartbeat passed and then another and it never
ど
came.
うして？
Why? I opened my eyes. Yoshioka caught B2's arm in his hand, holding it
彼
steady.
女を傷つけることは看過できません。
I won't allow you to hurt her.
どうか冷静になってください。
Please calm down. B2's trembling arm went limp. Seeing that, Yoshioka let her go. Yoshioka's family and who I assumed to be B2's walked
六郎
outside.
君、先ほどはすまなかった。
Rokuro, I'm sorry.
いえ、尾藤さんのお怒りはごもっともです。
Now I understand why you're angry.
その方が君の思い人なのかね？
And it's the woman you love? Yeah, she has no eyes, but I love her anyways. She's like a ghost. Her father's gaze landed on me.
そうです。私、いえ、俺は彼女しか考えられません。
Yes, she's the only one for me. Yoshioka's strong arm pulled me to his side and I leaned into him. That was enough to convince B2's father, who sighed deeply.
君たちが思い合っているというのはよくわかった。
He's like, it's obvious to me that you two care about each other the way you guys side hug.
だが、察している通り、さくらはここ最近、目に見えて不安定になっているんだ。
But as you can see, Sakura has become more and more unstable as of late. On the contrary, B2 had fallen silent. Her flaming rage snuffed out as she stood close to her mother.
さくらのためにも、なんとか結婚してくれないか。
Please, will you marry Sakura for her sake? No! I couldn't believe what I was hearing. I was at a total loss for words.
政略結婚で構わない。テンプスティには今後も全力で力を貸そう。
I don't care if it's just a marriage of convenience for you. I will do everything in my power to help Tempesty move forward.
六郎君、君のために新しい会社を立ち上げてもいい。
Yo, I'm about to fight everyone. It's like, everyone's gonna catch these hands. Rokuro, I can even establish a new company for you. I could practically see venom drip from his mouth as he addressed me.
君は愛人でもいいだろう。六郎君と共にいれば、金銭的に苦労することもない。
And how about this? You can continue seeing Rokuro, just in a more discreet manner. You'll be paid handsomely, I assure you. I realized our idea of marriage were fundamentally different. I could never agree to something like
平
that.
凡な君にはわからないかもしれないが、私たちのような者の間では政略結婚などよくあることだ。
A woman of your class might not understand, but arranged marriages are quite common for people like us.
金と権力を持つ者は、一時の感情に気を取られて、間違った選択をするべきではないんだよ。
Those with money and power cannot afford to make bad decisions based on fleeting emotions. He wasn't joking or speaking in some kind of metaphor. That's really how he viewed the world. Maybe even his own marriage was one of business interest. But surely not everyone with money and power felt the same way. Okay, my god, be quiet. I need an Otome game that lets me fight parents. You're just like, now, do you want to box them? Yoshioka certainly didn't.
もうやめてください。誰に何と言われようと、俺の気持ちは変わりません。
Please stop. No matter what anyone says, nothing will change.
俺が結婚したいのは、さくらさんではなく、彼女なんです。
I want to marry her, not Sakura.
彼女を悲しませると分かっていて、俺がその提案を受け入れると本気で思っていらっしゃるのなら、それは間違いです。
If you thought that I'd accept your proposal and break her heart, then you are gravely mistaken.
会社を盾に取られても、どんなメリットを挙げられても、彼女に変わるものはありません。
You can try to hold the company over me or tempt me with other benefits, but there is nothing that can replace her. The resolve melted out of B2's father with a loud sigh, but he glared at us so hotly. It felt like my skin burned.
ならば、こちらも考えさせてもらう。一時の感情に身を任せたことを後悔することになるぞ。
Then we have things to reconsider. You can come to regret this emotional decision. After that, the whole B2 family left. Yoshioka, his parents, and I were the only ones who remained.
お前、なんということ。尾藤さんの会社を敵に回したら、うちにどれほどの損害が出るか分かっているのか。
How could you do this? Do you have any idea how much you hurt the company by turning B2's family against us? Oh, why are you here, trash father? For this emotional drama. As much as he sounded angry and dismayed, a hint of sadness edged his voice.
そちらの彼女の立場だって悪くなる。だから、今からでも遅くない。尾藤さんに謝罪を入れて、お見合いを続けてくれ。
You've made things worse for this girl you favor too, but it's not too late. Apologize and accept the engagement.
全部うまくいったら、彼女をエスタリオの担当に戻してもいい。
And if all goes well, I'll allow her to be put back on the project for Astario. Yoshioka shook his head.
父さん、尾藤さんに言った言葉は、あなたに向けて言った言葉でもあるんだよ。
Dad, what I said to B2's father applies to you as well.
何を盾に取られても、どんなメリットをあげられても、気持ちに変わりはないと言ったでしょ。
You can hold whatever you want over my head, but you're not going to change my mind.
それに、俺は最初からずっと、このお見合いを断ると言い続けてきたはずだよ。
I told you from the start that I would never consent to a marriage like this.
俺の言葉に耳を傾けず、強引に見合い話を推し進めてきたんだから、これは当然の結果なんじゃないかな。
Ooh, burn! You refuse to listen and force this along. Regardless, this is the result of your actions, not mine.
そもそも、こんなプライベートなことで、社長が取引先の人事に口を出すなんて、普通では考えられないことだよ。
They want to blame him. He literally kept saying no. Putting pressure on her company to take her off the project for personal reasons is unbelievable in the first place.
自分の会社だからって、公私混同していいの？それとも、これが権力を持つ者の特権とでも言うつもり？
Not mine, exactly. Does owning the company mean you get to control your son's private affairs? Do you really believe your power grants you that? Faced with Yoshioka's reproach, his father frowned deepened.
尾藤さんとの結婚が決まれば、お前の将来もテンプスティも安泰だ。それがわからないお前ではないだろう。
If you finalize the marriage with B2's Tempesty's future would have been secure. You of all people should understand.
そうだね。祖父から引き継いだテンプスティを、ここまで大きくした父さんを尊敬してる。
I know. Dad, I respect how you made Tempesty grow after taking over for Grandpa.
そして、父さんが俺たち家族のことを大事に思ってくれていることも理解しているつもりだ。
Understand you genuinely care about our family.
それなら。
Then.
それでも、お金や権力じゃ、心は満たされない。
But my heart can't find fulfillment in money and power alone.
父さんにとって会社や家族が一番大切なように、俺にとっては彼女が一番大切なんだ。
Just like the company and our family means the world to you, she means everything to me. She is my world.
この人を傷つけたり、ないがしろにするなら、俺は会社のことも、吉岡の名も、今までのように大事にはできない。
If you hurt her, I could never look at the company or the Yoshioka family's name the same way again. His jaw clenched with determination.
そのことだけは、ちゃんと覚えておいてほしい。
I want you to understand that if nothing else.
そうか。家族を、会社を大事にできないなら、お前などもう息子ではない。
Wow. Well, if you don't care about your family or your company anymore, then you're not my son anymore either.
反省するまで家には戻ってくるな。
Don't come home unless you apologize. Actually, he's got to come home to get his things, so. He spun on his heels and stormed off, and Yoshioka's mother followed.
そんなに心配そうな顔をしなくても大丈夫。
You a bitch. I hate you. It bleeped that one. You don't have to look so worried. How could I not be? I never wanted things to end that way. Guilt twisted in my chest like a knife.
両親や尾藤さんにも認めてもらいたいという気持ちは今もあるよ。
I had hoped that my parents and B2 would accept our relationship.
でもそれと同じくらい、君に対するみんなの考え方にがっかりもしているんだ。
But their treatment of you is unacceptable.
愛人でもいいだろうだとか、仕事のことを持ち出したりだとか。
They suggested that you be content as a mistress. They even brought up your work. Like, are you serious? They really doing that to their son? Yes. Sometimes people like this only have children for business deals. Because they're cool. They suggested that you be content as a mistress. They even brought up your work.
あんなことを言われたら、ずっと下手に出ているのが、なんだかバカらしくなってしまって。
I feel like a fool for being so accommodating to them until now. Yoshioka smiled bitterly, but tension seemed to release from his body.
そっちがその気ならこっちだってって強気に出たけど、すっきりした気分だよ。
If that's how they intend to conduct themselves, I feel strangely liberated by this whole thing.
最初からこうやって変に気を使わず、本音でぶつかればよかった。
I should have been honest with them from the start instead of catering to their feelings.
父さんたちにも考える時間が必要だと思うから、2、3日は家に戻らず、次の手でも考えるよ。
I think my father just needs some time to process this. I'll stay away from home for the next few days.
帰ってくるなとも言われたわけだしね。
After all, he did tell me not to come back. Seeing him smile, I sensed that things weren't as dire as they first appeared. I said I wanted to help him think about his next step, and he nodded. Are you coming home with me?
ありがとう。まずは落ち着いて話せる場所が必要だね。いつまでもこんなところで立ち話というわけにもいかないし。
Thank you, but first we need a place to sit and talk. We can't stand out here all day. So I said... Oh no, I don't know. I have just the place or my apartment? Are they both gonna be her apartment? Let's find out.
君の家に？
Your place? When I suggested my own home, he froze up in hesitation.
いいの？
Are you sure? I nodded, pointing out that it was Sunday the next day, so he could stay over. After saying that, I realized just how much I missed him. I felt so lonely as of late.
じゃあ、お邪魔させてもらおうかな。
If you don't mind.
実を言うと、昨日顔を見てしまってから、それまでよりさらに君が恋しくてたまらなかったんだ。
To tell the truth, seeing you yesterday made me miss you more than ever. His fawning smile filled my heart with warmth. After everything, we could finally find solace in each other. That night, I wanted to cook something for Yoshioka, so I prepared fried prawns. She made shrimp! I told him I could do it on my own, but he insisted on helping. We cooked together in my tiny, cramped kitchen, managing the splattering oil as best we could. The dinner we made together tasted delightful, and the smile on our faces never once wavered.
俺が全部洗うから、君はゆっくりしてていいのに。
I said I'd wash the dishes. You should take a break. I already started rinsing. Where is our... Let's look at our love balance. I don't even know. That's not even 50%. I have no clue. I started rinsing off plates, much to his displeasure. Yoshioka was my guest, so I encouraged him to relax and take it easy.
それなら、二人で一緒にやろう。
Then we'll both clean up.
早く片付けが終われば、その分二人でゆっくりできるしね。
The sooner we finish, the more time we'll have together to relax.
それで、油の処理はどうすればいいのかな？
What do we do with the oil? I handed him a little kitchen gadget that solidified the oil for disposal. Yoshioka studied it
へ
curiously.
え、こういうものがあるのは知ってたけど、使うのは初めてだよ。
I knew stuff like this existed, but I never used it one.
自分で揚げ物を作ることもないし、新鮮だな。
I feel like you're getting the love ending. It's more love than work. I'm just assuming. What if instead of the love ending, we get the bad ending, the secret bad ending, the one where everyone gets murdered? Because neither one of them are high enough. I don't typically fry my own food, so this is all new to me.
変わる？こういうのも経験だし、俺にやらせて。
You want to do it yourself? No. I'd like to gain some experience with it. As it uses the oil coagulant. He looked as thrilled as a child with a new toy. He caught me looking at him and smiled.
王子様だって思った？
Do you still see me as a prince? He asked, teasingly referring to the time we first met at Tempesty, and also when we were kids, and yesterday. Back then I saw him as a prince. I figure wholly out of reach. This time, Yoshioka was simply Yoshioka. Not only was he within reach, but also the love of my life.
まあ、油を固める王子様なんてどこの物語にもいないよね。
I guess you don't often see a prince cleaning up the kitchen, huh? Yoshioka laughed and bagged the solidified oil to throw it into the trash.
油の処理って便利な道具があるとはいえ、やっぱり面倒くさくて大変だね。こういう手間暇が知れてよかったよ。
Even with the right tools, dealing with oil can be quite a hassle, but I'm happy we have a chance to learn. I wonder if Yoshioka might have an interest in cooking, I asked.
いや、料理っていうか、生活全般かもしれないな。
It's more like I'm interested in nuances of everyday life.
君と一緒に暮らしたら、こうやってご飯を作ったり、後片付けをしたり。
Living together with you, I suppose we'll be cooking dinner and cleaning up together quite often.
そうやって生きていくのをちょっと想像しちゃったんだ。
Just imagining that life is exciting. Hearing Yoshioka speak about our future made me feel warm and fuzzy. After we finished cleaning, we relaxed on the sofa, engaged in light conversation.
明日のことなんだけど、デートでもどうかな。
About tomorrow, how about we go on a date?
考えなければならないことはたくさんあるけど、君ともう少しゆっくり過ごしたくて。
We have a lot of things to talk. We have a lot to think about, but I want to take a break and spend some quality time with you. I agreed. It seemed like a good time for an outing together.
じゃあそうしようか。
Alright, let's do it then. He smiled at me with adoration. We're going on a date now. The following day, we got ready together and set out as planned. Wait, where did he sleep last night? This was an autumn festival taking place in town with a section of the street bustling with seasonal food stalls. There was also seating areas nearby, creating a lively makeshift food court.
オータムフェスか。そう言われてみれば、最近涼しくなったよね。
An autumn festival, huh? I suppose it is starting to feel like fall. The oppressive heat of summer was slowly giving way to the refreshing cool of
せっ
autumn.
かくだし、街を散歩しながらオータムフェスを楽しもうか。
Let's take this chance to enjoy the festival and explore the town. He took my hand so naturally that my heart fluttered as we
屋
walked.
台で気になるものはある？
Is there anything you want to try from the stalls? I don't know, some dango? I scanned the stall, noting popular street foods like takoyaki and noodles, along with the trendier options like bubble tea and crepes.
いろいろあって迷うよね。もしよかったら、あれ、一緒に飲まない？
There's so many to choose from. How about we try the bubble tea? Yoshioka pointed at their colorful stall displaying several flavors.
一度飲んでみたかったんだけど、なかなかタイミングがなくて。
I've been wanting to try it, but I never found the right timing.
わかってるよ。もう流行りも過ぎてるって。
Yeah, I missed it while it was trendy, but imagine if she had said something. I have no idea what.
でも、まだああやって店を出すってことは、それなりにお客さんがいるってことだろ？じゃあ俺が飲んでもいいと思うんだよね。
If they have a stall there, they must still have a decent customer base. I'd like to give it a try. I nodded and suggested that we could try the takoyaki afterwards.
そうだね。いろいろ買ってみよう。
Perfect, let's try a lot of stalls. After we visited all the stalls that caught our interest, we found a place to sit down together. We covered the table with bubble tea, takoyaki, crepes, and various other foods we purchased.
驚いたよ。一口にタピオカミルクティーといっても、あんなに種類があるんだね。
I was surprised there were so many flavors of bubble tea. You don't even know the half of it.
一人で買いに行っていたら、もっと迷っていただろうな。
So a place that opened up recently that has like a cream cheese topper on top of their teas. I would have been overwhelmed trying to pick out one of my own. He examined the menu and asked for my opinion before ultimately choosing the classic milk tea flavor.
じゃあ、いただきます。
Let's eat. Yoshioka took a sip from the straw. I slurped even more enthusiastically than I anticipated. Suddenly he began coughing, prompting me to quickly offer him a handkerchief.
ごめん。
Sorry?
タピオカって思ったより軽いんだね。勢いよく吸わないとダメなのかと思ってたよ。
The tapioca pearls are much lighter than I expected. I thought I'd have to use more force to drink them. He wiped away some of the spluttered milk tea as I advised him to be more careful and slipped slowly.
もちもちしてて美味しい。
Oh, they're squishy and quite tasty.
ミルクティーもちょっと甘いけど、タピオカも含めてこういう食べ物だと思うといけるね。
The milk tea is a little sweet, but it pairs well with the tapioca. I like it.
ごちそうさまでした。
It was delicious. Having finished most of what we had bought, I patted my full
調
stomach.
子に乗っていろいろ買いすぎたからお腹いっぱいだね。
You might have gotten a bit carried away. I'm completely stuffed.
さて、次はどこへ行こうか。何か見たいものや行きたいところはある？
Where should we be heading next? Anything you'd like to see or visit? To answer his question, I said, oh dear. I thought we're in the last chapter. Wait, I'm so confused. We have choices in the last chapter? How about some of the local shops? Let's walk around the area. Whatever you want to do. We can buy some necessities. Gotta go up? I can't actually remember. Unable to decide, I said I was happy to do whatever he wanted.
俺の行きたいところ？そうだな。じゃあ、もう少し歩いたところにあるレコードショップに行ってもいい？
What I want to do? Would you mind visiting a record shop that's just up ahead?
最近はレコードを扱うお店も減ってきちゃったんだけど、以前たまたま見つけてね。
Record shops have been a rare sight these days, but I happened upon one recently. Records. I mentioned that it reminded me of how we listened to music at his place.
覚えててくれたんだね。俺の趣味に付き合わせて悪いけど、君が一緒に楽しんでくれたら嬉しい。
I'm happy you remember. I'm sorry to drag you into my hobby, but I hope you will enjoy it. I assured Yoshioka that I was happy to share our interests with each other. Sharing experiences like that was what brought people together after all.
そうだね。じゃあレコードショップが終わったら、次こそ君の好きなお店に行こう。
I see. Then once we're done at the record shop, let's go somewhere you'd like. We continued our date just like that, escorting one another to various stores and locations. After spending a wonderful day off together, we finally headed home.
今日はホテルへ行くよ。
I think I'll stay at a hotel tonight. Yoshioka stayed in the doorway instead of coming
明
inside.
日は平日で、君も仕事があるでしょ？ 恋人とはいえ、何日も君の家にお邪魔するわけにもいかないから。
Tomorrow's a work day. You're busy, right? Even though you're my girlfriend, I can't keep infringing on your space.
実は弟に頼んで、自宅からパソコンを取ってきてもらっているんだ。それを受け取って、ホテルで仕事するよ。
Yeah, spend the night with us. What the heck? We can't have romance time if you're not here. I asked my younger brother to bring my computer from home. I'll work from the hotel tomorrow.
会社に行くと、父と顔を合わせることになるかもしれないしね。
If I go to the office, I might run into my father. It seemed he'd already been sorting out what to do on our date. Feeling guilty, I apologize for not helping him make a plan.
いやいや、気にしないで。俺はただ弟によろしくって連絡しただけだし、デートも心から楽しんだから。
It's okay. Only asked my brother for a minor favor. I was enjoying our date just as much. Despite his reassurance, I asked if there was anything I could do to assist
君
him.
のそういう気遣いだけでも、俺はすごく嬉しいんだけどね。
MC, tell him to stay. She won't. The fact that you're concerned is enough for me.
それなら、一つ頼みたいことがあるんだ。
There's one thing I'd like to ask you, though.
父とは近いうちにもう一度話し合うつもりなんだけど、その時、良ければ君にも同席してもらいたい。
I plan to talk with my father again soon. If you're okay with it, I'd like you to be there. I hesitated. I was afraid I'd only get in the way of him reconciling with his father. On the other hand, as a person directly involved with the matter, I might be able to share my own views.
一人で何とかしようとするからややこしくなるんだと分かったし。
Things tend to get complicated when I try to handle them on my own.
君が隣にいてくれたら、俺としても心強いというか、話しやすいから。
I feel better with you beside me. It would make explaining things easier. If that was the case, I had no reason to refuse. I agreed to accompany him.
じゃあ、詳細が決まったらまた連絡するよ。今
Once
回
the
は本
details
当
are
に
finalized, I'll
ありがとう。
contact you. Thank you for everything. Yoshioka held my arms wide. Held his arms wide. I sheepishly shuffled into his embrace and hugged him tightly. Our time together had been so wonderful. I didn't want him to leave. I clung to him with all my strength, not wanting to let go.
顔、上げてくれる？
Can you look up at me? She doesn't have eyes. I tilted my head up and his lips immediately fell upon mine. Once our lips brushed briefly before, he hugged me stronger once more. He buried his head in my shoulder. The proximity made my heart pound.
ダメだな。
I'm no good.
こうならないように玄関の前でって思ってたんだけど、やっぱり離れがたい。
If you don't want him to leave, then tell him to stay. I didn't come inside to avoid this. Now I don't want to leave your side. That explained why he lingered by the door. Feeling mischievous, I suggested that he might want to stay another night.
ほーら、ダメだよ。そういう意地悪な質問されたら我慢できなくなるでしょ。
Don't do that. If you act so sly, I won't be able to stand it. He playfully tapped the tip of my nose as he scolded me. Tender moments like this made my heart burst.
今は我慢するけど、全部きちんと片付いた時には覚悟しておいてね。
I'll bear with it for now, but once everything is settled, you better be prepared. Yoshioka pressed a final kiss to my forehead. Under any other circumstances, those words would have made me nervous, but with him, they filled me with sweet anticipation and nervousness. I have a curiosity. I'm going to reload that. That's work. I thought maybe that might convince him to spend the night. Okay, that made the love bar go up. Okay. Since the festival was a local event, there were heaps of little shops ran by independent business owners that piqued my
いいね。
interest.
俺も秋っぽいインテリアを見に行きたいと思っていたところな
Also,
んだ。
we're gonna get couple rings. Sounds good. I was thinking of checking out some autumn-themed decorations. We walked up to a nearby booth selling general merchandise.
こういうちょっとした出店とかで意外と掘り出し物に出会ったりするんだよね。
I found you can get a great bargain at stalls like this sometimes. I picture him covered in things, just like a bunch of bags.
君もそう思う？それなら少しは安心だな。
You think so too? Then it must be true. As we continued browsing, a stuffed cat doll in the shop caught my eye.
この猫がどうかした？
Is there something special about that cat? Yoshioka stopped beside me and I told him what I was thinking.
俺に似てる？
It looks like me. I nodded, explaining how it had fluffy, creamy fur and sparkling sky blue eyes. Plus, it was wearing a red string necktie, a resemblance of the one Yoshioka always wore.
こんなに可愛いものに似ているなんて初めて言われたよ。
I've never been compared to something so cute. I promise when you get to Yoji's route, then you can actually stay. He'll actually stay with us. You know who is better. Yoji. He smiled before pointing bashfully at the cat sitting beside it.
それじゃあ、隣のあの子は君かな？
This one is you, is it? I tilted my head studying it. It had a necklace like me, but I said that I thought the other one resembled me more.
俺の隣にいるのは君であってほしいから。
I want the one beside me to be you. That pierced my heart like an arrow and my face burned red.
そうやって照れる姿も可愛いよ。
You're so cute when you blush like this. He pulled me closer just to whisper that into my ear. My heart quickened. We continued our date like this. La 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 ba. Okay, so that stayed the same. The next day at the office, I filled Ori in on what happened.
いいじゃない、いいじゃない。じゃあ、吉岡さん、今日はホテルで仕事して
I
るん
added
だ。
an R to her name. That's great. So Yoshioka is working from a hotel today. I recounted the events of the weekend. Everyone seemed relieved and even happy for me.
まだ完全に型がついたというわけではなさそうだが、そこまで言えば吉岡さんが真剣だということは伝わっただろう。
Even though things haven't settled completely, it's clear that Yoshioka is serious.
いやいや、ここまでこじれる前に気持ち分かってくれよって感じっすよ。仕事にもめちゃ影響出てるし。
I'm happy for you and all, but I wish he'd grow a pair a little sooner. Doesn't he get this is impacting our work? Satomi huffed while typing at his desk.
テンプシティが担当してるエスター市のエンタメコーナーって今週アップデートでしたっけ？
Oh, Minato. So the entertainment column that we manage with Tempesty will get an update this week.
そうそう。アンケートで要望があった新機能をアプリ環境に落とし込んでみて不具合がないか確認するんだよね。
New features requested from the survey will be integrated into the app, so we're going to need to do some bug checks.
マジでシステム開発チームが有能じゃなかったら終わってたとこっすよ。
If it weren't for our kick-ass subsystem development team, we would have been doomed.
お嬢様に口答えした罰でスタッフ入れ替えとかになんなくてマジでよかったわ。
I'm relieved our team didn't get punished for talking back to the rich girl. Though his complaint, Satome never once stopped typing.
ああ、この間の話ね。で、それは早乙女くんが吉岡さんの婚約者とバチバチにバトったのが原因でしょ？
Oh, is this what happened at the meeting, right? Because Satomi got into a fight with Yoshioka's ex-fiancé.
私がその開発の人だったら生きた心地がしないよ。あなたも大変だったでしょ？
If I were on the dev team, that girl would have killed me. It must have been tough for you, Leah. Thanks, Bae.
おいおい、何うなずいてんの？
Look at you just nodding. Yeah, I don't speak. I don't think I told you this. Satomi pouted as he caught me nodding along.
あんたが一番あの女にネチネチされてたわけだし、ぶっちゃけちょっとはスカッとしたでしょ？
You were the woman's main target, but it was rich to see her turn on someone else. I remembered the incident and hesitated.
あんたと吉岡さんが婚約者だろうがなんだろうがどうでもいいけど、はっきり言って
B2's demeanor suggested she thought our work was child's play. My satisfaction didn't stem from Satomi being the target of her ear, but by someone finally standing up to her.
まあ、言っていることは正しくても、仕事の席ではもう少しオブラートに包んだ方がいいような気もしますけど。
Even if you're right, you should at least try to be diplomatic at work.
はあ？俺がなんて言ったか見てきたみたいに言うじゃん。
You're acting like you were there.
いなくても、普段の早乙女さんを見てたら、なんて言ったかぐらい予想はつきます。
Even if I wasn't, I know you well enough to guess how you behaved.
俺のこと大好きかよ。てか、あの場にいたらこうちゃんだって絶対イラッとしてたと思うんですけど。
I haven't bullied Satomi at all. Wow, I can't believe it. To be fair, he hasn't done anything bad this route so far. It's still early. You know me well. You must be so into me. But Ko, if you were there, even you would have been annoyed. With everything that happened since Friday night, it was comforting to see things turning to normal.
そこまでにしろ。
That's enough. Director Koba's voice made Saitomi and Minato immediately fall silent.
今は会議室に俺たちしかいないからまだいいが、社内で取引先を悪く言うようなことは控えるように。
Even if we're the only ones here, you should all avoid bad-mouthing business partners in the office.
それから、吉岡さんの婚約云々についてだが。
Also, regardless of the debacle with Yoshioka's engagement, Director Kobas cleared his throat and looked at me.
話し合いに同席するなら、チャンスだと思って、お前の思いの丈をぶつけてこい。
I put go and it's changed it to yogurt, and I don't even know why it changed it to yogurt. It's weird. Oof. We're going to join him in their talks. I hope you take it as an opportunity to voice your true feelings. Never. Oi, Satomi, and Minato all nodded in agreement with Director Kobas. Their support helped dissolve the worry and tension that had been building up inside me. A few days later, Yoshioka reached out to me and we visited his parents' home. Only Yoshioka's parents were present. B2's family would not be there. I would hope not. Apparently, this was because Yoshioka wanted to speak frankly with his parents first. Upon seeing us enter the living room, Yoshioka's father shot us a hostile glare.
私は反省するまで帰ってくるなと言ったつもりだが。
Actually, you said do not come unless you're going to apologize. That's not what you said. I told you not to come back until you've thought about what you've done. His tone was cold and firm.
自分を顧みるという意味では反省してきたさ。だから話をしに来たんだ。
You asked me to reflect on my decision, which is exactly what I've done and why I'm here to talk. Unfazed, Yoshioka replied and gestured to me to sit on the couch. I knew standing would make me feel restless, so I quickly sat down at his invitation.
父さんも俺に言いたいことはいろいろあると思うけど、まずは俺の話を聞いてほしい。
Dad, I know you have a lot to say, but I want you to listen to what I have to say first. Taking his father's silence as an acquiesce, Yoshioka continued.
改めてになるけど、俺は尾藤さんとは結婚しない。俺が好きなのは子供の頃からずっと彼女だけだから。
First, allow me to reiterate, I will not marry B2. I have only loved Amasawa since I was a child.
昔、 宋の手術をするために、俺をおじさんの家に預けた時のことを覚えてる？
Do you remember when you sent me to live with Uncle when So was in the hospital? His father's brow knitted as he recalled the memory, and then he nodded.
お前が9歳の時の夏休みのことだろ
She's 23. He's how old? We have a year. How old was she? She's younger than him, right? They're not the same age, right? Right. During the summer, I believe you were 9 years old. It's fair. Didn't mean to hit that button.
そうだよ。
5-year gap, I think. So she was 4. He fell in love with a 4-year-old at a park. Is that weird? That's right.
あの時、父さんや母さんは、俺が家で留守番する時間が増えることを懸念して、俺のためにおじさんの家へ預けたんでしょ？
Back then, both you and Mom were worried about leaving me home alone for too long, so you took me to my uncle's house.
当時の俺も、二人のその気持ちをちゃんと正しく理解していたと思う。
Even though I was still quite young, I think I understood how you two felt and why you did what you did.
だけど、一人で留守番する時間が長くなってもいいから、俺は家にいたかった。二人と一緒に、宋のことを心配したかった。
Even if I had to be home alone, I still wanted to be home. I wanted to be with So. I needed my parents.
あの夏、俺は休みが終わっても、この家には戻れないんじゃないかってすごく不安だった。
Saying that is weird, but at least they're adults right now. Sure, she's 23 now. I guess. I was so worried that summer. I was afraid that I could never go back home even after summer vacation ended.
父さんと母さんは、宋のことを大事にするのに精一杯で、俺のことはおじさんに任せて、捨ててしまうんじゃないかって。
I thought both of you would be so busy with caring for So that you would just abandon me.
そんなわけないって思っていても、そういう不安な気持ちを全部捨てることはできなかったよ。
I knew that couldn't be true, but I couldn't fight the anxiety.
う。ろくろ。
Rokuro.
俺のためなら俺の気持ちを完全に無視してもいいのかって言ったのは、あの時のことを思い出したからだ。
If it was for your sake, I could have understood, but you said it was for my sake.
あの時も父さんは、俺が寂しくないように、そして俺のためにと言った。
You said you did all of it so I wouldn't feel alone.
結局最後まで、俺がどうしたいのか、俺がどう思っているのかは聞いてくれなかったね。
But you never once asked me how I felt or what I thought about it.
そうやって捨てられたかもしれない。そんなはずはないって不安な気持ちを抱えてた当時の俺に声をかけてくれた人がいたんだ。
I'm pretty sure she's 23 because I think they said when she met someone else that they were a year younger than her and they were 22. I can't remember who she met though. I thought I was a burden, but then someone reached out to me.
その人は俺の抱えた寂しさや不安に共感してくれた。
She understood my loneliness and my fears.
泣いていいんだって弱さを認めてくれた。
She said it was okay for me to cry. She accepted me as I was.
それから毎日俺が寂しくないように一緒に遊んでそばに居続けてくれた。
Every day after that, she played with me so that I wouldn't feel alone. She stayed by my side.
俺があの夏を笑って過ごせたのはその人がいてくれたからなんだ。
I was able to smile that summer because she was there for me.
夏が終わって
And that girl
家に帰れると分かった時
is her.
喜びや安堵の他にあの子と別れる寂しさを覚えた。
When that summer ended and I could go home, I was so happy and relieved, but I hated having to say goodbye to her.
一緒に過ごした時間はすごく短かったけど、あの子との時間はそのくらい俺にとってかけがえのないものになっていたんだ。
Our time together may have been short, but to me, it was something that could never be replicated.
それと今回の件とどう関係がある？
And what does that have to do with any of this?
あの夏の間、俺と一緒にいてくれた人こそ、彼女なんだよ。
Amasawa was the one who was there for me that summer.
再会してから彼女は、家柄なんて関係なく、俺を俺として扱ってくれた。
After we reunited, Amasawa still saw me for who I was, regardless of my family name or status.
もう一度彼女に恋をして、その後に初恋の女の子だって気づいたんだ。
I fell in love with her, and then I found out that she was the same girl I loved that summer.
俺は何も気づかないまま、同じ人に二度恋をしていたんだ。
Without even realizing it, I fell in love with the same person twice.
彼女以上に愛せる人はいないよ。
There is no one I can love more than Amasawa.
だから、尾藤さんとは結婚できない。
That is why I cannot marry B2. Rather than looking fearful about his father's disapproval, Yoshioka met his gaze calmly and confidently. He faced him with full sincerity.
あなたは、六郎をどう思っている？
And what do you think of Rokuro? I think he's swell. Yoshioka's father turned to me with a piercing gaze that felt like it could see through my very heart. So I declared, this game, like, it's the same thing. They're the same thing. Those are the same. I want to be with him and I love him basically mean the same thing. I told him how I really felt. When I first learned he was the heir to Tempesty, I thought he lived in a world far removed from my own. Trash father, maybe next time listen to your son and also don't say that it's his fault. No, it's your actions, not his. But when we first met, or rather when we reunited, I thought he was the perfect prince. But the more time I spent with him, the more I realized he was his own person who worried about all the same things I did. And when he was vulnerable with me, well, that only made me love him more. Move the screen down. As long as Rokuro was true to himself, I would always love him, falling for him all over again each and every day.
そうか。
I see.
前にも言ったけど、父さんはこの縁談を俺やテンプスティのためを思って進めようとしてくれたんだろ？
I said this before, Father, but I know you were only trying to do what you thought was best for me and Tempesty.
だけど、俺を信じてくれるなら、尾藤さんの会社とのつながりが切れても問題がないくらいの実績を上げてみせるし、会社を守る。
If you're willing to trust me, I promise I'll protect the company with or without Bitu and her family.
俺には、その覚悟があることを覚えておいてほしい。
I want you to know that I am determined to do that. I couldn't tell what his father was thinking. Did your love go higher? No, it's only those one things that affect the love. My love doesn't go up unless it's that one where it's like 4 choices. That's the only time love and work affect. That's all I've noticed so far. I don't know how the other choices affect anything. I couldn't tell what his father was thinking. I could go back. I could try. After a long silence, he
勝
spoke.
手にしなさい。
Do what you want. Let's see. We can load it back up and see. I told him how I really felt when I first learned that he was the heir. See, this is the same thing.
勝手にしなさい。
None of the dialogue was different. None of it. None of it. Do what you want. That was what he muttered. Like, and the love isn't different on either one. Why did they do that? Why? I don't know. It's like the second or third time now where it's giving me a choice and neither choice mattered at all. After that, his father left the room as if to tell us he had nothing left to say. Yoshioka and I took our leave as well. He took me out to a dinner, and hopefully Bijou doesn't show up.
いいんだよ。あの人は昔からああして、自分が言いたいことがなくなったら席を立ってしまう人なんだ。
It's alright. He always walks out of a room when he runs out of things to say.
もう少し時間が経てば、きっと俺たちのことを受け入れてくれるよ。
If we give it a little time, I'm sure he'll accept us. Yoshioka smiled reassuringly.
それより、どうしてまた吉岡さんなの？さっきは下の名前で呼んでくれたのに。
Come to think of it, why are you still calling me Yoshioka? You called me by my first name earlier.
父も吉岡さんだから。じゃあ、これからも俺のことは下の名前で呼んでほしいな。
I see. I guess my father is also Yoshioka, isn't he? Just call me by my name from now on.
俺も君のこと下の名前で呼ぶから。
I'll call you Leah too. Trying to see. Don't have an answer. We'll see. We'll see. Hearing him call me by my first name made me flush, but it was a joy that we could share, and so I replied by calling him by his first name too.
そう呼んで。
Yes, call me that. Dinner was so comfortable the first time we did it. I was petrified about etiquette, but I enjoyed it this time. Part of it was thanks to Rokuro's calm presence, but I realized I was also becoming accustomed to this environment. As Rokuro once said, it's important to embrace new experiences, whatever they may be. It was ultimately a waste of opportunities to avoid certain situations out of fear. It was all thanks to him that I had that great new perspective.
ちょっとここで待っててもらってもいい？
Do you mind waiting here for a moment? Are you gonna propose? After we finished dessert, he quickly rose from his seat.
5分くらいで戻ってくるから、食後のお茶でも飲みながら待ってて。
I'll be back shortly. How about enjoying a cup of tea while we wait? I nodded, wondering what he was running off to do. He walked briskly out of the restaurant. I decided to send a group message to everyone in a stereo on Ring about the discussion we had with Rokuro's father. Everyone sent me congratulation messages and stickers praising me for sticking it out. And as I read
お
them,
待たせ。
thanks for waiting. Looking up, I was surprised to see Rokuro holding a bouquet of vibrant crimson roses.
前に一度告白しているけど、あの後いろいろあったから、もう一度俺の気持ちを伝えておきたくて。
I confessed my feelings to you once before, but a lot of things have happened since then. I wanted to tell you again. He tenderly extended the bouquet of roses towards me.
せっかく恋人になってくれたのに、家のことでたくさん迷惑をかけて。
You may be my girlfriend, but I ended up dragging you through so many issues with my family.
それでも俺を好きだと言ってくれたこと、本当に嬉しかった。
I was just so over the moon when you said you still loved me.
君から幸せな思いをもらってばかりだから、これからは俺が君を幸せにしたい。
From when we were children to today, you've brought so much joy to my life, Leah. I only hope I can make you happy.
だから改めてこれからよろしくね。
I want this to be a token of our new beginning. As I accepted the bouquet, its sweet fragrance enveloped me. It was like all of his love wrapped itself around me.
今夜はもう少し一緒にいてくれる？
Will you be with me just a little longer tonight? Wink, 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 wink. I knew exactly what he was asking. I hid my blushing face behind the red roses and nodded shyly. Yeah. Hearing his soft voice say my name made my whole body jolt. I felt alive.
そんなに緊張しないで。こっちにおいで。
There's no need to be nervous. Come here.
今日は話してあげられないけど、それでもいい？
I don't want to let you go tonight. Are you sure you want this? Okay, so when you raise up the balance and status bars, you get a perfect or a status on the status page. Perfect? All I got was little flower bloomings, and the bloom would be blue or pink, and sometimes it'd be a color that neither one of them would move. There was no doubt he'd wait if I said the word, but that's not what I wanted. I grasped his jacket and tugged him closer and whispered that I was ready.
ありがとう。
Thank you. He slid off his jacket and gracefully guided me onto the bed, his hands gently holding my back. That's how you know you're getting the best ending, I guess. Well, it's not balanced. We started with light pecks, slowly melting into each other until we fell into a hypnotizing rhythm.
口、開けてくれる？
I love it. Yeah, this seems lovely. Did you open your mouth? What a sentence.
うん、いい子だね。よくできました。
That's my girl. Perfect. Okay, Hal. Jeez. Let me be her. His pillowy lips met mine, curled into a smile before I felt his tongue.
うん、上手。
You're good? What does that mean? I'm dying here.
ねえ、キスは好き？
Do you like kissing? I like kissing. I'm not sure I like hearing it directly in my ear. So this question, I swear we're getting a choice. Is this not the end? Laughter or upset? Just like, no, not with you. I stifled my embarrassment and
俺
nodded.
もキスをするのは好きだよ。
My good girl, I'm dying. I like kissing you too. If Anku says something like good girl, we have to sound clip that and I'm going to have to use it for something.
口づけるたび、君が一生懸命に答えてくれるのが可愛い。
I like how you respond to every kiss so
好
enthusiastically.
きなら、もっといっぱいキスしようか。
You seem to just be
唇
laying
だ
on
けじ
this
ゃな
bed,
く
my guy.
他の場所にもしていい？
I'll happily pleasure you as much as you want. May I kiss you outside of your lips? My body was positively flaming. I told him I was glad. Hang on, my eyes watering, which is hilarious, all things considered. Oh, my stars. Okay. I will die if Yoji says it. Are my eyes still watering? Okay. If Yoji says good girl, I'm floored. I am so floored. Alright. I told him I was glad to accept whatever he wanted to offer me, that he could do whatever he wanted. That's a little too much of an open invitation if I'm being honest, but okay.
俺の好きにしていいって。殺し文句だな、それ。
Whatever I like, you're gonna be the end of me.
それじゃあ、お言葉に甘えて。
Then if you Don't mind. Kissed my forehead delicately, reminding me of the promise we made so long
離れ
ago.
た時はとても悲しかったけど、君とこうして結ばれた幸せを考えると、お釣りが来るね。
Being apart was devastating, but now that we're together, I think it was worth the wait. Next, he kissed my neck.
真っ赤になった。ここ、弱いのかな？
You're bright red. I wonder if you're sensitive there. Now that he's found my weakness, he kisses my neck again.
かわいい。
Too spicy for my work, I'll see you on the VOD. What, you don't like the sound of breathing? You're so adorable.
もっと俺に、君を教えて。
I want to know everything about you. Rokuro's heated gaze felt like it burned right through me. All of his devotion, care, and love, he was more of a man than anybody I ever met. Feeling his body press into mine, I realized what a thrill that we didn't have to be separate anymore. His every touch took me to a new height, and I let myself be carried away. When I woke the next morning, Rokuro was still asleep beside me. His chest gently rose and fell with each breath, my heart filled with adoration as he is at his sleeping form. Oh!
どうかした？
What's wrong?
嫌な夢でも見た？泣きそうな顔してる。
It's the fact that she doesn't have eyes. I'm not over this. Did you have a bad dream? You look emotional. I will say it again. Let me be her? Question mark. I placed my hand over Rokuro's, shaking my head as I told him I was just overflowing with joy.
そっか。俺も幸せだよ。
I'm so happy too. I snuggled into his arms. We lay intertwined once again, his gentle kisses falling on my forehead and cheeks like rain.
キス、本当に好きなんだね。もっとしようか。
You really do enjoy kisses. Well, I have plenty. I don't know, man. Our gentle exchange gradually deepened as his tongue found mine. My body rose and responded to his cue.
もう覚えたの？教えがいがあるな。
I'm gonna say it during this game. Every route? Question mark. You're a quick learner, but I'll teach you more. The hump. That's like a like nom nom. Felt like I was drowning in an ocean of his ardent love. During such a blissful time with Rokuro in bed, I suddenly grew afraid. I asked if I could really be this happy.
大丈夫。これからもっと君を幸せにするから、楽しみにしてて。
Don't worry, I'll make you even happier from now on, Leah. Just you wait. With that said, Rokuro kissed me again. Bubbling over with happiness, I found his hand and squeezed it tight.
そんなに可愛いことをされたら、まだまだ話してあげられないな。
When you do something this cute, it's hard to let you go.
君にもっと深く、
His eyes
俺を
just
刻みつけたい。いい？
Except for Saitome, maybe, and Yo-Yo, the trash hidden route. I don't know, some of the CGs I've seen accidentally of Saitome, he has some nice CGs. You might change your mind about the guy. And Yo-Yo, I still don't know. I haven't seen anything on his route at all. I want you to understand just how much I love you. What do you say? No. You don't know? You don't know if he's trash. I'm not interested. He's a little hermit that likes to live on a computer. How cute. I nodded and he gave me the brightest smile I'd ever seen. It seemed I wasn't ready to leave Rokuro either.
ありがとう。今までの俺はすごいな。君を前にして、この衝動を抑えていたなんて。
Thank you. I have a lot of time to make up for after all this waiting. Although flustered, my utter delight was far greater. No matter what stood between us, I knew we'd endure and overcome anything. We created a bright future. Until then, I'd lose myself in our sweet time together. Leah, he's gonna make me uncomfortable. Honestly, the kissing sound makes me uncomfortable. Love end. Look at the cute tulips. I got the tulips on my fingies. Sounds like the end of a relationship song, honestly. I believed as long as I had Rokuro, we could overcome anything, and that conviction was immediately put to the test. Astario's partnership with Tempesty was drawn to a close. It was decided that the entertainment column would be completed and published by Astario alone. Our factor contributing to the decision was the media frenzy that surrounded Rokuro and Bitoi. The story of a love triangle mixed with an arranged marriage, wealth and power was simply too much for the tabloids to ignore. Because of the scandalous press, it seemed prudent for Astario to terminate the deal. Tempesty, on the other hand, fell into a state of chaos. I'd been trying to meet with Rokuro, but circumstances made it difficult. Then, about a month later, as if adding insult to injury, Astarcy was shut down. Is that bad? Following the dissolution of the Starseed team, I returned to my old job in design, and one evening, a few days later, I walked out the office to a car honking at me. Looking up, I found Rokuro waving from his car.
久しぶり。これから夜のドライブでもどうかな。
It's been too long. Fancy joining me for a nighttime drive? I was eccentric, ecstatic even, to see him, but it was rare for Rokuro to drop by unannounced. Due to the press and issues at Tempesty, our recent meetings were discreet, kept away from prying eyes. I raised my eyebrows.
何かあったのって？
Are you wondering if something happened?
俺って結構わかりやすいのかな。もう少しだけ待ってもらっていい？車を止めてから話すね。
I suppose you could read me like a book. Do you mind waiting until I park the car? I'd like to talk to you properly. Where the hell are we? What the heck? As I hopped in, he drove off and parked his car at a quiet park on the edge of town. Almost 4 hours to play and do the other two endings. Yeah, I plan on playing till about 3-ish today, and it's almost 2, so... Because after that, I'm going to work on my sister's hair so that she has her hair done for her trip she's taking next week. So hopefully, I mean, we're almost done with this one, so hopefully I can get the other 2. There's less dialogue if we're fast-forwarding through stuff, she said, hopeful. Since nobody was out there, we decided to stroll around the lake while we chatted. This is also the great place to hide a body. Just a fun note.
ごめんね、こんな場所で。まだ週刊誌の記者に突然取材を頼まれたりすることがあって。
Apologies for taking you all the way out here. Those journalists have been relentless. You never know where they'll be.
もちろん、随分落ち着いたけどね。
The situation has settled down for the most part, thankfully.
尾藤さんの会社から取引が解消されて、一番影響が大きかったのは父さんとの関係。
The business deal with B2's company fell through, but the biggest issue is still my father.
取り付く島もないくらい怒っていてね。取引先は尾藤さんの会社だけではないのに、随分追い詰められているみたいだ。
He's so livid. He still won't talk to me. We still have plenty of clients without B2's family, but he simply won't listen.
結果的には向こうから切られたわけだけど、俺は正直良かったと思ってる。
Our family ultimately severed all ties with us, but I think it was for the best.
いつまでも 尾藤さんの会社との取引にしがみついていくわけにはいかないからね。
We can't rely on B2's company for business deals indefinitely after all.
ただ、それが父さんには理解できないみたいで、この1ヶ月、また話し合いは平行線だよ。
Yet my father still fails to understand. Our conversations have gone in circles for the past.
だから、やめてきた。
So I quit. For a moment, his words didn't sink in. I asked him to say it again just to make sure I heard him right.
そう、やめてきたんだ。テンプスティを。
That's right, I quit. I left Tempesty.
やっぱり驚くよね。でも、やけを起こしたとかではないから。
I need be surprised. Don't worry, I didn't do it out of emotion.
テンプスティが大事な気持ちに今も変わりはないけど、このまま会社に残ったら、また父さんに振り回されるって感じたんだ。
I still cared deeply about Tempesty, but staying there would have only allowed my father to keep controlling me.
それなら、親の敷いたレールではなくて、自分自身で自分の道を切り開くしかないと思ってね。
I want to forge my own path. I don't want to simply follow the road with my parents that my parents have laid out for me.
いろいろ迷ったけど、自分でそうしようと決めて選んだんだ。
I spent a lot of time thinking about it, and I believe this is the right decision.
今回の騒ぎの責任を取ってっていう意味もあるけどね。
This also allows me to take responsibility for everything that's happened.
渦中の俺が辞めた方が会社の印象はいいでしょ？社長の息子にも忖度しないみたいなね。
I'm at the heart of it all. If I resign, it will make the company look good, right? It shows I didn't get special treatment. It was hard to take in at first, but I was glad to hear Rokuro was acting for everybody's best interest. He didn't show a hint of regret. Instead, I sensed his strengthening resolve and newfound hope for the future. His life finally became his own. I told him I respected his decision.
ありがとう。君ならそう言ってくれると思っていたよ。
Thank you. I knew you'd understand, Leah.
次の仕事をどうするかなんだけど、
As for what's next,
いっそ海外で起業してみようと思って。
I'm thinking of launching a new business overseas. That surprises keep coming. Seeing my wide eyes, Rokuro smiled reassuringly.
幸い英語は得意な方だし、向こうにも知り合いは多いけど、日本ほどしがらみはなくて、自分の実力を試すにはもってこいの環境だ。
I'm fluent in English and have quite a few connections over there. My family won't be restricting me, so I can start fresh. Please speak in English for me. I just want to hear it.
そこで一から事業を起こして、テンプスティにも負けない会社にしたい。
I want to build a business from the ground up and make it as successful as Tempesty.
なんて、そんな簡単なことじゃないけれどね。
Of course, that's easier said than done.
それで、
And so, he looked at me intently.
できれば君に一緒に来てほしいと思ってる。
Leah, I'd really like for you to join me.
海外に行って、君と気軽に会えなくなることだけが気がかりなんだ。
I'm scared I won't be able to see you often if I move overseas by myself.
君とはもう、離れたくないから。
And I can't bear the thought of us being apart, Leah. He was willing to leave behind his friends and family, that he couldn't bear the idea of doing the same to me. The sentiment was incredibly sweet.
もちろんついてきてくれるというなら、君が向こうで不自由しないよう最善を尽くすよ。
Of course, if you do decide to come, I'll do everything in my power to ensure you're comfortable, Leah.
英会話は自然と上達すると思うけど、慣れるまでは俺が教えるし、住むところも治安が良くて住みやすいところを厳選する。
Don't worry about the language barrier. You'll get the hang of it, and I'll be there to help you until you do.
仕事についてはやりたいことをしてほしいけど、できれば俺の仕事を手伝ってくれると嬉しい。
I want you to do what makes you happy, and if helping me build this business was part of it, I would be overjoyed.
もちろん、エスタリオにこのまま残りたいというなら、君の気持ちを優先してほしいけど。
Of course, if you want to stay at Astario, just say so. I want you to do whatever is best for you.
これまで一緒にやってきたこともそうだけど、君にはデザイナーとしての武器もある。
But you've grown so much as a designer already, Leah.
その実力を試してみる気はない？
Wouldn't it be great to test those abilities in a brand new environment? After gaining so much experience, it sounded exciting to try something different for a new company. With a Starsea service ending, a fresh start could be just what I needed. It could even help improve my design skills. Of course, leaving Astario and my family would be tough, but nothing could make me happier than living with Rokuro.
突然こん
Living
な
with
ことを言われて
Roku.
驚いていると思うし、すぐに返事が欲しいとは言わない。
I know this is a lot to take in all at once, so take your time to decide.
俺も別に明日明後日にでも海外に行くってわけじゃないからね。
I don't plan to leave anytime soon. I appreciate that, but I told him my mind wasn't I was already made up.
そんな即答していいの？もっとゆっくり考えてもいいんだよ。今より友
Did
達
she
や
say
家族
yes
と
when
も
she said
会
my
いづらく
mind's
なる
already
し。
made up? And he's like, "Are you sure you'll be away from your family?" She's like, "Oh no, I meant I'm staying in Japan." You sure you don't need more time? Remember, you'll be away from all of your friends and family. I said I'd miss them, of course, but it wasn't like I'd never see them again. Being away from Rokuro sounded far worse in comparison. And I added that I was eager about having a new challenge for work. In essence, I had no reason not to join him.
本当にいいんだね。後でやっぱりちょっとなんて聞いてあげられないよ。
Are you absolutely certain? I don't think I'll be able to handle if you change your mind later. I nodded and he pulled me into a warm embrace in an instant, stroking my hair.
嬉しいよ。絶対に後悔させないから。
So happy, I promise you won't regret it.
君は本当に素敵な人だ。ありがとう。二人で一緒に幸せに。
You're truly amazing, Leah. Thank you. We're going to build our own happiness.
なんて、これから新しいことを始めようっていう状態で気軽に言えることじゃないけど。
I know we're going to be on a new adventure, so I'm not going to say this lightly.
向こうでの生活と仕事が軌道に乗ったら、君と結婚したい。
Once we settle down with our work and life overseas, I want us to get married.
その先の人生を俺と一緒に歩んでくれる？
Will you walk with me until we're ready to take the next step? I didn't know if I could feel so much joy in myself. Since we met, I learned happiness wasn't something that was handed to you. It was something you built with the one you love. And that was both beautiful and exciting. Rokuro and I came together for a passionate kiss, eager to dive into the bright future. Oh. Dang it. There's no button. All right, we got an ending. Hey. Does this one not have song? One route done, but two more endings. Hey, 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 we got an ending. And this ending doesn't have anything special happening in it. Why can't I skip it? What the heck? I did not. It was not intentional. Well, I would say that is a very cute route. It's cute. It had a couple lulls in the middle of it that I felt like dragged when it didn't need to. Overall, I thought it was really cute. He's really cute. The scenes were really cute. I'm gonna probably continuously complain that I feel like she should be talking and not just existing. I agree, but I still enjoy it. No, I enjoyed it. I just think that, like, I wish she was saying words and not just... And then I said... And then the response, like, give me both. I want the
Sympathy
reaction.
Kiss.
Oh, interesting. Okay, that's the good ending, I take it. Alright, we're missing 5 pictures. That's a lot. What the heck? I was talking about the cute route and same for wanting her to speak more. Yeah, this route was cute. I mean, I hated that girl. But I hate that girl in every K-drama I've ever watched, so... Does this not have a chapter selection?
Sympathy Kiss.
But this does not have a skip to thing? Okay.
Sympathy Kiss.
Interesting. Okay. I messed up. Alright, let's see. Okay, I'm on Atomic Kitten, just to be clear. Oh. Okay. Okay. Check later. We've already got that route open, so. Where this is what it says to pick. Okay. Alright. The work ending doesn't have a CG, and you can get the work ending by choosing chapter 6. It instantly makes everything low, so it'll do the work ending, is what it sounds like. So love work balance is what we're going for. Supposed to cry. Did we not cry last time? We might not have cried last time. When I thought about my shoulder squeeze, his hand brushed against my cheek. The sensation of his cool hand was comforting on my heart space. I didn't want to pull away. Oh my. But yeah, so I should be able to get that one ending by... I picked a lot of the right answers, it looks like. I won't say no.
本当？よかった。断られたらどうしようかと思ったよ。
I'm relieved. I'm afraid I might have scared you off. See, this is another one of the things where the answer, no matter what you say, was like the same afterwards. I don't like that. I almost dropped my phone. I'm free. Works for me. My fingertips twitched above my screen as I fretted over being too straightforward. I quickly added a sticker afterwards and then realized it was still being too cute. That's what she said last time too. I'm gonna skip the thing. It says to watch them. I'm not going to. I don't think I need to. I've already done this.
部長、おはようございます。
The loading screen's really cute. Fun note. Upset. I'm doing what a Tommy Kitten told me to, just to be clear. Laughter. We believe in fate. We did that
もしかして堅苦しいお店は苦手？
You're not a fan of formal restaurants. They make me nervous. It wasn't that I dislike formal settings. I just had no experience with them, and I struggled to imagine myself there. Since we'd been open with each other the whole night, I felt comfortable expressing this. How is my... I don't feel bad. You know what? It's still that it looks exactly like it did when I played it last time.
なるほど。それ一度行ってみれば、そうすごいとこ。
I'm also gonna save just in case. I feel myself making the wrong choice. I'm being really depressed. Also, did we get 100 saves? Like, how many saves we got in here? 11 pages. 11 times 9. That's 99. Okay. Alright. Fair enough. I wanted to say something but decided that it may not be the place to offer advice. As tough as things were, Yoshioka worked hard and dealt with it, and I was just really respected
あ
that.
りがとう。君は優しいね。
Thanks, you're very kind. No, thank you. So far, I think I've made
それでは
one
定期報告会
different choice. I'm not saying that's not going to happen more, but I want to concentrate on work. That is the real answer here. Laughter. I grabbed it was too cute to pass up. Sliding the wand across my lip, I found a pair of perfect... Oh, there's the makeup. Okay. I was like, what did she do? You know, when you forget all the options you have. That's a lot of golf clubs.
ゴルフクラブ？ああ。
I'm just saying, anytime they mention the vibrator
さすがにくたびれたよ。
in a parasite, oh gosh, Cupid Parasite, I'm like, what? Sit next to him was the right answer here? Okay. Seeing him overwhelmed, I was determined to try and lift his spirits. With that in mind, I sat next to Yoshioka and pulled his head towards me. That's the same thing. What's the point of having a choice that actually doesn't do anything? It's how I felt when they're like, oh, I can't lie to him after going like, lie. They're like, I can't. I'm like, yes, you can. Lie. In response, I cried. I did that last time too. Alright, here's a different choice.
ありがと
That's gonna be our second complaint about this game. Like, it reminds me of, I don't know if you ever played The Walking Dead. In The Walking Dead, their choices didn't matter. Like, none of their choices really mattered. Pointless choices and speak for MC to speak more. Yeah, those are gonna be my two things. Please speak. I don't know if I'm on the right one.
いや、
I don't want to. I don't know, because I don't actually know what choice I'm on.
そうだ、それじゃあ、約束の形を変えよう。
Took my arm, pulled me closer then. Instead of kissing my forehead, he dropped a gentle kiss on my lips. Oh, I should have kept that option.
約束。俺は君と結ばれることを諦めない。
I'll never give up on being with you. Okay. We squeeze each other's hands, engraving this new promise into our hearts. Dang, we're kissing on the lips now. Don't overdo it. I blurt that out without thinking. He fell silent. How is our status? I'm just doing what it tells me to. It's even. You know what? It's even right now. Disappointed in myself. He fell silent. He only stared out the window, his jaw muscles flexing. I began to worry that I offended him.
どうして君には分かってしまうんだろうね。
I don't know if you have any idea. He murmured as he reached out and pulled me into him.
本当はずっと君に会いたくて。
How much I wanted to see you again, to hold you. I whispered that I felt the same, but my words were immediately swallowed by a fervent kiss. That was too much. That was too much sound. That was a lot of noise. I don't know if I like that. All right, it was rough, desperate, starved. We kissed again and again, hot pleasure rising between us. I clung to him and he tightened his embrace, leaving no space between us. I didn't know how long we stayed like that. But when it seemed like we just might melt into each other, he released me. No, I don't want to do any spin-offs. I've already done the spin-offs. I don't know. I don't know if which one's better, honestly. Oh, lame. It's that stupid choice now. Me. Go with her. Go with that loser. Me. I don't want to watch that. I pulled him to the side so B2 couldn't see us. Amasawa. As I pulled away, he looked bewildered. I told him that a promise was a promise and we were going to be okay. Ending shouldn't be too long, at least the one I played. Well, we're guessing our way through it.
君と一緒に。
Family's important too? That's trash.
そうだね。ありがとう。この機会に両親ととことん話し合ってみるよ。
Right, thank you. I plan on using this opportunity to have a serious talk with my parents. Despite the situation, Yoshioka sounded optimistic, which calmed my nerves. I reassured him that even if I couldn't do much, I wanted to help. Oh, I'll accept their demands?
おい、何を言って。
What are you?
誤解が解けるまでの間。
What was the point of I'll resign or I'll accept their demands? It's the same dialogue. Yoji, how could you? Pressed by director Kobas, I decided. Seems wrong. It says no reaction. I hesitated. How did Yofi know what was going on? That flicker of doubt made me wonder if I could trust him. However, it wasn't the time to ask questions. Yoshioka needed my help and I wanted to do whatever I could. Determined, I replied to Yofi and asked what I had to do. No reaction. Okay, now that says to save create a save file here. No. It's that. Because see where it says choices over here? Anger, no reaction. That's like the name of the pictures that are showing. I learned that only when I was saving earlier, because I was like, oh, this one's called laughter. Like, I wouldn't call it that. Okay, did I actually save? Who knows? I feel like I said to. Okay, the picture never changed. Alright, a group meeting is probably best. It's that jam song. Dancing in a park. No, thank you. I've seen it already. I don't want to watch it again. That took a minute, didn't it? What the heck? Was I not pressing buttons? I didn't know the buttons actually did anything. That's my quote for the day. I have just the place. Yeah, it's fine. Just come to my house. It's okay. We can buy necessities, which I did pick. Okay. The opposite of romantic.
いやいや、君がそれでいいなら俺は全然構わないよ。
That's what you want? I don't mind at all. Doing something like that on a date made me feel ashamed, but he was smiling.
むしろそういう何気ない日常を見せてもらえて嬉しい。
I'm actually happy that you show me a part of your daily life. Are we still balanced? We are. Look at that.
だってそれくらい気を許してもらえたということでしょ。
Shows how comfortable we are with each other, doesn't it?
これからはそういうところもどんどん見せてほしいな。
So originally when I had that choice, I picked it thinking maybe that would make him stay the night, because maybe he's like, I'm gonna go stay at a hotel. She doesn't even have stuff I need. I hope we get to do more of this. I was grateful for his excitement, but I changed my mind and decided to save my shopping for later.
代わりに行きたいところ思いついた？
Is there anything else you'd like to do? I nodded and mentioned a store with a lot of general foods. You told him let's go shopping for necessities and then changed your mind. I declared, I love him. I assume that's like Belle. Just making sure. To the question, I replied, laughter. Alright, this is supposed to be the ending we want. Let's find out if we got it. A few days later, Rokuro and I arranged to meet up at Evergreen after work.
お疲れ様。急に呼び出してごめんね。
Thank you for coming. Sorry to ask you to meet out of the blue like this. I didn't have any other plan, so I said it wasn't a problem. Given Rokuro had returned to the office, I assumed he was busy.
いろいろあったけど、おかげさまで順調だよ。俺が動けない間もみんな手を止めず進めてくれていたんだ。
Work is hectic, but all is going well. Everyone continued doing great work while I was away. I was relieved to hear that. The Tempesty employees must have been just as eager to assist Rokuro as Astario team was. I added that I had assumed we wouldn't have time to meet for a while, so this made me happy.
うん、俺も嬉しいよ。ついこの前会ったはずなのに、君の顔が見たくて仕方なかったから。
Yes, me too. We were together just the other day, but I couldn't resist the urge to see you again. Rokuro's sweet words always made my heart sting. Not sting. After raising a toast, we moved on to discuss more serious matters.
婚約と仕事について進展があったから、君にも共有しておこうと思って。
I wanted to share the latest developments with the engagement and work. The mere mention of the engagement made my body stiffen.
そんなに身構えなくても大丈夫。お見合いは正式に破談になったよ。
There's no need to be tense. The arranged marriage has officially been called off.
尾藤さんが破談を受け入れて、 向こうのご両親を説得してくれたそうなんだ。
B2 accepted it and she convinced her parents as well. Why?
そのおかげで、ようやく両家とも諦める方向で動いてくれた。
As a result, both of our families have given up on the whole idea. Why? Well, I was relieved to hear that. Worry twisted in me as I thought of how B2 looked the last time I saw her. She had been so distraught, it was hard to imagine her persuading her parents to call the whole thing off.
意外？
Surprised? Yes.
実は俺も同じ気持ち。尾藤さんの中でどういう心境の変化があったのかはわからないけ
To
ど、
be honest, I'm not sure what led B2 to have this change of heart.
最終的には俺の気持ちを汲んでくれたんだと思っているよ。
In the end, I think she knew what I really
尾
wanted.
藤さんが間に入ってくれたおかげで、尾藤商事さんとの関係もこじれずに済んだ。
Thanks to B2's mediation, I believe our relationship with B2 Corps can be salvaged.
それから仕事についても、君には担当に戻ってもらうことになる。
As far as you being put in charge of the project again,
エ
Leah.
ンタメコーナーの新機能実装まであとわずかだけど、
We don't have much time before the new features of the entertainment column are implemented.
最後の仕上げと実装後のサポートに力を貸してほしい。
I'd like for you to help put the final touches and your support after it goes live. Once again, I could serve as a bridge between Astario and Tempesty. Returning to the role made me incredibly happy.
明日、正式にエスタリオの方にも挨拶に伺うつもりだけど、君には先に話しておきたかったんだ。
I was planning to visit Astario officially tomorrow, but I wanted to tell you ahead of time.
君を幸せにするという誓いも、これでようやく果たせそうな気がする。
I believe I can finally fulfill my promise to make you happy.
あれがただの口先だけの言葉だったなんて思われないように、これからも努力するから。
I'll continue striving to prove that I'm not all talk. I needed to put it in the same effort. Rokuro couldn't be the only one giving it us all. I said we both had to work hard to make each other happy.
そうだね。やっぱり君は最高の恋人だよ。
I agree, you really are the greatest partner I could wish for. The following day, Rokuro and Higa came to visit Astario.
この度は多大なご迷惑をおかけし、誠に申し訳ございませんでした。
We sincerely apologize for any inconvenience this has all caused. As Rokuro spoke, both he and Higa bowed deeply.
つきましては、弊社としてはもう一度彼女と共に働くことができればと考えております。
Regarding B2's accusation about Leah's injuring her, B2 has formally apologized and retracted the claim.
もちろん彼女自身の意思を尊重した上でではありますが、
If Amasawa will accept it, we look forward to working with her again.
それはもちろん、うちとしても彼女がやりたくないというなら、担当は大江のままでいきます。
Of course, but naturally, if Amasawa doesn't want to return to the role, we will continue with Oe in charge.
ですが、その心配はないでしょう。
However, I don't think we'll need to worry about that. Kobas turned to me as if asking for confirmation, to which I quickly nodded.
彼女はずっとテンプスティの担当に戻りたがっていましたから。
She has been eager to return to Tempesty and pick up where she left off.
ありがとうございます。
Thank you. We greatly appreciate it.
今後も万全の体制で仕事を進めてまいりますので、引き続き何卒よろしくお願いいたします。
We highly value partnership and are happy for your return.
こちらこそよろしくお願いいたします。
The pleasure is all ours. Is it though? Some of the pleasure
と
should
こ
be
ろで、
theirs. One more thing.
彼女から軽く聞きましたが、お見合いは正式に破談となったとか。
Amasawa mentioned something about your arranged marriage being called off. Is that correct?
はい。相手本人とご両親、そして私の親もきちんと納得しています。
Me too. Her parents and my parents have all agreed it's for the best.
皆さんには大変なご迷惑をおかけしてしまったことを重ねてお詫び申し上げます。
I'm gonna say it as it's written. Again, I am deeply for all the trouble it caused everyone here.
申し訳ありませんでした。
My apologies cannot be overstated.
そうかしこまらないでください。
There's no need to be so formal.
私個人としては吉岡さんや彼女にとっていい形でまとまったのならそれ以上の結果はないと思っています。
Personally, if it's ended well for you and Amasawa, I couldn't ask for a better outcome.
お疲れ様でした。
Thank you for everything. For the slightest moment, Rokuro seemed dumbfounded by Director Kobasa's sincerity, but he smiled after a beat.
ありがとうございます。
Thank you so much. He bowed deeply once more. The day after I returned to Tempesty, everyone gave me a warm and enthusiastic welcome. I felt at home right away. Shortly after the morning meeting, it was announced that B2's time with the company was officially coming to an end.
ちょっといいかな。
Amasawa, may I have a moment? Just as lunch was wrapping up, Rokuro, who had been absent since this morning's meeting, approached me.
そのままでいいから、応接室に。
You don't need to bring anything, just join me in the conference room. As I stepped inside, I was shocked to find Rokuro's father and Bitoi waiting for us. I quickly bowed in greeting, but they only motioned for me to sit down without saying another word.
朝礼でも共有があったように、尾藤さんは今日でうちへの出向が終わるんだ。
As announced this morning, B2's tenure with Tempesty has ended. I nervously glanced at B2, who was seated across from me. She looked much healthier than the last time I saw her. Her skin seemed to glow.
テンプスティを去る前に、あなたともう一度直接話がしたくて。
Before leaving Tempesty, I wanted to speak with you directly.
六郎さん。いえ、吉岡さんにこの場を設けてもらいました。
So I asked Rokuro, or rather Yoshioka, to arrange this meeting.
あなたにはいろいろと迷惑をかけたことを最後に謝っておきたくて。ごめんなさい。
I realized I caused you a great deal of trouble, and I wanted to apologize before leaving. I'm truly sorry.
私、本当に吉岡さんのことが好きでした。私たちが結婚すれば、講師とも最高のパートナーになれるはずだと信じてた。
I sincerely did love Yoshioka. I felt that if we were married, I would have been a good partner for him in public and private.
今は私に興味を持てなくても、このまま家同士がつながっていれば、いつかはって。
I thought even if he didn't have feelings for me, our family ties might sway him and perhaps one day.
でも、あんなにきっぱりと結婚したいのはあなただけなんて言われたら。
But when he unequivocally declared that you were the only one for him,
私には全く望みがないんだって、はっきりと分かったの。
I woke up to reality and knew I stood no chance. It took that long.
最初はそれが悲しくて、認めたくなくて、会社まで巻き込んでしまったけれど、
At first, I was heartbroken and
よ
couldn't
うや
accept
く
it.
受け入れることができました。
I tried to tear you down, but now I came to terms with it. Mentally rolled my eyes right now. You're just like,
何より、あんな風に取り乱して、嘘であなたを陥れようとしたり、親の力にすがるような人間を。
I completely lost my mind. I lied about you, tried to exploit my parents' wealth and influence.
吉岡さんが選ぶはずないわ。
I put a snake in your shoe. I thought it was your car. I cut the brake wires, but it wasn't your car. I tried a lot. I tried a lot of stuff. I should have known Yoshioka would never choose me from the beginning. Thank you for admitting that you're crazy.
私が好きになった吉岡さんは、そういう人だって、やっと気づいたんです。
The man I fell in love with was never gonna love me back.
もう一度、自分を見つめ直して、今度こそ素敵な人を見つけたい。今はそう思っています。
I'm going to improve myself, and once I do, I hope to find the person I'm truly meant to be with. Her heartfelt apology washed away any lingering animosity I had towards her. She said, completely lying to herself. Redemption arc, go for you. Good for you. When I smiled at her and accepted her apology, she looked stunned.
あなたのそういうところがきっと眩しくて愛おしいんでしょうね。
That must be why he loves you.
さようなら。
Thank you. Amasawa. She said sayonara. That means goodbye. That does not mean thank you. Her expression was one of joy and liberation as she took her leave. After Bitoi's departure, the only people left in the room was Rokuro and his father and me. Also, I'm saying this sarcastically. I still hate her. Dad, did you have anything you wanted to say as well? Rokuro prompted him to speak. When the silence grew unbearable, his father frowned deepened.
申し訳なかった。
I owe you an apology, Amasawa.
あなたをエスタリオの担当から外すよう指示したのは私だ。
I was the one who attempted to get you taken off the Astario
い
project.
くら六郎が心配だったとはいえ、社長としてあるまじき横暴な人事だった。
Though I did it out of concern for Rokuro, my actions as president were unjust, wholly out of line, and probably an HR violation. Ray's not here. We will never know. Although his actions had been terrible, I could understand trying to do the best thing for Rokuro. Like, I understand having feelings for someone, but if someone don't like you, take it as a hint. Yes. My favorite thing ever in a Fruits Basket is there's the Yuki fan club. There's this one part where the girl's like, if you really loved him, you'd be happy for him. Like, he wouldn't be happy if you could have him only. So I always kind of took that. I said that since I returned to the project and received an apology, I saw no reason to remain upset with him. Get the fuck out of here. I hate the father.
ほらね、彼女はこういう人なんだ。
See, that's just how she is. A pushover.
家柄なんて関係ない。彼女自身と向き合ってくれたら、きっと父さんも彼女を好きになるよ。
Her social status is irrelevant. Treat her with respect, and I'm sure you'll come to appreciate her, Dad. I'll never forgive the father.
俺からも彼女に担当を戻してくれてありがとう。
Thank you for letting her back on the project.
構わん。テンプスティは今後お前の会社になる。お前が一番いいと思う体制でやれ。
It matters little to me. Tempesty will be yours one day, so I suppose it's time to allow you to run it how you see fit. That seemed to be the extent of the freedom that Rokuro's father was willing to grant him for the moment. You try to get someone fired for no fucking reason, just because your son disobeyed you. Yeah, not just that, like false accusations. You're like, yeah, she abused one of our, like that could have caused so many more things. It has so many implications. It's messed up. He walked off, shut the door behind him.
今はまだ気まずいんだと思う。どうか許してあげて。
I suppose things are still awkward for him. Please don't take it personally. Rokuro relaxed shoulders and reassured smile told me that he didn't harbor any more concerns about his father. We smiled at each other, having the rest of the engagement issue finally settled was a way off our shoulders. I think that pissed me off more than the fiance. Honestly, I thought the fiance did it at first, so it pissed me off because I thought the fiance was like, and she did this. Like, for the next few weeks, we are busied ourselves with the implement of the new columns in Astarcy. Once the column was released, a few bugs popped up and the team scrambled to fix them. Fortunately, none of them were major. The launch was generally smooth. Soon after, we received a flood of positive feedback from users, and it was decided that Astarcy would not be shutting down. Then, as Astarcy grew into a highly acclaimed news app, something very unexpected happened.
この時期に事例？
directive at this time of year? What? Despite the unusual timing, an internal directive was issued following the decision to continue Astarsi services. Satomi would transfer to the project development department while Oi and Minato would stay in the Astarsi team. Director Kobas would assume multiple roles in another department. As for me, I was transferred back to my original department, design.
そっか。君はもともとエスター氏再起のためという名目で配属されたから、目標は達成したと判断されたんだね。
Your assignment was to help Astarsi temporarily after all. I suppose they think the job is complete.
正当な評価を受けたとも言えるけど、まだ1年も経っていないし、寂しいよね。
I believe that's a fair evaluation, but it hasn't even been a year. I'm gonna miss having you. It's been only about 6 months since I was transferred to the Astarsi team. I don't believe you. I don't believe you because you keep talking about how many months have gone by. I think you should have had dates on this game. My responsibilities were incredibly different from design, and it's been difficult work, but quite enjoyable and very rewarding. But I said I was sad to leave Tempesty so soon after being reinstated.
でも、今の君なら、デザインという仕事でも、これまでとは違うものを残せるはずだよ。
I'm confident you'll achieve a great deal as a designer going forward, Leah.
この半年の経験が、君を大きく成長させてくれたはずだから。
I have no doubt that your experience from the last 6 months has helped you grow.
しばらくは寂しいし、大変かもしれないけど、前を向いて頑張っていこう。俺もそばにいるから。
It might feel lonely for a while, but let's try to remain optimistic. I'll always be here for you.
それにきっと、またすぐに一緒に仕事ができるようになると思うから。
Besides, I have a feeling that we'll be working together again soon. I was curious what he meant by that, but he merely smiled and didn't elaborate before leaving. We're getting married, we're getting hitched. After that, I resumed my role in the design department. Then about a month later, the chief of design department called me to a conversation I hadn't expected. I finally understood what Rokuro hinted at before.
やっぱり、君に話がいったんだね。
So they finally mentioned it, Leah? When I brought it up over dinner, Rokuro seemed completely unfazed.
実は少し前からデザイナー不足の件は相談させてもらってたんだけど、君を指名したわけではないんだ。
I've been consulting with them about our shortage of designers, but it wasn't a direct assignment, Leah. I assume Rokuro had been pulling strings behind the scene, but it seemed I was wrong.
うちとの仕事経験と今の君の実力なら、こちらから指名しなくてもと思っていたんだ。
If Yuji is making posts, like, you know, keeping the company actually updated, then they would already know that they were dating. And that would probably be why they picked her. Not like there was no bias, like there was probably bias. So much bias. I thought they would choose you after considering your experience and skills even without my intervention.
来週うちに出社した時に詳しく説明するけど、
I'll explain what we need in more detail when you come to the office next.
君にはデザイナーとして働いてもらいつつ、またエスタリオとテンプスティの仲介をしてほしい。
They spelled that wrong? I want you to work both as a designer for us as well as a mediator between Tempesty and Astario again.
それから、
Also, Rokuro paused, his expression turning serious.
先日父と将来的に社長を引き継ぐ話を改めてしてね。
My father spoke to me again about succeeding him as president a couple.
正式に役員になって経営に回るように辞令が出たんだ。
I was asked to join the board of directors and take on a management role.
身内のごたごたで社内では迷惑をかけたけど。
Some members of the board have issues with me given everything that's happened.
それでもいずれは俺を社長にと推してくれる声も多くてね。
But he emphasized that many people supported the idea of me becoming president.
期待に応えるためにも、これからは取締役の一人として、もっともっと会社を成長させていくよ。
In order to live up to their expectations, I'll work to grow the company even more as a board member. After the success of Astarsi, I was sure that his father trusted him more than ever. I watched him work tirelessly for so long. I was also happy for him as I would be about my own achievements.
それでしばらく引き継ぎやら何やらで忙しくなりそうだから、その前に少しデートしない？
All this is gonna keep me very busy, so how about we go on another date before that starts?
どうしても君と言っておきたい場所があるんだ。
There's a place I really want to go with you, Leah. Where is it? Do they have lobster there? Then the day of our date arrived. We enjoyed a leisurely drive in his car, admiring the sunset until we arrived at the park where we first met. It wasn't the park we'd visited near our office, it was truly the one from our childhood.
一度ちゃんと君と来ておきたくて。
I wanted to come here with you at least one more time.
まだ残っててよかったよ。おじにね、連絡して聞いておいたんだ。
I'm glad it's still here. I checked with my uncle to make sure.
ここまで来て、もうなくなってました。じゃあちょっと切ないしね。
It would have been sad to travel all this way to find out that it was gone.
あの砂場ではお城を作って遊んだよね。この遊具は馬車に見立てたっけ？
We used to make castles in the sandbox. Do you remember? And the fake horse-drawn carriage over there. Being there with Rokuro brought memories rushing back. Damsel at the top of the tower. This humble little park started everything between us. Overcome with nostalgic, I spun around to scan the park when Rokuro bent down on one knee beside me.
"今度はごっこじゃなくて、本当に俺だけのお姫様になってくれますか？"
Oh my god. This time it isn't pretend. I want you to be my one and only princess. Rokuro's hands cradled a small white box. He smoothly opened the lid, revealing a dazzling, glistening ring inside.
俺と結婚してほしい。
Will you marry me? I thought I might be confused, anxious instead. My heart flooded with pure elation. I smiled uncontrollably. I nodded profusely and cupped his hand in mine. The brilliance of his smile reveled the sunset behind him.
ありがとう。
Rivaled. Thank you. I was so distraught. Our relationship was only 6 months old, but it's already packed with so many experiences and intense emotions. When we reconnected in the spring, I had no idea that my feelings for him would blossom so swiftly into love. I couldn't pinpoint exactly when it happened, but we both fell deeply in
やっ
love.
ぱり君は俺の
This
お姫
okay
様だね。
drama. You truly are my princess.
愛しているよ。
I love you. Ashiteru. Ashiteru. It was a miracle that we met again after all those years, a pure fairy tale. After being apart for so long, we promised to never leave each other's sides again. To seal that promise, we pulled each other close and kissed tenderly, relishing in loving each other for the rest of our lives. Alright, that was the perfect ending. Can I skip this, please? Oh, the perfect ending gets you the other. Wait a second. Yofi is Soma Saito? I haven't heard him talk once yet. And you hate this man? still have stickers. I don't know if I do. Do I have his dancing one? Do we have a dancing one? Too late. Okay, so you said you are not a fan of I can't think of his name right now. The hacker, right? But that's Otaro's voice actor. That's Otaro.
シンパシーキス。
God, I'm starting to recognize people's names. And that's a great voice actor. How dare it? It means I might like his voice, even if you don't like him. Alright. What's the next step on this? And bye. But wait, we're gonna get another
来てくれて嬉しい
CG.
な。それじゃあ、始めよう。
I want to talk alone. I admitted I'd prefer to speak with Yoshioka privately, seated beside me. He nodded in agreement. This is when we kidnap him from his house.
いろいろ話し合う必要があることは十分承知していますが、もし叶うのであれば、
There's much we need to discuss, but I'm aware it may seem inappropriate.
二人が交際関係にあるということは彼
I'm
女か
hungry and
ら
I
聞
need
い
to
てい
catch
ま
up on
す。
some anime. Wow, you're gonna miss the CG because of this. Amasawa already told me that you two are in a relationship.
このような状況で一番不安なのは彼女だと思いますから、しっかりと話し合ってください。
Oh, Yoji. Given the circumstances, it's likely you and Amasawa have a lot to talk about. You should talk things with her. After that, Director Kobas drove us to my place. My place? Once we got there, Director Kobas left and instructed us to contact him on his phone if any issues arose. Excuse me. Despite everything, Yoshioka acted like the perfect gentleman as he stepped inside.
まさかこんな形で君の家に来ることになるなんてね。
Of all these situations where I could end up at your place, I wanted to reassure him to say that his surprising presence delighted me, but I couldn't get anything out because I don't talk. Before I could find the words, his strong arms pulled me close. Oh my god!
会いたかった。
That's so cute! That looks like desperation up in this boy. I missed you. He held me tightly, as if he were terrified that I would disappear. And I felt the same overwhelming despair. I wrapped my arms around him too, and his embrace became impossibly tighter.
家を抜け出しても根本的な解決にはならないと分かっていたけど、どうしても君に会って話がしたかった。
I know that running away won't solve anything, but I needed to see you, to talk with you.
スマホやパソコンも取り上げられてしまったから連絡手段がなくて不安にさせてごめん。
They confiscated my phone and my computer. I have no means of reaching you. I'm sorry I made you worry. My desire to reconnect wasn't one-sided after all. That alone justified the risk we had taken to help him escape. We remained locked in each other's grasp, exchanging slow, yearning kisses. With each one, our shared anxiety melted away until they began to deepen.
ごめん。触れたら歯止めが効かなくなってしまって。
Sorry, once we started, I couldn't let you go.
先にちゃんと話そうか。
Let's talk things out first. I nodded, even if a little reluctantly, and we took seats on the sofa.
会社のことは父や尾藤さんから共有があって断片的だけど把握はできているんだ。
Bitsu and my father have told me a little bit about what's happening at Tempesty. So I still don't have the full picture.
いろいろと迷惑をかけてしまって、重ね重ね申し訳ない。
I'm sorry for causing you so much
父と
trouble.
は何度も話し合おうとしたんだけど、全然こちらの話を聞いてくれなくてね。
I tried talking to my father multiple times, but he just refuses to speak with me. Yoshioka let out a deep sigh, but soon regained his typical calm and confident demeanor.
その代わり、時間だけは嫌というほどあったから、いろいろと考えたんだ。
However, they gave me ample time to reflect on things.
俺はね、父のことを尊敬しているし、テンプスティという会社のことも大切に思ってる。そこで働く人たちのこともね。
I respect my father and I care deeply for Tempesty and the people who work there.
だけど、会社のためだからといって、自分の将来を全て捧げられるのかと聞かれると、それは違うなと思ってしまったんだ。
I will not sacrifice my future for the company, not anymore.
それも、君に出会う前なら、もしかしたら、尾藤さんと結婚してもいいと思ったかもしれないけど。
Had I not met you, I might have proceeded with the arranged marriage with B2, but now things have changed. Yoshioka took my hand.
君以外の人となんて考えられない。
Now I can't imagine being with anyone else.
今までは、どんなことが起きても冷静に対処できると思っていた。でも君が絡むと、そんな冷静さ、どこかへ行ってしまう。
I thought I could keep my composure no matter what happened, but I realized that it's impossible when it comes to you. Our gazes remained locked. Just as we leaned into one another, the smartphone on the table vibrated. They figured out that Yoshioka isn't at home. It'll be difficult to buy any more time. Frowning, I updated Yoshioka on what was going on.
思っていたよりも早いね。
That was faster than I thought. Were we not kidnapping him? B2's father was among those searching for Yoshioka. They knew where I lived, so Oi advised us to leave immediately.
一度、家に戻るよ。
I'll return home for now. I'm down to he's not a prisoner. Like, what the heck? In the midst of my panic, Yoshioka remained calm, like he was the one helping me.
明日、尾藤さんと正式なお見合いの席が設けられることになっているんだ。
A formal matchmaking meeting with B2 is being arranged.
そこに出席して、ちゃんと自分の口で、尾藤さんのご両親にも話をする。
I plan to
このまま
attend
逃げたら、余計にこじれかねない。
and tell B2's parents my intentions directly. If I keep running away, things will only get worse.
それに、何よりも、君と堂々と一緒になりたいんだ。そのためにも、きっぱりと断って、今度こそけじめをつけたい。
Besides, I want us to be together openly. To do that, I need to decline the match plainly and accept the consequences.
君とのことを認めてもらうために、親にも、先方にも、誠意を見せなくては。
If I want them to accept our relationship, I need to show respect to both my parents and B2's. He was right. We could elope, but the guilt would follow us. But, hear me out. We could be fine. He was thinking about the future, one where we could be unburdened. I told him I understood and encouraged him.
ありがとう。何度も君を不安にさせてしまったけど、今度こそ信じていて。
Thank you. I know you've been making you worry, but trust me on this. He took my hands gently and raised each of them to his lip.
それじゃあ、父たちが来る前にここを出るよ。
Goodbye for now. We have so much more to talk about, but I want to leave before my parents get here. I knew it was for the best, but a tear betrayed me, spilling out on my cheek.
泣かないで。
Amasawa, please don't cry. I shook my head, reassuring Yoshioka that I wasn't upset with his decision. Rather, I trusted him wholeheartedly. But the tears wouldn't stop.
参ったな。我慢して別れるつもりだったのに、君の涙を見てしまうと、抑えられなくなる。
Determined to do this with a brave face, but now I see you cry. Yoshioka's hand brushed a tear from my cheek before he kissed it.
必ず連絡を入れるから。
I'll make sure I can contact you this time. After sharing one final kiss, Yoshioka set out to return home. Alright, that was that conversation. And then this is the last scene, which maybe I can do.
シンパシーキス。
俺を選んでほしいな。だって、俺が一番君のことを思っている自信があるから。
Alright, love points low, work points high. Switching sides. Alright. Have place.
君の
Walk around. Hit the button. Hit the button. I thought it would be nice to explore all the decorations.
散策か。いいね。出会ったばかりの頃に歩いた時のことを思い出すよ。
Look at that work-love balance. Sounds lovely. It brings back memories of the first time we walked together. I nod in agreement. Back then, I could never have imagined that we would be spending time together like this. But before I knew it, Yoshioka became a vital part of my life, both at work and at home.
あの時はまだ一緒に仕事をしていく上で君を知りたいという気持ちが強かったな。
At first, I just wanted to get to know you because we were going to working together.
でも何にでも懸命に取り組んでいつも純粋な君を見ていたらどんどん仕事以外の顔も知りたくなっていった。
When I saw your dedication and kind heart, I grew more and more curious to learn about who you were outside of work.
まさかこんなにも惹かれるとはあの時は予想していなかったけど君を好きになってよかったと思っているよ。
I never would have dreamed I could have fallen in love like this, but I'm glad you're the one I fell for. I blushed. Nothing could make me happier than those words, and I said I felt the same.
同じようなことを考えていた。俺たちは本当に似たところがあるよね。
We had the same thought. Perhaps we really are alike. Yoshioka hummed as he took my
で
hand.
もきっとまだまだ知らないこともたくさんあると思う。
There's so much I still don't know.
だからこれから時間をかけてお互いのことを知れたらいいし、そういう関係を築いていきたいね。
We have plenty of time to learn about each other. I never get tired of discovering new things about you. I responded with a smile and a tight squeeze of his hand. Alright, we're almost there. I said, I want to be with him. The load screen's also really cute. I like that. Question Still laughing. Work end. Actually, it didn't give us a little cutscene like this for the other ending, did it? The entertainment column that Tempesty and Astarcy collaborated on was going live, and family issues went on hold. Even though I couldn't officially return to my role as the point of contact for Tempesty, I was trusted with supporting OE. Then, with the successful launch of the column, upper management decided to keep Astarcy running. We did it. We saved the company.
本当に皆さんにはいろいろとご迷惑をおかけいたしました。
I'm sorry for causing all of you so much trouble.
エンタメコーナーもプレリリース以降、皆さんの意見をもとに改修を重ねまして、
All of your contributions, I can do this, were crucial to creating the best project we could launch.
正式リリース後も大変評判が良く、
Thanks to all of you, we've been receiving a lot of positive feedback.
それに付随して進行していたコーナーもなんとか遅れなくリリースできたのは本当に皆さんのご助力のおかげです。
And I'm happy to share that all the other features we've been working on are going to be released on schedule without delay.
そんなことないっすよ。
Oh, please.
ほとんど御社の開発チームの皆さんで対応できてましたし、うちはちょっと意見出したり手伝ったりしたくらいっす。
Your company's devs team did most of the work. All we did was give you some feedback and a bit of help.
つうか、吉岡さんこそいろいろ大変だったでしょう。その後どうなったんすか？
Besides, Yoshioka, I feel like you were dealt the worst hand out of all of us. How are you holding up?
ほら、早乙女くん。
Sabato.
そういうプライベートなことは。
Don't be nosy.
いえ、構いません。皆さんには知る権利があると思いますから。
It's fine, really. You all have a right to know.
尾藤さんとのお見合いは正式に破談となりました。
The arranged marriage with B2 was officially called
尾藤
off.
さん側もあのまま強行したところで誰も幸せにならないと思ったんでしょう。
B2's family realized that pushing it wouldn't make anyone happy.
ただ、尾藤さんの会社としてはこれで終わらせるつもりはないようで、もしかしたら取引解消になるかもしれません。
I don't think it's water under the bridge. It's possible they may sever all ties with Tempesty.
それ大丈夫なんですか？
Will the company be okay?
尾藤さんの会社とは父がテンプスティを立て直した時からの長い付き合いです。解消になれば損失は確かに小さくありません。
B2's company has been a business partner since my father brought Tempesty back from the brink. Losing them will hit hard.
ですがこの数十年、テンプスティもただ尾藤さんの会社に寄りかかってきたわけではありませんから。
Tempesty has learned much in the last 10 years. However, we're not just dependent on B2's company.
個人的な感覚で言わせてもらえば、今取引が解消になったとしても、その損失は他でしっかりと補填できる。そう考え
Personally,
ています。
I believe we can make up for the loss. Rokuro wore an expression of firm confidence.
だけど俺を信じてくれるなら、尾藤さんの会社とのつながりが切れても問題がないくらいの実績を上げてみせるし、会社を守る。
Forgot was a flashback for a second. He remained true to what he told his father.
吉岡さんがそういうのであれば問題はないんでしょ
If you say as much, Yoshioka, then I trust there won't be any further
う。
problems.
エスター氏のリニューアルについてはこれで一段落しますが、
As for the revamping of Astarcy, I think we've gone through the most difficult
エ
part.
スタリオとしては今後もテンプスティさんといい関係を築いていきたいと思っていますから、引き続きよろしくお願いします。
I know I speak for everyone at Astarcia when I say we hope to maintain a strong business relationship with Tempesty.
もちろんです。エスタリオさんにも見放されてしまっては、さすがに大変ですから。
Of course, if Astario were to abandon us as well, then we'd have real problems. The meeting moved on to discussing the launch of the column. Afterwards, Rokuro and I made our way back home, the night air cooling our skins. We walked slowly hand in hand, hoping to sober up before we went home.
大丈夫？疲れてない？
Are you okay? You're not too tired?
みんなには少しぼかしたけど、実は尾藤さんの家との取引解消はもう確定しているんだ。
In case I wasn't clear before, my family's relationship with B2's family is completely over.
尾藤さんがずっと体調を崩しているし、ご両親もとても怒っていてね。先日、取引解消の通達が来たよ。
B2's been sick ever since that day, and her parents are furious. They just informed us that they're ceasing all business with us.
父さんは何とか引き止めようとしていたみたいだけど。
My father did his best to prevent it, except for the fact that he signed up for this arranged marriage against my will in the first place, which is what caused this all to happen. But hearing that, I squeezed his hand a bit tighter. When I thought about B2 worry constricted my heart. But I already decided that I would never let go of Rokuro.
尾藤さんのことは時間が少しずつ解決してくれると思うしかないかな。
As for B2, I think love will gradually heal her wounds.
会社の方はさっきも言った通り、尾藤商事との取引がなくても大丈夫だと証明するよ。
As I said, our company will be fine even without a relationship with B2's company.
結婚は譲れなくて、会社には損失が出たし、父さんの面目も潰してしまった。
I refused to compromise on marriage because of that. The company suffered a loss and I tarnished my father's
だけど、
reputation.
テンプスティを大事に思っている気持ちに嘘はないからね。
But despite how it might seem, I do care about Tempesty.
君を選ぶという画を通した分は、きっちりと結果で返していくよ。
I'll prove that choosing you will do the very opposite of hurting Tempesty, Leah. The losses that Tempesty would sustain and the damage to his father's reputation were partly my fault too. If I could make up for it by supporting Rokuro, I thought his father would eventually approve of me. No, but reality proved to be much harsher than we anticipated. A few days later, Rokuro came over after saying he needed to discuss something.
今日、父さんと今後についての話をしたんだ。
Today I talked with my father about what we should be doing going
俺
forward.
は、地方の支社に移動することになった。
I am to be transferred to a different regional branch. The news rattled me. Rokuro's father dealt him a much harsher punishment than I expected.
父さんからの条件は2つ。1つは、大きな取引先を失った分をそこで補填できるだけの成果を上げること。
My father also gave me two conditions. One is to achieve results that will compensate for the loss of B2's business.
もう1つは、それを途中で投げ出さないこと。
The other is to stay tenacious. Being sent to a regional branch was practically the same as being demoted. I was at a loss for words, but Rokuro offered a gentle smile.
そんな顔しないで。俺は意外と悪くない条件だと思ったよ。
Are you worried? I'm actually not too concerned about it.
支社には確かに本社ほどコネクションはないし、できることも少ない。だけどその分、自由にできることもある。
The branch office doesn't have as many connections as headquarters, which means I have more freedom.
方法について、父さんは特に指定しなかった。移動先の支社の状況次第だけど、のびのびやってみようと思ってるんだ。
My father didn't tell me how I need to accomplish my goals, so I believe I can do things my way and take it slow.
何ができるのか、どう利益を上げていくのか、実は少しワクワクしているよ。
I'm actually quite excited to see what I can do to boost profits. Rokuro sounded so optimistic, but I still didn't know how to feel. I looked down. His smiles turned bittersweet.
ただやっぱり、君と離れ離れになることだけは辛いね。
It'll be very difficult to be away from you.
投げ出さないっていうのは会いづらいからといって勝手に帰ってくるなという意味だと俺は思ってる。
When my father told me to be tenacious, I believe that was his way of telling me that this assignment would be a long one.
もちろんそんなつもりはないけれど、父さんからしてみればまだ俺たちのことを完全に信用し
The
きれない
truth
だろ
is, I don't think my father trusts us completely yet.
だからこれを乗り越えれば俺たちが仕事をないがしろにしているわけではないことも本気だってことも改めて証明できるはずだ。
If we can overcome this, I'll show my father that we're serious about work, Tempesty and the others.
できる限り週末には会いに帰ってくるよ。君もそのうち旅行感覚で遊びに来てくれたら嬉しい。
I'll try to come back every weekend. I hope you can come visit me too, Leah. It might make a fun road trip.
しばらくの間遠距離恋愛になってしまうけど、そうやって楽しみながら一緒に乗り越えていこう。
While we might have a long distance relationship for a while, but we'll overcome it together. We'll find ways to have fun.
いや、
That is to say,
乗り越えてくれるかい？
is it okay if I move by myself? Honestly, I would have loved to go with him. Oh. That's messed up. But if he wants to do this by himself, I knew he was determined to earn his father's approval and praise. We'd have to be apart so that he could prove himself at Tempesty and build a foundation for our future. So I decided to accept. But what would you do if you followed him? You'd have to leave your job. So that makes sense.
ありがとう。君が寂しくないように、いつでも連絡は取れるようにしておく。
Thank you. I will call you regularly so you don't feel lonely, Leah.
もし会いたくなったら、
You though?
我慢せずに言って。すぐには無理でも、必ず会いに行くから。
If you ever want to see me, let me know. Even if I can't visit you right away, I will make it happen as quickly as possible. I nodded and hugged Rokuro, pulling him close to me. It said there wasn't a CG for this, so that's probably the end of that one. Before I knew it, 2 years had passed. After his transfer, Rokuro demonstrated his abilities by generating revenue that nearly matched that of headquarters. His proactive approach resulted in the torrent of new clients. He even managed to make up for the B2 loss. And with his hard work finally recognized, Rokuro's time at the regional office ended and he was soon scheduled to return. Despite the hectic crowd at the station, I managed to find Rokuro right away.
Tadaima.
I'm home, Leah. I ran and jumped into Rokuro's arms. He spun me around in a tight, warm hug. It hadn't been long since we last met in person or talked. But when our meetings were rare and our conversations were only on the phone, some things were difficult to discuss. And I yearned to talk to him all day. And when we were apart and about the future we would soon create. I mean, I guess that one's still actually a good ending. I don't like that there's not a skip this option. Not even a skip button. The sixth lie. Alright, we did all 3 endings. 5 hours and we're done with his route. We're done with his route! Technically, if you add the other 3 chapters to this, it was definitely more than 5 hours, but we did it! I feel like the bad ending's the more realistic ending, only because he had to pay. He had to pay for his consequences. Make up for that by bringing back the revenue that they lost. Of course, in the good ending, he ends up taking over the company, so I guess that's also a way to pay for it. I feel like we're still missing one picture though, so I'll have to look into that one later, only because I have food now and it's after 3 and so I want to eat. But I think his route was pretty nice. It felt like some parts were unnecessarily long, which is interesting because I know that, I think it was Ray said that a couple of the chapters were pretty short in other routes, so I don't think they had to make them long. It was a choice. But yeah, so we finished our first entire route, question mark, but we might be missing a CG. I need to check on my food. I enjoyed this route. Yeah, I enjoyed this route. I think it was a good route to start with. Yeah, we're missing this. I don't know what this is. I don't know if there was another thing where there's a picture with a choice you make. But I'll look into it later, only because, like I said, I'm gonna eat. But yeah, we're missing 2 photos. I'm not sure how we are, but we are. But yeah, thank you guys so much for hanging out with me today. We're gonna be doing Cupid Parasite tomorrow for a little bit before I work. And then I won't be streaming Saturday or Sunday, but I will be back on Monday to continue, hopefully, Sympathy's Kiss. I'm hoping I'll get a good chunk of Cupid Parasite done on tomorrow, but I don't know. I gotta get Alan's other ending, I gotta get Ruki's other ending, and I gotta figure out how to get into Peter's route. I gotta slide into that route. So that's what my goal is for tomorrow. But thank you so much for joining me. Thank you for hanging out, Asia. I know you have other things to do today too. And thank you for everyone else who stopped by. Jay, Ray, everyone. Hi, and thank you. If you're watching this on YouTube, you can check out my more recent stuff on Twitch. And if you're watching this on Twitch, I'll upload all my VODs onto YouTube, so you can check them out over there if you'd like to see my older stuff. Thank you so much for hanging out. Bye, guys. Bye, bye, bye.